Hello, everyone, and welcome to the Canadian Intercollegiate Exhibition. We're here for the grand finals between UW and UTM.
Yeah, this is the grand finals. The teams have had to battle through a total, starting out with 16 teams, and now we're down to just the top two in the grand finals. It's going to be a best of five fearless draft. And although they're both already guaranteed a prize, first place will be walking away with the max prize of $500 for their team.
Yeah, and let's get started with talking about the teams themselves. Starting off, we got the UW Warriors, starting off with Inexhaustive in the top lane, Latoof in the jungle, Plex in the mid lane, UW Scrim bot lane, and Callum Coy as support.
And they'll be facing off against the University of Toronto Mississauga. That's Katarina Blue in the top lane, Lover's Suicide in the jungle, Mint TV mid lane, Dan Xiaogu ADC, and Abi in support. Both of these teams, again, as we mentioned, battling through all the way to the grand finals. And yeah, neither team is going to be backing down here. They're both formidable opponents and have beaten all adversaries they've faced so far.
Yeah, and if you guys caught any of the streams last night for either of these teams, you'll know the amazing performance that they put on to get into this game today. And I believe there was a crazy card this game from UTM where he's just nuking people for almost their entire health bars with 900 AP. And on the other side, Waterloo pulling off some insane drafts with exquisite macro to get them to the final stage too. So it'll be really interesting to see who have the edge on the other teams today.
Yeah, I love that you call out the draft here. As mentioned, this is a fearless draft. So what that means is that in the game one, it won't matter too much, but in subsequent games, no team can pick a champion that they've picked already in previous games. So in game two, that's going to be 5 champions off the table from them, as well as the 5 bans coming from the other team. And well, if we do go to game 5, which I hope we do, Karthik, there's going to be 20 champions off the table for both teams, along with bans. It'll be really challenge the champ pools of all these players.
Yeah, and honestly, best of fives are going to get so amazing with Fearless Draft. We're going to get some crazy picks if we end up going the distance, and I'm all for it. Hopefully, we can get some spicy games and have some crazy picks. We saw some really interesting ones yesterday, too. There were things like the Zoe, the Lux. We got a Draven in there, too, and it's only going to get more crazy from there.
Yeah, I think when you want to talk about key champion picks, there are a lot of players here that have those pocket picks and those champions that they're extremely comfortable, they can try to carry. But, you pick that once, you won't be able to use it in subsequent games. But just talking to that point, I think one player I want to call out is Waterloo's Inexhaustive top lane. We saw yesterday in the top 8 in his best of 1, he played Aatrox and he got almost 20 kills in the single game by himself, just putting Waterloo on his back. So, it's possible that he just picks that up and gets the win for them. But then after that, it's not going to be able to be played anymore.
Yeah, exactly. We'll see if that ends up being left up as we head right into draft here. We got the Waterloo Warriors starting on blue side and UTM on red side. So we'll see if we see an Aatrox ban on red side or if it's just early pick right away.
Yeah, as you mentioned, Warriors on the blue side, they did get side selection as the top seed coming into this. In the top 8, they were the first seed, and UTM happened to be the second seed. So these truly are the top titans in this bracket. And we can see the second ban coming out as Malzahar from the side of Warriors. This is a pick that UTM's mid laner Mint-V did pick before.
Yeah, and it actually leaves up another pick, the Ahri, which Plex has loved and performed really well, and it can honestly be blind picked into pretty much anything. So maybe one of Aatrox Ahri will be left up, and there's some really big ADCs like the Varus, the Lucian Nami combo left up. We'll see which ones that Waterloo ends up going towards.
Yeah, the ADC pool is being challenged. Like you said, Jinx and Ashe are being banned. Ashe more common in support these days, but it is still playable. ADC Senna is also being hit. And Rel is a ban from UW Warriors we're going to see locked in. And this is the most popular pick for Abi. They really love this Rel pick, so just take it off the board early and not letting them have it game 1.
Yeah, Waterloo has the comfort on the blue side. They can choose to target ban these key picks that the players rely on because they can pick the first OP character that's locked up. And for me, it's really between the 2 ADCs right now. You've got the Lucian with the Nami and the Varus providing so much flexibility. Will one of them be banned out or will they be looking for a trade? And I like the Ahri ban from UTM there too.
Yeah, like you called out earlier, that is a very common ban against Plex, and we aren't going to see it. And almost like you predicted the draft here, Karthik, it might be the Varus locked in, and it will be. I guess it's fairly predictable from your end so far.
Yeah, Varus, I absolutely love to see this as the first pick. The build diversity that this character offers. You can go on hit, you can go lethality, you can go AP tank busting if you want to. You can fit into really any draft and gives you that lane prio to help you get those early objectives. But Hui on the other side.
Hui locked in from UTM is very spicy. This champion was quite prevalent earlier in the season and somewhat in pro play. However, you did see a lot of nerfs, and I don't think we've seen it picked by UTM so far this tournament. So this is definitely a curveball throwing in there. And it could be both support and mid lane depending on how they want to play it out. It is more popular mid with the wave clear and that damage, but yeah, I'm really liking seeing this pick, the newest champion in the game.
Yeah, other than that, the Xin Zhao is a really stable jungler, can be pretty much picked into anything. We've seen some spicy counters like the Jax into it, but it looks like they might go towards the Volibear. This is a classic pick that Waterloo have been doing throughout this tournament to really just give them that early game prio, which their early game looks really strong so far too.
Yeah, I'm really liking it. Interestingly, I'm surprised not to see Aatrox yet, to be honest with you. As I mentioned, Inexhaustive is a monster on the champion, and UTM's top laner, Katarina Blue, also likes to play it themselves. So we'll see if it gets picked out. And again, this is a fearless draft, so maybe they are trying to prioritize for later champ pools down the line. But I think winning this game one is just so important for the team's momentum.
Yeah, they might just be leaving it for the second phase here. We'll see if it ends up getting banned out. But for now, the Nautilus, a huge engage option coming in, especially when you got someone so immobile like the Hui in the mid lane. Nautilus can pull off some amazing roams and really make sure that this Hui cannot just push and roam like you would want to.
Like in the standard draft from Waterloo, it's almost, I think all their drafts are almost always the same. They're always doing bot lane plus jungle first two rotations, just getting those safe blind picks off the board or just countering where they can. UTM sort of change it up by picking the Hui. Alistar confirms that the Hui will be going mid lane and Alistar support. I'm not the biggest fan of this blind, or I guess it's not blind pick into the Nautilus Spheres. When you have something like Silas up or something Poppy, these champions that could just easily counter Alistar's engage, it might not be the best blind pick in the world against, but there's still existing picks on Waterloo's side.
Yeah, I think it's mainly for that lane to try and counter the Nautilus engage. And yeah, Silas ban is tremendously important for them. You do not want to be giving them the Alistar ultimate. But yeah, Alistar going to help them out in the lane phase. But with the Varus Nautilus, it's going to be really hard to get the push back against them. We'll see what kind of ADC they'll probably end up picking in fourth here, though.
Yeah, interesting. They're leaving ADC up, so let's see if Warriors want to hit that ADC pool even more. Try to take limit the pool for Dan Xiaogu. They're gonna hit the Renekton top, though. Maybe this is setting up for a pick that Renekton counters. Renekton usually a pretty safe counter pick and not often banned.
Yeah, honestly, could they be cooking up a Hui ADC? Like, they picked it so early. Maybe. I feel like there's a chance. Like, why would you pick it so early? Other than that, we'll have to see. But yeah, Waterloo, UTM, both putting away these top laners, the Renekton, Cassante, classic blind picks just being taken away. But more importantly, that Aatrox that we talked about is still up.
Loving the Cassante ban. Again, it does leave up Aatrox for Inexhaustible, but Cassante ban was just such an impressive champion. Earlier today in MSI, between the series with PSG and BLG, it actually went 5-0 in that best of 5. The champion, when piloted properly, just absolutely disgusting. And, you know, Inexhaustible knows how to play it, so I've liked this ban from them.
Yeah, Cassante, you see its win rate go lower and lower in solo queue, but it's still just so good in competitive play. And with the Aphelios ban, and Cho'Gath top, that's a pretty risky blind pick. It technically can be flexed into a couple positions, but there you go. There's the Aatrox. They're going to take it away from Inexhaustive. And as you said, UTM can play very well themselves too. So good to see that coming across here.
Yeah, smart draft strategy from them to ban the Cassante and then pick the Aatrox. Are effectively taking those two champions away from Inexhaustive's hands. We'll see. Warriors now, they're going to get the counter pick in top, but I like the call that Hui might be actually ADC. This Warriors blind pick mid, you know, I don't know if they're thinking it's a blind pick or if they know they're going to pick something that counters Hui, and it's going to be a Talia, which is most likely mid lane, although there is some flex potential between them, her Volibear.
Yeah, I think the Talia Volibear jungle mid duo works so well where you can chain the CCs off of each other. Volibear can so easily flash stun, and Talia can just knock up based on that, and you usually just one-shot the enemy character. They won't even get to flash if you just flash stun, which I think we saw in one of their series before too. So really good combo there, and it's going to be Fiora in the top lane, Inexhaustive, looking to skill check the Aatrox, saying, I am just a better player than you.
Love that pick. Like you said, just skill checking, you know, fully confident in his ability to operate the Fiora into Aatrox. I do believe that it is fairly skill-based. Both champions can win if they play it properly. You know, Fiora does have Seraphine last pick from UTM. Karthik, to God, tell me what's going on in this draft.
Okay, so Seraphine AVC has had a little resurgence recently, so we might see like the Seraphine Alistar lane to just get a safe lane going in the early game. I want to say the Hui goes towards mid lane, but honestly, that's just I'm throwing darts in the dark. Anything could go anywhere. It could be Alistar mid for all we know. But yeah, let's see what ends up going on here.
I suppose anything's possible, and worth pointing out that Mint V, so UTM's mid laner, has played Seraphine earlier in this tournament. Seraphine mid, excuse me. So if history repeats itself, I would want to say it's Seraphine mid, and then your prediction with the Hui 80 APC bot lane. But again, we'll have to get into game to see what these teams have cooked up.
Yeah, I think Hui bot can work better than most people realize. It can be a viable pick, but when you're looking at the composition that they have, the lack of an ADC really comes to mind, where you're missing out on that key DPS in the late game. Both Hui and Seraphine, they eventually fall off with their DPS later on in the game, especially when you have these tanks like the Volibear, the Nautilus, and the Fiora. If this goes late game, I feel like it spells trouble for UTM. I don't think they'll be able to get through that front line quite like how the Varus will be able to.
Absolutely, they're going to have to play the early game mode and not fall too far behind. If this Fiora gets going, I don't know how they're going to deal with it. Again, skill-based in lane between the Aatrox Fiora, but if Fiora's ahead, I don't think it's playable for Aatrox.
Yeah, exactly. And we've got a little moment here that I want to talk about the sponsors that have really made this possible. We've got two of them. We got BMO and we got TELUS. So for BMO, they've got these amazing student banking plans that help you focus on what's really important. They've got checking and savings account, credit cards, and borrowing options that are specifically designed for students. So you get up to 12 months of Domino's Pizza with the student offers that you get. So that's no monthly plan fees while you're in school and up to 1 year after you graduate, as well as convenient branch locations close to home and campus, and unlimited transactions, including the Interact heat transfers too.
Yeah, free pizza is just something I can't give up. 12 months of free Domino in this economy is absolutely amazing from BMO, so be sure to check them out. And yeah, thank you so much to them and TELUS Arena for being able to make our prize pool as big as it is. TELUS Arena.
Yeah, TELUS Arena is the best place for Canadian gamers to play. It helps them improve their skills through free coaching from the pros, or to compete to win thousands of dollars in prizes. So whether you're a casual gamer just looking to learn, or a pro gamer looking to win some money in tournaments, there's a place for you at the TELUS Arena. They got monthly events going across a variety of games, so there's always something going on. Make sure to join the TELUS Arena Discord and stay updated on all of their activities.
I'm a casual gamer myself. I'm not as good as the 10 players about to enter the Rift here, but with that pro coaching from TELUS, maybe one day I can make these teams. Unlikely, but anything to get better is that. And if it's free, that's just amazing. So thank you, TELUS Arena.
Yeah, hopefully we'll get to see a lot of you guys out there as well. But yeah, coming back to this game, we got game one coming in, some spicy picks with the Hui, with the Seraphine here. Really didn't expect that just right away in game one. Any predictions on who you think will take it in this first game?
I think with the curveball that UTM has drafted here, I really like that. I doubt that Waterloo will be prepared for it. Maybe they've done their research and their scouting, but I think that with the identity that it has with the unpredictability, I'm going to give UTM the game here, the first game, so getting that momentum, which is so important in this fearless draft. And Waterloo, I like their draft a lot, but if they operate it well, they can definitely still win this game.
Yeah, me personally, I'm going to go on the side of Waterloo. I think having Hui and Seraphine together, hey, I hope they'll surprise me, but I think that they can't really get too many advantages in that early game. They can get pushes, but I think they will lack that DPS in that late game to get through the front lines. And I think this normal standard draft that Waterloo has is really clean and consistent, and I think it will end up pulling through for them. But if UTM wants a win condition, they have to play that early prio, get the push, get the objectives, and really look to snowball the game.
And you mentioned DPS with Waterloo. So again, they have that Varus pick, which, like you said, has build flexibility of being able to go both lethality and on hit. UTM's not the tankiest team in the world. They have some pseudo tankiness with Seraphine's healing up and Aatrox is healing up, Genzao's Crescent Guard. So if you were Varus here, or you were Waterloo's coach, what build would you want him to go?
Yeah, I think you've got a lot of one-shotting and burst with the Volibear and the Talia. I think being able to go for this on-hit build is a lot better, especially if you're going poke and Seraphine's just going to be shielding and healing them through it. It really shouldn't be working that well. And if you're against a Seraphine Alistar, I don't think you'll need that early game lethality power just as much. So I think the on-hit build is just a lot more cleaner, easier to play around for them.
Yeah, it makes perfect sense to me. And Seraphine, again, I would suspect is going to be mid lane. So if given that information, he's going to have a lot more gold economy than a support Seraphine would. And in that case, being able to stack up that AP and get those heals and shields going would be difficult for Poke Varus to deal with.
Yeah, exactly. And let's take an eye towards that top lane as well. The Fiora and Aatrox, how do you see that matchup going?
Yeah, I'm a top lane main, but I don't personally play either of these champions. I remember seeing some pro play clips. Late game when you get past 3 items a piece, Fiora just absolutely shreds Aatrox. Just so much movement speed and just her Q constantly being reset. She can dodge out an Aatrox sweet spot so easily. So Aatrox, I will give him the upper hand in lane if played well. He definitely has the opportunity to hit some sweet spots when her parry is down and take that lane. But if you lose your composure for 1 second, let Fiora get fed, you're not going to be winning that matchup as Aatrox.
Yeah, I hope these guys aren't just planning to farm it out. I hope they want to fight for each and every minion, because the mind games that can happen is like, is Fiora gonna riposte? Should I like E my Q away so that the riposte doesn't hit? There's some crazy mind games that you can play to get those slight little edges that can just snowball the matchup over time. And when you're the junglers, you're also looking at that volatile top lane and wanting to impact that. And you got Volibear and Xin Zhao. They're two extremely aggressive early game junglers. I'm sure they'll be pathing top, right?
We'll have to see. I think UTM, it's difficult to say. With Waterloo, Latoof and Onat, the two junglers that they do swap in and out, they do tend to play for their bot lane. I think most often we do have Scrim as the ADC. He has carried quite a few games. It will depend, especially as you said, it's a volatile matchup. But I think oftentimes we've seen Inexhaustive sort of stuck in his own little island. He had to deal with a lane swap yesterday, which left him stranded. But yeah, we'll have to see which way they path. And again, I also like that you called out earlier in draft that Volibear Talia combo. Maybe Latufo just look to big ganks on the mid lane, or either Seraphine or Hui. They don't have too much escape if their flash is down.
Yeah, exactly. And on top of that, you got these roaming supports that can have amazing roams onto the mid or even the top lane. Nautilus and Alistar have really good ganks on these side lanes, on these solo lanes. So I also want to see them trying to roam and get out there and try and pair up with the jungle to maybe even look for the other jungle while they're doing their camps. And yeah, you think the lane swaps are going to happen again? Are we going to have to go through that whole thing? I know top laners really don't like it.
Yeah, I honestly would be very surprised if they did a lane swap here, trying to think about which of these two bot lane combos could get an advantage against the top laners. If I had to guess, drafting with Waterloo drafting the Fiora, they plan to just send her 1v1 into Aatrox. Maybe UTM is not a fan of that, and they'll be the ones to opt in the lane swap. But if I had to guess, Waterloo will maintain their regular lane assignments.
Yeah, in the previous series that we've seen Waterloo play against like Guelph, Guelph was the one that initiated the lane swap against them, and Waterloo kind of just went with it. But in the coming games, they never really initiated it by themselves, and there doesn't seem to be much of a reason, because you should be winning lane in that bot lane, and even if you do swap away, then like for UTM, like Seraphine doesn't do a lot of damage to tower being an APC, so I really don't see that coming across either. So let's see what ends up going on here. I believe the game is about to get started in just a few seconds. So everyone jump into your seat, get some snacks. It's going to be a banger as we head into game one.
Super excited. Game one of the CIE League of Legends Grand Finals, best of 5. Waterloo against University of Toronto, Mississauga, and we'll be getting into the Rift in just a moment.
Yeah, and as a reminder, this is a best of 5 with Fearless draft. So all these characters that you're seeing, enjoy them while it lasts, because you're most likely not going to see them again.
And yeah, University of Waterloo Warriors versus UTM Esports.
Yeah, final predictions going in. I think you said UTM. I'm going to go with Waterloo. We'll see who ends up taking game one.
UTM for predictions for game one. Let's be clear with that.
Yeah. Yeah, they definitely have an interesting draft going in here. So I think big win conditions for these teams. UTM really wants to get the push in their lanes and try and snowball some of that early lead with the push prior that they get, while Waterloo, they want to try and play, like you said, they love playing for their bot lane. So if they can get that Varus ahead and make him that constant carry threat, we saw in the previous series how he did such a great job of staying alive in all these team fights and carrying his team, playing so consistently and cleanly. If he can replicate that Varus performance from yesterday, I think this should be a win for Waterloo again.
Absolutely. And like you said, or as we were discussing in draft, it is going to be Mint V on Seraphine APC mid lane, while Hui is APC bot lane, excuse me. And regular lane assignments for now, it looks like. Although Latoof pathing up, while UTM junglers is opting to path down.
Yeah, it's interesting. They are looking to path the other way. So we're going to see UTM trying and get under the Varus' skin, try and get a gank off as they push their lane in, while Latoof going to be pathing towards that volatile top matchup. And another thing I want to point out, Latoof has been doing, or Waterloo in general has been doing a lot of level 3 ganks. So we'll see if Volibear looks anywhere after doing the 3 camps to try and catch the enemy off guard too.
Yeah, like that. We'll see if it happens. And of course, Varus Nado's getting the pusher. Hui not too useful level 1. And I think it's interesting that UTM is opting to path their jungler downwards. I'm not sure how much kill pressure Hui has early on. It is a casting mage, kind of dependent on hitting those AP item spikes. But with the Nautilus, maybe there is a potential. Again, if it is a jungler's pathing opposite ways, it would still be a 2v3.
Yeah, honestly, they might also just not want to path towards the Volibear, as Xin Zhao, as good as he is early game, Volibear's, if he can get all his bursts down together, it is really hard to beat him in that early fight. So might just be willing to path away. But look at what Latouf's doing here. He does 3 camps and is walking straight into the enemy jungle.
Yeah, looks like he's pinging. You can see him pinging the wolves. He's gonna run into K11 here on the Xin Zhao, or maybe not. He's got the ward. He gets the ward down the wolves, and maybe K11's aware of this. No, he's not. He's gonna start them up while Latouf starts the blue buff.
Yeah, that ward is so brilliant. Like, he knows exactly when the Zin's gonna come down, so he can take his time getting this blue buff away from him. And there's so much prio in these lanes that he can pretty much do whatever he wants.
They're gonna get it. Abi now checking to see that the blue buff has been taken, so now UTM is aware of it. Kalmkoi also roaming up mid here. Yeah, just a great play by Waterloo to secure the blue buff, and now Latouf is ahead on the K11's Xin Zhao.
Yeah, and on the other hand, Varus was able to push it in, get a cheater back, and actually got a cull for himself. So he's looking to chill in this lane, farm it up. This Hui's not going to be too much trouble. He's got some biscuits, some potions to help him with the sustain on the way too.
Like you pointed out in draft, Waterloo does seem to have the upper hand if we scale into the late game. Not too much damage on this side of UTM, so therefore Varus, yeah, buying that cull, just saying, I'm going to farm it up in this volley, and I'm not going to try to engage with you guys or interact with you guys, just getting my cull power spike, getting that gold. And yeah, it looks like he is, actually can't tell what's keystone he has just yet without the champion portraits, but that said, likely he's going for the on-hit build in this case.
Yeah, exactly. Hopefully that will be the case. But yeah, Hui, he doesn't have too much kill pressure if you do a good job of dodging everything. He usually should be just using the fissures to clear his way across. But you see Latouf hanging out around here. The wave is in a decent spot, but there is a ward. So Katarina Blue's gonna spot him. Latouf with the flash, both in exhaustion and flashing instantly, and the riposte gets the kill. First blood just like that.
Great play. Looks like almost a replay of what happened yesterday in Waterloo's game with the Volibear gank, although it was top instead of mid. You just set up that Volibear E and then flash stun before they can react. Just all that damage hits guaranteed. There's almost no way Aatrox survives unless he preemptively flashes.
Yeah, I love the no hesitation from Latouf. He instantly flashes to make sure that the storm can land on top of the stun. And Inexhaustive following up instantly too, as a B going in. Link to get the stun onto Scrim is not able to get it barely. And now the damage on the return. They've leveled up to 4. A B is running for his life. He uses the flash, but the arrows land. One more auto does the trick, and Scrim has picked up a kill.
Not sure what University of Toronto Mississauga is thinking there. Alistar comboing in when you have a level 3 Hui who's also quite far back. Again, after he combos in as Alistar, you have no way of getting out without flash, which he does, but it's not enough. There's just no follow-up from the Hui, and then you're just caught between 2 champions.
Yeah, interesting decision there, and they get heavily punished for it. So Varus, again, with the call, he's still just going to be coasting into this lane. And Alistar, yeah, it's scary to just engage like that. You usually want to play that kind of counter engage against the Nautilus, but yeah, he didn't get the stun, just barely out of range. And on the back end, Waterloo actually leveled up. I believe the Varus leveled up to 4, so they were just able to turn that fight around so easily.
Great play, and with that gold, we can see Kalmkoi and the Nautilus opting into a null magic mantle. You stack this MR early against Hui, and they're going to be doing even less damage than they were before. Yeah, just a great play by Waterloo to turn the tides of the bot lane.
Yeah, that's a good pickup by him. He should be chilling against all the poke that's coming his way. And if they stack that MR, the Aatrox is going to be that main AD source of damage, and he's already pretty behind here. He's going to pick up some CS, but still going to be ending up like a wave of CS down, and of course the kill. And yeah, Aatrox is that AD source of damage, but if Inexhaustive is constantly on those side lanes, he has to match him. So he can't really consistently commit to those team fights without the objectives.
We can see that top lane playing out. As we said, if Fiora gets just a bit ahead against Aatrox, she can push that lead so easily. And again, also, yeah, speaking to the bot lane builds again, Varus with the recurve bow indicates that he's very much likely going the on-hit build, getting that shred through, and just being able to take mow down champions later on when he finishes his items.
Yeah, exactly. And we see Latouf getting the grubs down here. Those are all his because of the prio that he has in the top and mid lane. But on the other hand, you see Xin Zhao hanging around the bot lane, seeing if they can make any play happen. But once he gets this notification that the grubs are down, surely he'll be going up to Cloud sometime soon too.
Looks like Water was actually 1Ping Drake. Puck's gonna walk up here to Seraphine.
Ooh. Yeah, flash trade there. Good flash by Plex. K11 and Mint V were going to commit on him. If that Seraphine ult landed, it would have been pretty dicey for him, but the reaction times are quick here.
Yeah, good by him. K11 out trying to fight the crab. He's gonna run to the 2-man. He will actually get it. Unfortunately,
yeah, K11
UTM
has
there.
a smite.
Yeah, he has a smite, but yeah, like you said, the Grubs are going to go over to Waterloo, and the Dragon's not going to be traded back. They didn't have enough pressure, or UTM didn't have enough pressure. And also that pink ward down on it from Waterloo means they would have been aware of it as well.
Yeah, and I think that, again, comes down to the Seraphine Hui. You got these two characters that can just kind of try and push waves, but you're not against some scaling carries like Jinx or Acel or something like that. This is a Varus and a Talia that can match your push. So these guys can just match your push, and the Varus is going to scale up even better. So they can't really get this Cloud Dragon. They're looking for a fight near the river here. I see some scraps going on as we pan up to it. Plex gonna end up going down, K11 going down as well. It's gonna be a 1-for-1 trade here. Jungle and mids going down, but I don't think anything else will end up happening, as the health advantage, the jungler being alive, means that UW should get this dragon.
Yeah, great play. We could see that started off with Plex roaming down from the mid lane after he got the push, and he runs into K11, which turns out to be a 1-for-1, although the kill on UTM went to the Alistar, while Waterloo kills the jungler, so they get the Cloud Dragon for themselves, and just another great play from Waterloo.
Yeah, and you can see this top lane. It's so hard for Katarina to play the game. Now that the Executioner's Calling has been bought by Inexhaustive too, these fights are not even close against this Aatrox.
Yeah, Aatrox will be struggling a bit. He built the... Sorry, I'm going to call them Ninja Tabis, excuse me. Plated Steel Caps, that's what their updated name is now. Yeah, Plated Steel Caps help reduce the damage against the Fiora, but that doesn't mean he's going to be doing any more damage.
Yeah, and you see farm leads going up in the top lane, in the jungle a little bit as well. And what do you think the win conditions here are for UTM?
Yeah, things are looking like they're slipping out of their hands again. As we mentioned, they probably will get outscaled if the game goes on to it.
And just hold that thought. Caught him Koi getting the ult onto the Seraphine. The bear jumps on top, the knockup by Plex, and you couldn't really play the game as Mint V there. Just a point and click knockup one after the other, and just like that, the Seraphine is headed back to the fountain.
Yeah, no way to play that, as mentioned, and he didn't even have flash. As we know, he burned it earlier trying to catch out Plex with the ult. So yeah, you get two people walking into your lane mid, and I'm not sure what you can do as Seraphine.
Yeah, I love the playmaking there. We talked about the supports having to roam, and that was extremely well done there. I like the commitment of them playing so well together too. As soon as anything lands, everyone follows up instantly, and there is just no counterplay to it.
You want to talk again to UTM's win con. Oh, we're making it play mid again and interrupt that.
Yeah, love this ult by Plex though. B looking to get the knockup on him, but he's sliding away with the monorail and is out of there.
Yeah, UTM burns flash, then unfortunately doesn't even get the kill. Great play by Plex to get away, recognize that was coming. But again, yeah, UTM not finding anything on that play again. Now they're down almost 3k or 2k, excuse me. But yeah, in terms of win cons, they just got to keep trying to make these plays, and eventually one of them must work out for them if they want to come back in this game. Otherwise, things are going to just keep slowly slipping away.
Yeah, I like the look that they did go for. That was a really good roam, and they almost got Plex off of the ultimate. But yeah, they got to keep looking for roams like this. But to prevent it, you can see the vision line in that bottom river. They're going to try and track all of these roams that happen, and they're tracking the jungler too as they spot Zinzat doing the grab.
Also worth noting that in terms of the 4 kills that Waterloo had, they're spread out over 4 members, so none of them even have a shutdown. When it comes to making a play, you're not exactly, I guess, spoiled for choice. But if there was one champion with a big shot, you could try to all in on them and get that to swing the tides of the game. Unfortunately, they just have to find whatever they can.
Yeah, exactly. And now the next round of grubs are coming up as Latoof is heading for them right as they spawn. It'll be pretty hard to contest it with Zen still in the base, so it looks like it's going to be 6 grubs going over to Waterloo. And there is a fed Fiora so far. This is just so good for her. She's begging for all those grubs to come through on this whip play.
Double TP's mid to get back to lane, but it doesn't look like anyone's going to be contesting this grub.
Yeah, Mint V TPing right into lane, gets hit by the knockup as Plex pelting her with stone. A couple more need to land, and she's just dead like that. Yeah, that was a really cocky teleport from her.
Yeah, they both TP'd at similar times, so I'm not sure which one actually pulled it first. Maybe that was not the choice.
Yeah, the knockup lands by Plex. Latoof follows up with the knockup, and K11, he's got the ultimate. The wind becomes lightning, but he's dead on the ground.
Great play.
And the cow's dead too. Not sure how quite that happened under tower, but looks like he did just get poked down as arrow after arrow lands in his body, and he falls to the ground too.
Yeah, UTM just not catching a break, losing all across the map. They're starting out with the TP kill mid into the top lane jungle trade, and now the bot lane kills, and we see another scuffle happening in the top lane. But yeah, all that just going down to the span of a minute is so bad for UTM. Waterloo now. Something else might happen right here.
Yeah, Inexhaustive going for the kills, gets 2 of the vitals, but the great flash by Katarina Blue, so Inexhaustive ends up going down on the tower dive.
Yeah, it looked like that was going to be Inexhaustive's kill. He was playing it quite well early on, but he decides to commit the flash while Aatrox still has his, leaves him too far behind inside the turret range without any way of catching back up to the Aatrox.
Yeah, now a B looking for another roam here, but Callum Coy has him tracked. Now the counter engage as Latoof is coming from the side. A B is running for his life. Mint V is just going to hold him off now.
Yeah, Dan Xiaogu is coming up as well. Let's see if there's anything that's going to happen. They have 4 members of UTM mid, while 3 of just 3 of Waterloo's here. Although I don't see what they're really looking for. Dragon is spawning in a couple, less than a minute now. The HUD is not. I can't see the cooldown on that, but you can see on the minimap that the timer is about to come up.
Yep, just in under 30 seconds. I think they were just trying to fight for that mid prile. There will be one more wave coming in. Talia's looking to maybe back in TP. I'm sure Plex still has it available for this upcoming fight. And I'm sure they want to just continue stacking dragons here. Scrim caught in a little bit of a rough spot as the Alpha goes in. Dan Xiaogu, does he have the damage? Oh my god, Scrim has the damage. As K11 going on to him next, using his ultimate to finally secure the kill. But he's also going to be ending up quite low here, so I don't think they can transition it to the dragon.
Yeah, great play by Scrim to turn around and kill the Alistar. Unfortunately, does go down with the follow-up from the Jin Zhao, but
Callum trying to flash over the fear, but not quite there. Give us some thumbs up saying everything's okay, though.
Yeah, we can see that Alistar just getting exploded. The turret along with the Bork being finished on Scrim during that play means he just destroys the Alistar who didn't have ult. No way he survives, and yeah, it looks like Waterloo is going to have the priority on the dragon now.
Yeah, because they know they have to back. K11 actually didn't back, so he's still at about a little bit more than half HP. Latoof soloing the dragon, but Plex being jumped on by 3 people here. Nowhere for him to go. Caught out over there. A B with a great roam as Inexhaustive maybe looking for another dive here, but thinks better of it after last time. But now K11 contesting the dragon. Smite fight goes over to K11 as the bear jumps out, not being able to get the dragon. Huge steal by UTM.
Yeah, that looked so good for Waterloo at first. They had all the priority early on the dragon. They had their setup, but then that play mid to take down Plex, shut down over to Mint B, means that they can walk into the jungle without having that mid lane prio up anymore. And yeah, just a great turnaround from UTM to save that play.
Yeah, I think this was Waterloo just being a little bit cocky there. They knew they could get the dragon, but they were trying to push mid bot at the same time, and it was just Latoof by himself in the pit. So good recognition from UTM to spot that out and take the dragon for themselves.
The gold lead now at 3k. Yeah, 1 dragon apiece with that steal means that the game is still pretty honestly, even all things considered, the 3. Oh, what a hook!
Wow, insane hook landed by Callum as the ult follows up. He is gonna be quite far away. A B maybe gonna. Oh, actually the arrow lands onto Dan Xiaogu just barely. Callum looking for another ult in, but yeah, not too much gonna be left here. They're gonna be safe under the tower. Yeah, barely. Not
even a lethality variance. That pierce arrow just does so much damage. That was a great hook by Callum onto Dan Xiaogu, but notably Abi did walk in front to block the chain of corruption, meaning that Dan Xiaogu was free to flash out. So good play to stay alive there from UTM, but amazing hooks from Callum, quite a force that in the first place.
Yeah, and now there's a lot of pressure on this top side as Plex looking for the roam. The monorail might be cutting off some of their team as you got 2 people stuck under tower, Inexhaustive looking to push in, but they know that the Seraphine is lurking quite behind here, so they're just going to back off, maybe take the Herald as a consolation prize.
It looks like, are they going to start it? No, they're going to opt to just go back to their lane assignments, given that all 3 of UTM are up there and it would have to be a fight to get it. Waterloo, though, with the bot lane pressure on the push. Dan Xiaogu does have TP, though, so fortunately can come back and pick up this cannon wave without any problem.
Yeah, and I think it's a good recognition from them to know that they're not really under any pressure. They scale a lot better. If anything, it's the strongest points of the game for UTM, because I believe Hui loves to be at this like 1 and 2 item spike, really being able to dish out a lot of damage. This should be the point where UTM should actually be looking to try and force some fights before the Fiora and the Varus just get insanely scaled up.
Speaking of scaling, the first turret is going to go over to Plex in the mid lane. That's so much gold over to him. I'm sure he's not happy about that. They didn't even need Herald to do it. Just that 6 scrubs has so much turret damage pressure. And so the mid lane is now opened up for Waterloo.
Yeah, and they want the Herald on top of it too. We'll see if they end up contesting for it. Looks like not. It's just K11 nearby. We see Alistar coming out of base, but I believe the B is a little too far away. He's trying his best to fly over, but 6k health left. Plex is nearby. Oh, K11 walks right into him.
Oh no!
He's not going to be able to stop the ultimate. Now, Katarina Blue is a little bit stuck in front of 3 people, all isolated by himself, and Inexhaustive is going to pick up the kill. A little bit of miscoordination by the type of UTM, and it's going to be the Herald going over to Latu.
Yeah, you can see that started off Katarina and Exhaustive were trading blows top, just slowly 1v1, but then it looked like Katarina Blue committed to go in a bit, while the rest of your team was stuck on the backside trying to catch that Talia before she just rides away. Yeah, like you said, miscoordination, and Aatrox just pays the price for it.
Yeah, UW with some miscoordination of their own, as now you see K11 trying to push Inexhaustive off this turret. The repulse is not going to land. The flash is going to be knocked up, and K11 picks up the kill, punishing the split push of Inexhaustive.
Yeah, and unfortunately, Inexhaustive pushed a bit too far up there. Granted, he did get the turret earlier in that, and it does have to also burn the flash in exchange for K11's. Not the absolute worst play in the world, as we're back to the bot lane skirmish.
Yeah, and Callum not quite going to end up getting the ward, but Scrim is going to pick up the last hit. You can see that this bot lane just has continuous prio. The Hui should be pretty strong at this point of the game, especially in like 50 stacks when the tier does stack. I think he's going to do an absurd amount of damage. So in this like next dragon that's coming up in the minute, or the dragon after that, UTM need to be looking for some big picks with them. Try and fight around this Hui that is your AP carry.
Like you said, Hui hitting on that Archangel stab, still 50 stacks away from hitting the Seraph's Embrace, which would be a huge spike. Dragging up in 45 seconds now. Whether or not he hits that in time might determine whether or not they decide to contest the dragon, assuming Waterloo starts it. But I'm not sure if he's going to be able to get it.
Katarina? Oh, he's going straight in, but there's 3 people waiting for him in the bush, and he should just be one shot here. Latuve on the killing spree. Katarina just face checking the bush. He did not care. As now K11 going on to Callum Coy, but the Spider-Man anchor getting him away.
Yeah, Katarina Blue unfortunately paying the price again there. They must have thought it would be okay to walk in as a team, given that Inexhaustive was still top if they had the numbers, but just no one behind Katarina to support him. The Seraphine's not enough. And with the Unraveled Earth and the Nautilus Hook, there's just no way he's getting out of that.
They should have known that they were in the bush because the ward is there to the entrance of the river. I guess he thought there was less people than imagined, but you also see Scrim just going to pick up the solo tower here too, actually denying a few more minions. We'll see. The cannon does end up living as it pushes in, but now it's all about this dragon fight coming up. Oh, the Talia look to cut them off.
You cut off the tooth.
Not the best coordination, so they're just going to flip onto the dragon. The Zinja ult is wasted here, though. So Katarina looking to get into that front line. There's a root from Hui. Varus ult lands onto 3 people. Latuve, it might end up going down to the Hui here. He's able to jump out with the ulti here as a Nautilus ult with huge zoning for them. Now Katarina Blue in this front line as, great stun by them. Scrim is looking to launch arrows from behind. Inexhaustive in the back, gets one. The dragon ends up going over to Latuve too, and now this fight's gonna be cleaned up. Huge Seraphine ulti by Mint B. The B gets out of there too. Everyone flashing away, and with such a crazy of a fight, it's only gonna be 2 people going down. Oh, Inexhaustive. He might just get bursted here. Ooh, you're not as strong as you think, buddy. The Hui does a lot of damage as the Seraph is online, but the dragon does go over to Waterloo.
Yeah, in the end, they do pick up that kill on Inexhaustive. The kills are 2 for 1, but as you said, Dragon also going over to Waterloo. I thought that looked good for Guelph at first. A B with the great 3-man headbutt pulverized combo, but there was just no follow. Mint B was not there yet and used his ult later on when there was more AoE to be had. And it just looked like there was a lack of damage or coordination again from UTM to be able to finish off the kills there.
Yeah, exactly. I think if everyone was there and the ults did combo, you would get to see a pretty insane wombo combo to melt everyone, but it didn't quite happen for them. And then after Inexhaustive got onto that flank, it was kind of over for the side of... Well, he did end up dying in the end, but he did a pretty good job in that fight.
Yeah, jumping into this replay, we can see it started off with the Weaver's Wall cutting off the 2, but then UTM pulls a TP to make it a 4v4 while Minty is walking up early, and there's the combo.
Yeah, the combo going in, but you can see how far away he is from the rest of his team, who actually seems to be focusing on the dragon. So the miscoordination not paying off for them, as on the second part of this fight, Fiora is on her way from behind, and Aatrox actually flashes away straight into her as the healing goes out for the entire team. Latuve gets the dragon, and this fight just gets cleaned up. A really good 3-man ult, but it's just too little too late by the end as they just end up flashing away.
And we can see in that play that once Inexhaustive showed up, it looked like UTM kind of just panicked and scattered away. They all went different directions, and there's just there's no target focus to be able to kill Inexhaustive or anyone else. So yeah, although Inexhaustive was the last one of that fight, he ends up making the biggest difference.
And they're just starting up the Baron here. They do not care. It's trying to be done on vision. And I guess it was just trying to call them over a little bit as Inexhaustive is continuing to push on that bot lane. But now they're going to be able to clear out that ward. They see a B trying to get the stun onto him as the Callum follows up with the hook here. This Alistar is pretty tanky though. Can he headbutt someone towards him? Not quite. The Seraphine ult is huge follow-up, but once again, there is nothing to follow up on that stun as Inexhaustive still left on this bot lane, pushing for that base.
Yeah, it would be getting a bit caught that thankfully has the Unbreakable will to just stay alive and be so tanky. And the Seraphine ult forces Plex to flash, so UTM won't be all too unhappy about that. But we can see that also up Waterloo's call to just start hitting Baron. We see this in almost all of their games when they're ahead, around the 20-22 minute mark. If they have that top lane advantage, or that space, they just put all 5 champions top and start hitting the Baron to see how the enemy team reacts.
Yeah, taking some lessons for the T1, using the Baron as a pressure point to just get fights started, if anything, as Latu looking for K11 here, as nothing gonna really end up happening. Both teams are unsure of how many people are actually behind them, so they're playing it carefully. They don't want to do any throws here.
Yeah, you can see they're just pinging, Waterloo's pinging on the mid lane, just get that push going again before they look for anything too hasty. The bot laners, or the top laners, excuse me, in their 1v1 bot. And yeah, it looks like both teams are going to play things a bit safer now. We can see the Goldie is almost 10k now for Waterloo. So they are much stronger if there actually is a full-blown 5v5.
Yeah, I think, but when you do actually look at the items here, Fiora and Aatrox both kind of on like 1.5-ish. Like there is a big gold lead, but I believe Hui also has the Archangels and the Horizon Focus finish. You got the 2-item spikes from UTM too. So if there is a fight in these next couple minutes, it isn't too bad. The main difference I see is like the 3 versus 2 items between Plex and Mint B. I think there's still a chance for UTM in these team fights if they can get that Wombo combo. A B has been honestly getting a lot of good combos. I want to see the Seraphine ult, the Hui damage on top, and if they do that, they honestly still can one-shot the back line.
Yeah, I think as you mentioned, Wombo combo is going to be, honestly, I think that's the miracle. They need to be back in this game. They're not going to be able to find too many picks. And if they do, it's going to take a lot of them before they can catch up. So this is what they're going to have to depend on, just looking for those angles again. A B, finding some great looks, they just have to be able to follow up on it. And also, in terms of the gold lead again, just Inexhausted was up quite a bit on Katarina Blue in that side lane push. Although it might not look like it in the 1v1, she's backing out. She's probably going to finish another item. That's the Trifor that's going to come out. Katarina Blue cannot fight this Fiora inside lane at all.
Yeah, now she's at a pretty big advantage here with 2.5 items almost. I think after Fiora gets that Ravenous Hydra, it is big trouble for this Aatrox. As you can see, Plex and Callum looking for some picks in the bush here. A B actually just knocks their one through the Naka, but Latuf gets the stun. The anchor hits as well. A B using his ulti, but eventually, actually another big knockup from them. K11 doing so much damage, but he's just by himself here as everyone's just gonna collapse on him. UTM, the engage is not followed up with the damage. The Seraphine ult is once again a little bit too late, as now they're going to be looking onto this Baron. There's no jungler on the side of UTM to contest it.
Yeah, K11 just flashes in 1v4. He did have the Crescent Guard up, so he stayed alive a lot longer than another champion might have, but there was absolutely no follow-up from UTM. Again, like you mentioned, the Seraphine ult coming out over the top after the play is basically done already is not too much help at all, and Dan Xiaogu is not able to get the damage out there.
Huge flash hook by Callum Koi, gonna be followed up by the knockup. Dan Xiaogu have to flash away, but now it's Katarina stuck between Plex, Inexhausted with an insane TP once again. Gonna be sweeping up the floor like a janitor. Double kill for him, as now they're gonna be looking onto the base of UTM.
Yeah, great flash hook by Callum to find Dan Xiaogu. Even with the flash, he's not going to be staying alive. And just an amazingly placed ward behind from that Inexhausted TP, so just allows him to find the pickup on the back. Almost nothing UTM can do about that, frankly. And now with Baron and the push, I don't know how much longer that UTM can hold out against this push.
Yeah, the Baron buff on these minions is going to be pretty hard to deal with. And now they're just going to be picking up Latu, slowly biting away on that dragon, slowly picking it up, putting them onto Soul Point. And I think this game has really just blown open now. You're looking for some miracle wombo combos at this point from UTM to turn this around.
If indeed, at this point, possibly multiple wombo combos. We can see the gold lead balloon to almost 13,000 gold at 26 minutes. It's just a crazy lead at this point in the game. Across the board, Waterloo has just finished their items. 3 items, mid 3 items on their ADC now. Fiora's almost at her 3rd item. We can see that she did build that. But execs, as you called out, so slowing her build a little bit. But compared to Aatrox's 1.5, she's just up so much gold.
Yeah, and Seraphine has actually gone for the Staff of Flowing Water 3rd, which doesn't give you the best damage here. So I honestly don't know how they're going to deal with the side of Waterloo, especially their front line. But now Inexhaustive pushing the top lane. Latouf looking for K11. Look at the speed of that bear with the dead man's plate as Plex pulls up with the knockup. Minty, just the ultimate is dodged by them. Will K11 get out? No, the bear is jumping on him with the Goomba stop. He ends up going down.
There's nothing K11 can do about that. Frankly, Minty trying his best to shield and heal up and provide some CC at best, but it's just not nearly enough. K11
yeah, I mean, the Serapine is essentially a support at this point.
Yeah, the Staff of Flowing Water is an interesting call. Like you said, what that does is give AP to his teammates, which only Wei would benefit from.
Yeah, Inexhaustive riposte not quite out right as he gets CC'd under tower. Going to be running for his life. Mint V going to try and land some CC. Katarina Blue with a great combo there. Does end up getting the shutdown, but on the bot side, it's going to be the turret going down. The inhib is next on the table.
Yeah, good pick by UTM, just finding an exhausted overextended top, but that means the rest of Waterloo can push bot and kill Dash Agu for free. Let's see if they can defend against this push. They still have Baron on the side of Waterloo.
Yeah, they're going to be taking down one turret. A B going in with the last-ditch effort, but there's just no damage on the side of UTM. K11 lands a wind, becomes lightning, goes in. He's tanking it up, but there's just no damage once again, as there's more than enough damage on the side of Waterloo as Latouf learning to get the kill. Jumping onto Mint V, the knockup misses. The flash is going to get them out, but the base is in big trouble.
They just have no damage on the side of UTM with his Alistair and Seraphine alive. Oh, as I say that, Plex is going to go down, but that's also going to be the Nexus going down for UTM and Waterloo taking game 1 here.
Yeah, and with that, that's going to be the first game going kind of as expected here with these drafts. In 28 minutes, Waterloo is going to take this first game in this best-of-5 series. They've taken the lead in the grand finals now.
Hey, you want to talk about predictions? I did bank on UTM winning this game with their spicy draft, but it was not nearly enough. Waterloo just playing their tried and true comms, what they know how to do, taking advantages all over the map, getting the pressure in the ball lane against that Hui APC, which was not able to show up too well in the team. And yeah, Waterloo taking the game 1 in this all crucial best of 5.
Yeah, and I like that they were trying to get spicy with it. They tried to get like this way flex into this bot lane. And yeah, that was cool, but I think they kind of had to try and deal with the kind of characters being picked on Waterloo more, right? If there is this big of a front line, you got to look at who's going to deal with it. Aatrox, maybe he could have dealt with it, but he has to be ahead, certainly not in the state that he was in that game. But in the end, Waterloo's draft, I think the flexibility of their early picks really allowed them to just win the draft as it went on towards those last few picks, and they were just able to play out those win conditions perfectly to win the game.
We'll see if they can continue up with this draft strategy in the later games. Again, this is Fearless Draft, so all 5 champions that both teams just picked will not be available for in later games. However, they can pick champions that the other team played. So Aatrox off the table for UTM, but that means Inexhaustive can now pick it up for himself. And yeah, so that's game 1 in the best of 5. Again, the players here are playing for $500 for first place, and that's all thanks to our amazing sponsors, BMO and TELUS Arena.
Yeah, and that's the beauty of Fearless Draft, right? Next game is going to be totally different, so make sure not to go anywhere. We'll be back in just a few minutes, heading into the second game to see if UTM can bring it back and make this a crazy series. See ya.
When I first heard about the TELUS esports series, I was like, there's no way.
I was absolutely stoked. You don't really hear about esports at all in Canada, let alone from a big company like TELUS.
Canada does have a scene, and we do have people who are thriving towards getting us into that bigger picture.
2 versus 1, and it should be their game. The Bronze Bonobos from second, now finally find first.
Simply put, the TELUS Esports Series is esports for everyone. It's our take of what we think the esports industry should look like and where we think it should go. It's way more fun to compete for something when there's something on the line. And the TELUS Esports Series gives players of all skill levels opportunities to experience that. We really want to make the gaming experience more fun for everyone, and we want to help the gaming industry evolve and grow the way that it should. And I think the time is right for it.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back after that game one of the grand finals. As a reminder, this is a best of five, so there's plenty more games to go. But game one was taken by Waterloo in convincing fashion, as we saw a pretty interesting draft by UTM trying to shake things up, but didn't quite end up working out. They overcooked it just a little bit.
Yeah, just to remind any viewers that the draft by UTM was Aatrox top, Jhin jungle, Seraphine mid, Hui APC bot lane, and then Alistair support. You're talking about a card. There's just not too much playmaking on the side of that. I thought that maybe they had this is a draft strategy that they had cooked up before, but it didn't look like it showed too many signs of life in Waterloo. Although it did take them almost 30 minutes, they had an enormous gold lead throughout most of the game.
Yeah, exactly. It just looked like there wasn't any point in the game where UTM could really force against Waterloo. They kind of had push in mid and the bot lane, but really couldn't fight too much by themselves. As I really like the Volibear pick too, really shutting down any possibilities of early aggression. And Latuf has shown time and time again that he's just been able to get so many early advantages with it. But as we talked about, it is fearless draft, so no more Volibear for him.
No more Volibear for him, no more Fiora for Inexhaustive, just these picks off the board for them. When it comes to the game 2 draft, what do you think we're going to see? Do you think we're going to see something more standard from the side of UTM?
Yeah, perhaps. I honestly think there's a lot of different cool things that you can do. The Varus being gone now honestly allows so many different ADCs to come in. There is still like the Lucian and the Draven that can be pretty punishing. But other than that, it really allows the possibility for a lot of these late game scaling ADCs to come in, like Jinx and Zarya are in such a good spot right now. So maybe UTM will go for something like that, where they can also do fairly well in lane, but when they scale up, they can be monsters in team fights, unlike what they had in the previous games.
As you said, Varus can't be picked by Warriors, but if UTM wanted it for themselves, they could. Dan Xiaogu not historically has played a ton of Varus, but you want to talk about scaling both him and his support Abi. They played Tom Kench and Senna quite a bit, and they have earlier in this tournament as well. So that's definitely a more standard pick, a meta pick they could bring out and focus on that scaling to beat out Waterloo later on in the games.
Yeah, exactly. That's a good idea for the bot lane who got there. Hopefully UTM, they're listening in. Maybe they probably got better ideas going on than us two just yapping about here. But yeah, on the other hand too, like we've seen just a lot of these picks are just like standard amazing picks that Waterloo like to go towards, like the Talia, the Volibear, and even the Fiora. Now that all of these are gone, we'll have to see what next layer they can bring out, right? In these normal drafts that we see in just all of pro play, teams can really study up on those few picks that they can just master and get good at. But when you're going into fearless draft and those start getting taken out, it gets kind of scary. Like, are you have actually like if you don't have a big champion pool, this could be pretty worrying if you don't know the matchups of all the other characters.
Exactly. And also we want to talk about, I guess, maybe ban strategy change as well. So knowing that certain champions are already off the table, if you have something that you know you're trying to you think the other team might pick because of their limited champ pool, you can prepare something in counter because of that. Yeah, again, we'll have to see it with getting into game 2 draft how these teams approach it. I don't think they usually play fearless draft in their other leagues, so this is something that they're also adjusting to throughout this tournament. But yeah, like UTM, I'm hoping that they'll step up here and just show us a banger series. Because again, I want to see game 5 fearless draft with so many champions off the table, what these teams bring out.
Yeah, I believe the teams still are getting ready, so we can kind of talk about it. Any cool characters in the meta that you want to see come out?
Honestly, I wouldn't call it a cool character, but again, Cassante was banned that game. I just want to see the Cassante again, just to see how disgusting of a champion he is. Again, that champion going 5-0 today in the earlier MSI series, demonstrating that when piloted properly, Cassante is just an absolutely insane pick. So if that goes unbanned, I can't see a world where one of these two top laners don't pick it. They both know how to play it quite well. So as a top lane player, that's what I'd want to see picked out. What about you?
Yeah, personally, I think now that like the Volibear and the Zinza are gone, a lot of these are like these early game aggressive characters. If they're gone, it kind of brings about the possibility for something that could maybe get strong by like farming up and performing the team fights, like the Diana or the Amumu. I think they've gotten a few buffs here and there, and they're just kind of above that like top tier of junglers. And bringing out these spicy picks, maybe the enemy won't expect it. And when you're going to these like competitive series, especially when it's a best of 5 grand finals, usually teams play a little bit slower and conserved, and it comes down to those objective fights. So if you got like a big Amumu or Diana ulti to really secure those fights, I think those champions can really get a lot of value in these later stages of the tournament.
Amumu would definitely be a spicy pick, as you mentioned. Has been buffed recently, recently enough that he has seen some pro play. Again, not that common. And you want to talk about playmaking junglers? K11 UTM's jungler does play Lee Sin and has earlier in this tournament. Very standard pick. We always love to see a good Lee Sin play. So that would also be my pick in terms of the jungle. Yeah, if he pulls out some crazy, Chinese ladder set, I'd be more than excited.
Yeah, of course. And speaking of Lee Sin too, some other really interesting characters to watch is the Viego too. So maybe would love to see that come out. But we are heading right into draft here. Game 2 of the grand finals. Here we go.
Yeah, so given that Waterloo won Game 1, UTM did get side selection for Game 2, and they opted to pick blue. You can see that similar bans coming out. The Ashe and the RE both saw last game. Malzahar again banned by Warriors. So it looks like the bans will not be too different despite the Fearless draft.
Yeah, exactly. And the sides are actually switched this time, so it's Waterloo on red while UTM is on blue. So we'll see what power picks UTM want to take, as they have the side selection. They want that first pick. And what picks do you think they can go for? Like the Varus is something that they can play while Waterloo can't.
Yeah, I think that given that, again, Waterloo can't pick it, I don't know if they're going to prioritize it early, knowing it can't be picked away, unless they want to hide some of their other picks and just keep the counter pick availability open. It's hard to say what power picks they would grab in their blue side round 1. Darius banned by
Hey, maybe they've been doing some scouting on the OPGG, seeing some inexhaustive Aatrox that they want to make sure they don't want to play against.
Yeah, that's an interesting one for sure. Inexhaustive, we've casted quite a few of his games. It's not a champion that I can at least recall him playing out.
He did actually play it last night in the 3rd game, and he did win with it, so maybe they saw that.
Okay, that would make sense. Again, I wasn't around for that. Okay, we're going to see Jinx round from UTM. Yeah, Darius, okay, like, not a common inexhaustive pick, so they definitely did their scouting in that case. I guess Fearless Trap is forcing inexhaustive onto some more spicier champs in that case.
Yeah, and we talked about it, bringing on that next power of ADCs. Because the Varus isn't there to punish, they're taking the Jinx. Just such a good competitive ADC, can scale up and be so useful for team fights. But speaking of that kind of identity, Kog'Maw is another S-tier ADC right now that can output so much damage. And both these ADCs, they love a little Lulu Milio on their side, enchanting them and buffing them up. So we'll see if that gets picked up alongside them.
Yeah. Honestly, it might be the Enchanter Lulu Milio handshake. Again, both of those ADCs happy with either of those supports. And like you said, Kog'Maw very good right now. Recently, he's been scaling up mostly in solo. He's just very powerful hyper carry pick, and one that a few hyper scaler ADCs that can stand toe to toe with a Jinx late game. So I like this pickup from Warriors, and honestly, they might just be handshaking the scaling bot lane.
Yeah, and they're just taking Xin Zhao, a classic good ADC, to help you throughout all stages of the game. His ultimate does a great job of providing space against these long-range ADCs like Jinx with the rockets, who wants to fight you from afar but really cannot get in close range. So I love to see Xin always being picked up against the Jinx, so good by Waterloo there.
Yeah, and again, UTM picked Xin Zhao in their Game 1, so that means they were not allowed to. So this is not a pick away from Waterloo, rather just an early pick to hide later picks on. If anything, they're giving UTM the choice of whether they want Lulu or Milio here, assuming it's going to be one of those. Jarvan picked by UTM to answer, so again, not a pick away champion given that Waterloo has their jungler, but just a safe standard jungler pick.
Yeah, and Jarvan is an interesting one. Usually people like to take the Xin into the Jarvan, but Jarvan can provide good value. Oh, there it is. You see the Cassante. So if that ends up being locked in, there you go. You wanted to see it, and now it's happening. Cassante picked up before it's banned away.
Yep, going to Katarina blue top lane again. He is very familiar with this champion, so we're going to see a good Cassante performance out of him, opening up the counter pick option for Warriors and Inexhaustive, but maybe I would imagine they'll take that into the second round of picks. Again, this does leave up both Lulu and Milio for one possible pick and one possible ban, which would take away both of UTM. We'll see what Warriors opts for. I would imagine it's a support pick, and Rumble is going to come out. Wow.
It's interesting. I actually thought that the Rumble would be picked with the other side to try and get like a frying pan with the Jarvan ultimate, but it's going to be, I guess, picked away by the side of Waterloo. They want to take it really early, try and use it as a flex between top and mid maybe, and I think it's a pretty good matchup into the Cassante, as you can just be so threatening in close quarter fights with them with all that flame spitter damage.
Yeah, in MSI and Pro Play, it's also very commonly flexing to support these days. Not a standard Callum Koi pick, so I can't imagine it is that. And honestly, if I had to bet, it is Inexhaustive taking a top lane, a pretty standard matchup between Cassante and Rumble these days. That said, I'm surprised Waterloo didn't go for their standard bot lane plus jungle first round. You can see they're banning out Milio here. Lulu's going to be banned by UTM. So both of these ADCs not getting their favorite support pair-ups.
I mean, surely the era of Rumble support has ended, right? Surely you want some peel for your immobile slug who can do a lot of damage. We'll have to see. The Lulu and Milio are gone, so if the enchanters aren't there, maybe it is just Rumble who's going to be paired up with them.
Yeah, we're seeing a Nautilus fan's gonna come through. This is so far a 3-ban.
It's
a
Rumble.
3
It's so
support second
Rumble
round.
support.
Like you said, I would be flabbergasted just leaving Scrim on his lonesome without an Enchanter or CC to peel. But honestly, maybe Waterloo just going for that full kill strategy or anything. It would be very crazy. But what if it's an AP Kog'Maw mid lane?
Yeah, that's true. Definitely a possibility there. And I think the power of the Rumble really comes in when you're against something as weak as the Jinx in laning phase, that you can just run at her with your frame split on, overheating, and she just has to run away. You just get lane prio instantly. So maybe they're just using Rumble to get that early lane prio so that Kog'Maw can scale up. But I love the Tristana pick here if it gets locked in. You still maintain the flex while having a pretty good mid lane option.
I was gonna say this UTM ban from this Yone ban from UTM is quite interesting because that would probably be towards inexhaustive, given that Plex Waterloo's mid laner is almost his champion pool is often mid lane mages. However, they're countering my point right there with picking the Tristana, which either that's again I guess it could be flexed with the Kog'Maw, but my point being that Yone ban would be towards inexhaustive, indicating that UTM doesn't think Rumble is going top.
Yeah, exactly. The more I think about it, the more it looks like it. And ooh, the Vel'Koz coming out here. UTM cooking up some more spicy mid lane picks. He's brought out another mage with the squid, and it's going to give them that long range damage. When Jarvan jumps in on the immobile Kog'Maw, there's going to be a laser shining down on both of them. So good combo coming out.
Yeah, not a common pick in competitive League of Legends, but this is Vel'Koz is a champion Mid V has picked earlier in this tournament, so it is something he's familiar with for sure. And the Rakana pair of the Jinx, not that Enchanter, but having that extra engage to follow up on Cassante and Jarvan is definitely a great asset for team fights. Wow.
Yeah, and with the Leona coming in, it's gonna be the Rumble top lane in the end. No Rumble support shenanigans here. And yeah, Leona's just a solid counter pick into the Rakan specifically because you can actually disrupt the knockup if you can stun him fast enough. So Leona also just being a lot more tankier gives you the edge in those 2v2 fights and fights later on in the game. So I love to see this just frontline option coming out, as their whole team is just not too tanky at the moment.
Yeah, it's a great option to have the tankiness, but in terms of for their supports playing for their ADCs, yeah, like you said, no Lulu, no Milio, so instead they opt for Rakan and Leona as supports. It does offer peel, of course, with the CC, but just not having that ability to buff up their ADCs. The ADCs are going to be dependent on their own spacing and items to be able to deal damage. And again, just towards the Tristana Kog'Maw, I would assume it's Kog'Maw ADC, although that is quite uncommon without an Enchanter.
Yeah, I think it is going to be Kog'Maw ADC. Tristana works pretty well in the mid lane, especially when you got this immobile Vel'Koz that Tristana can just jump on if he walks up too far. I really like Trist in the mid here. And honestly, I'm liking Waterloo's draft a lot more than UTM's once again. But UTM has the Cassante, the 5-0 Cassante and MSI. So maybe having Cassante just wins you games, you know?
Yeah, we'll have to see. Honestly, it might just be the case. I do agree that Waterloo's draft does look up quite well rounded. I think UTM's sort of similar case to their last draft where they kind of have to rely on winning some good wombo combo team fights with all their AoE dive. That said, this time they actually have damage. If Jinx gets fed and gets excited off an engage, I think she can actually wipe up Waterloo. Again, not the tankiest team in the world, as you mentioned.
Yeah, it really is just going to come down to that wombo combo. If Jarvan can get some really good ults onto, especially the Kog'Maw, you can see the Vel'Koz abilities and even like the Death Rocket from the Jinx coming in to follow up. And it's really hard for Kog'Maw to survive that, especially since he doesn't have the Enchanter to help him out. So that's got to be the win con. Get onto that Kog'Maw and kill him before he does too much in these fights.
Yeah, if I were to again be in this game, I definitely wouldn't pick myself to beat Kog'Maw. You'd have to orb block like a madman to be able to stay alive against that level of dive on UTM. Again, I guess if you were to have to pick a champion to play here, what do you think is the best matchup for either of these teams?
Yeah, I think it's probably going to be for Waterloo, I personally haven't played the matchup, but Rumble feels pretty good into that Cassante because you're just so strong in the early game that you can just permanently have Prio and just bully the Cassante in lane, right?
Yeah, for sure. Again, Rumble is quite the lane bully and very strong right now as well. Cassante, again, needs to be piloted well in order to get the full value out of him. But as long as he doesn't fall too far behind, he's always going to be useful and always able to assassinate ADCs almost, it feels like, with his going all out. So both threats that the two ADCs of Waterloo need to watch out for.
Yeah, exactly. And I think if all the ADCs to pick against Jinx, Kog'Maw is something that can kind of match that scaling and be a threat in those team fights. The only outlier is if Jinx can get excited and use that passive to her power. So I think it just comes down to, can Jinx have the space to actually pick up the kill, or will the dive combo with the Xin Zhao in the Rumble and Leona just diving onto her be too much.
So obviously the Jinx a critical pick for the side of UTM, but I think, look, now that we have the knowledge of last game, who do you think is the player to watch on UTM that's going to turn the tide of the game and get UTM evened up in the series?
Yeah, and honestly, I think it might have to be K11 for him. I think he's going to have to step up this game and really make the plays happen. Jarvan is all about getting that early pressure on, finding these creative gank ankles. You know, maybe just do one camp and go for a level 2 gank straight away. Try and catch the enemies off guard. But he did a pretty good job last game too, right? We saw him taking advantage of a lot of kill opportunities despite the team going pretty behind at gold. So if he can replicate that and try and get the Jinx and the Vel'Koz ahead, that'll bode really well for them.
Yeah, I think he did what he can, especially when his lanes are getting pushed in most of the time with the winning lane matchups from the side of Warriors. And the player that I want to look at, I think, is B on the side of UTM, so their support. On the Alistar, found some good headbutt pulverized combos. It's obviously difficult when you don't have the follow-up, but I think just looking for those angles is a great asset. And on the Rakan, another playmaking support. If they can find the engages and get their team set up behind them properly, that could absolutely turn the tide of the fight and the game.
Yeah, Rakan and Jarvan can really pull off some great wombo combos. The main problem with the Jarvan is, like, if he's going in by himself, it's eventually just going to get killed as Jarvan doesn't get too tanky. And
Right.
honestly, with those bruiser items getting nerfed too, that becomes an even bigger problem. We've honestly seen, like, I've seen a lot of Jarvan just going lethality and just trying to do as much damage, almost one-shotting the enemies that they go onto and having success with that. So we'll see if that kind of spicy build eventually comes around. But Rakan offering a little bit of shields here and there, going in with him, should help a lot with the engage.
Yeah, lethality Jarvan would be very spicy. I think one of the games yesterday we saw lethality Lee Sin. Unfortunately, did not get the win, but playing that harder carry style jungle and just taking out the enemy threats without much response is a way of approaching things, especially when you have a Cassandra on your team 2 frontline already. It is definitely a viable option, honestly, and you just hide behind the single tank of Cassandra.
Yeah, I'm calling it here, man. These bruiser items nerfs, I think people will just catch on to the lethality version of the characters. I'll tell you, I've terrorized quite a few ADCs with my lethality Jarvans and ARAMs. So I have a friend who does it a lot too. It's better than you would think, but yeah.
The damage just catches you off guard sometimes, for sure.
Yeah, of course, exactly. And if you're gonna die, might as well do a lot of damage going ahead with it, you know? So yeah, if you can get those crazy engages going, really, I think getting that Jinx ahead is going to be vital because she needs to put out a lot of damage onto that front line to get them ahead in these fights.
And again, I think you kind of touched on it already with just your draft prediction, but if you had to pick a team to win game 2 here, who are you going with?
Yeah, I think for me, it's got to be Waterloo this time again. I swear I'm not biased, guys. But saying off the draft, I think because the UTM side kind of revolves around having to get the wombo combo, and they weren't really able to show it in the last game, I hope they surprise me. But if I'm going to go with the past data, I think they won't really be able to work together enough. And Waterloo honestly does a good job of not grouping up into like one ball to try and get jumped on either too. So I think they can kite it out and play their macro well enough to get the victory here.
Great call out about not grouping up in a ball. I think it's especially important in this game, even more so than the last. And yeah, I think that UTM, again, I'm going to have to take the other side here and just cheer for UTM. I think they can pull it back and even up this series. I think there was some miscoordination between them game 1, like we said, with following up on Abby's combos, for example. But I think now that they're a bit warmed up, they get things ironed out a bit, they'll be able to take this game if they are all on the same page.
Yeah, exactly. And hopefully should be getting in here in less than a minute. So hope you guys are ready for game 2 of the CIE Grand Finals. As we had said, it has Waterloo who's taking the first game, but we'll see if UTM can bite back here. And we're going to see crazier and crazier characters as we go in between these games. So keep tuned for that too.
Yep, as we were loading in, it's going to be UTM on the blue side. Since they lost game 1, they did have side selection, so they chose for blue. Warriors did choose blue themselves when they had side selection in game 1, so it looks like it is the preferred side. And once we get onto the rift, we're going to see how these teams approach this game.
Yeah, I want to see some spicy level 1s, man. We saw quite a few of them last night. Alberta had a really cool one. We saw one in the Waterloo and Guelph Series 2. I think, like, if you do want to go for the lane swap, this could potentially be a game for it too, because Jinx is infamously known for destroying towers really quickly with her minigun. So if they want to get away from this Kog'Maw Leona lane, which honestly isn't the best, I think Kog'Maw beats Jinx early on, and Leona has a good matchup against Rakan in lane 2. So they could potentially look for a lane swap to spice things up.
Yeah, fair point for sure. The lane swap is not something we touched on yet in the draft, so it's definitely something that, as you mentioned, UTM can pull out with the Jinx opting into the lane swap. Yeah, I hope that it is. Honestly, I'm going to say I hope it's something we see because of how spicy it is, but we'll have to determine what happens once we actually get into the game.
Yeah, I believe this is the game to do it. I think Jinx is one of the best characters to have the lane swap with. One of the other ones is Tristana, but she is stuck in the mid lane on the other side for now. But yeah, we'll see where these teams end up going into here. Yeah, so predictions, I think one is going to go 2-0. You think it's going to be a 1-1. Honestly, they do have the Cassante, so maybe just the Cassante diff. He's going to work some magic here and just get them a win like he's been doing in the MSI stage 2.
And we finally load onto the Rift here. We can see both teams fanning out of their base. UTM again on the blue side. Looks like it's going to be a regular 5-point for now. Just some interesting callouts first. I want to call it Scrim has Arcane Comet on the Kog'Maw and a Doran's Ring start. Doesn't confirm he's going AP, but given their given that setup, I would be inclined to say that it is.
Yeah, that's really interesting from him, especially the fact that he committed to the Arcane Comet too. Might suggest that he is going for the AP Cog here. And look where they're going. The bot lane is topside. This might be an angle for the lane swap. I would love to see from UTM. And they're spotting 3 of them on the ward here. They know exactly where a lot of the Waterloo team is. If they get spot, they're actually going to be going for a late invade here with everyone together, and hopefully usually the bot lane goes top after. Latoof does not see them coming. He's going to be starting by himself on this red buff. And interesting pathing here. They're looking to just take the Raptors. Latoof still doesn't know anything that's gone on. I think he just now sees Rakan, and alarm bells going on the side here. Latoof's running for his life as 2 of them are pushing him off his red buff.
Yeah, this is so interesting. Both with Katarina Blue and the bot lane of UTM are on top side here, leaving UW Scrim and Calum quite a free push bot. I'm not entirely sure what the thought process is here, but it looks like they're going to be taking full control of the Tooth jungle as he tries to do the Krugs, but then he's going to be pushed off of that as well.
Yeah, this is actually exactly what you want to do. Your top lane is just going to be sacking his CS and XP here and just going to be bullying the enemy jungle out. The Kog'Maw is going to get a lot of plates, but what they want to do is slowly stack up that top wave and eventually dive this Rumble. So you can see how both Cassante and Jarvan, they're waiting top, and Danshagyu actually gets really good poke onto Rumble, which is going to make this dive a lot easier. He's going to be on, what, like 500 health, and they're going to be catching that next wave so that the minions crash into tower. And here we go. This is where the execution needs to be perfect. When they go for this dive, Katarina, he stacked the Q3. Rakan lands the knockup. K11 lands the chain CC. And just like that, Inexhaustive is killed and no one ends up dying. Beautifully played on the side of UTM.
B actually does go down to Inexhaustive due to his Ignite and taking the turret aggro. So good look by Inexhaustive to instantly ignite whoever took aggro there. A B does flash, but it's not nearly enough. So not the absolute worst. That said, 2 plays already down for UTM and onto Scrim and Callum Coy. So fair compensation. Honestly, just overall, I think great play given the situation from both teams.
Yeah, the opening strategy, if you will, of these lane swaps, pretty much exactly how it's supposed to go according to the book. Kog'Maw's going to get a lot of plates, but on the other hand, you're going to get a kill in that top lane, and Jinx is eventually going to get some plates against the Rumble. However, I think leaving her alone could potentially be a bit scary, as Rumble can kind of just run at you. He does have the flash as well. So we'll see if the Inexhaustive can end up punishing this Jinx on her own.
We'll see how it plays out. As we were talking about before that whole scuffle happened, this isn't, or suspect this is going to be an AP Kog'Maw build from Scrim. So in that case, he might not. Actually, arguably, it's difficult to say, but I think he still will not scale as well in terms of the DPS to tanks with that build. So if you want to let him get free gold, it might not be the absolute worst play in the world.
Yeah, honestly, him going for the AP build here doesn't scale the best. Even the Tristana, she scales pretty well with the levels, but he has gone fleet instead of the lethal, so there could have been some more optimizing there, but it is getting to around the 4-minute mark. We'll see if they stay with the lane swap. Yeah, the Jinx is still going top, so they're going to continue to just avoid that Kog'Maw in the lane.
See Latoof looking bit here.
Oh, Latoof lands, the wind becomes lightning. The flash is coming in. The bomb is going to explode. Mintvy barely lives. Plex cannot get that final auto. And yeah, Mintvy actually burning that flash at the perfect time as a bee jumps out of nowhere and just takes the kill onto Latoof.
Yeah, I'm not even sure if he had vision. That might have been a blind entrance over the wall to be able to hit Latoof with it. Otherwise, he was just looking for the Q with an auto to kill him, but he does hit it as well. And yeah, Mintvy also picks up an assist on that, so great.
Yeah, and now Jarvan's coming around bot lane. K11 looking for the kill onto Scrim here. He's running away with the Ghost. The knockup doesn't land, and I think Scrim can just walk it out at this point.
And just like you called earlier, Inexhaustive solo kills the Jinx top lane. That the Jinx was left all alone. B had not gotten back just yet. And with that flash, Rumble just runs down the Jinx. Jinx opts not to flash.
I mean, I can see it coming, man. That Jinx is... Oh, I mean, B has picked up another kill in a 1-for-1 trade here. Not sure what quite has happened over there, but this Rakan is taking lives here.
Yeah, but that's not so good for them. While Inexhaustive gets that second kill, it effectively winning 2 1v1s back to back. That's so much gold for the Rumble, even though he was also behind in this lane swap.
Yeah, now Callum is spotted out of position here. We'll see if he's going to be able to walk it out. Katarina actually... Oh, Callum with a brilliant dodge there, using the E to get onto the other side and just flashing away.
Yeah, they're not actually going to... Callum's going to be able to scamper out of that one. Plex
now Plex jumping in onto Mint V, getting 3-4 charges onto the Vel'Koz, and this is the matchup that we were talking about, right? If the jungler is not nearby, Plex can just jump in whenever he wants, and he has the dash reset, so he can just quickly get in and out like that.
Instead of the jungler, we have a B hovering now, just try to help him out with Plex. Plex just going to chug his potion and walk away from that. A B level 3 now, just on this perma roam Rakan, looking for the plays. Like you said, had 2 kills to his name, but honestly, I'm not sure how much he is how much he's going to be able to find.
Yeah, and now the top lane wave state is in a terrible position for Inexhaustive. He knows he has to crash it, so K11 and a B are on the prowl. A B gonna try and look for that knockup, but yeah, Inexhaustive, it sucks for him here. They can just freeze it on him if they want, but it looks like they're just gonna be pushing out instead, going for the plates.
It looks like nothing's going to be happening, and notably, Inexhaustive does have his equalizer up now, so if he really wanted to try to break a freeze or farm away from range, he can use that. But instead, it looks like UTM, Dan Xiaogu is going to have a B by his side as they shove that wave in.
Yeah, exactly. And now we're going to be heading into a replay of what exactly happened in that top lane. You can see both of these guys are so low. Inexhaustive, he's going for kills. He knows he's going to die, but it's fine. It's a Rakan, so he can end up getting the kill.
Yeah, I think just Inexhaustive went in knowing that he might die, going for the dive on the Rakan, but again, 1-for-1 training that is worth it. And even though Rakan finds the Grand Entrance to knock him up, the Flame Spitter doesn't stop going even when he's in the air, so he just gets cooked up to a crisp.
Yeah, and because of the lane swap, it just means that UTM are going to be picking up the grubs, so Waterloo grab the dragon. Just the standard trade going out here.
Yeah, if we want to look at some CS across the board, Inexhaust was up a bit on his counterpart Katarina Blue. Nothing too major, though. We know that K11 had that advantage in the jungle early on, so he's going to have his CS lead on the Tooth. But again, nothing too major across the board, and it seems things are standard until this skirmish top.
Yeah, they're jumping onto K11 here. Plex is not going to be able to land too many of his charges. Inexhaustive, he's overheated. He's running at them, but has no more abilities to use, so UTM is able to get out scot-free.
Inexhaustive is so strong right now, honestly. Not completing an item, but with that Haunting Guise and Swifty Boots, as Rumble, he can do so much damage if they actually stay in his Flame Spinner. Looks like they're going in anyways on Callum McCoy.
Yeah, Callum McCoy is in a little bit of trouble. Can the Chompers come out in time? Oh, he's actually going back in. It's going to end up going down. And Inexhaustive is doing so much damage, but the Vel'Koz is here, and he's just lasering them all to death as Dan Xiaogu picks up a double kill here. That's huge for UTM.
Yeah, well, great 2-for-0, both kills going on to the Jinx. I thought they were honestly inting it at first, given they're walking to that small chokehold with the Rumble right there, but it turns out his equalizer is on cooldown. I'm not sure whether he used it for, use it for poke or to clear a wave, like I mentioned, but yeah, it turns out it's a great play and they get the 2-for-0.
Yeah, and just like that, UTM get a great play, but Plex, we've seen it in the previous lane swaps. Usually the other mid goes to help the side lanes, but Plex always just stays mid and he soaks up those plates, so he's going to be continuing to get strong as we head into this mid game.
Yeah, Tristan just takes those plates and turret HP so quickly with the explosion, so I'm sure he's satisfied enough with that outcome. You can see he's up 12 CS now. Maybe he's going to get a bit of that back.
Yeah, with the roam that he had, it makes sense that he's fallen behind a little bit, but it's all to get that Jinx ahead. We talked about how Dan Xiaogu has to put out the damage in the late game, and now with Scrimmachi going AP Kog'Maw, it's hard for anyone to match the damage of the Jinx in these fights if she gets excited.
And honestly, I can kind of respect it as we were talking about it in draft, because Kog'Maw has no enchanter, he has some peel again, but just not the standard setup for an ADC Kog'Maw. So sitting with AP shooting artillery from the backline, not walking too close up to the Jinx or to the Jarvan, I think it's a good play, and as long as he doesn't fall too far behind, he'll still be doing good damage.
Yeah, good, like easier to execute playstyle, I guess it would be, right? Yeah. But yeah, for now, not too much happening. The lane swap's continuing here, and Leona's actually roamed up to the top side. Both supports hanging around over there. there actually haven't been too many more plates that Jinx has been able to accrue. Same with the Kog'Maw on this bot side.
I see with Callum Coy on the Leona hovering top here, it's hard for him to get the push, and similarly, Scrim can't get a push 1v1 against the Cassante. So not a ton of turret damage is going to go on in either side lane, although now K11 is roaming up again. Let's see what happens.
Yeah, and K11 coming up, maybe they might look for a dive, but the fact that Callum Coy is here, they know exactly what's happening. He's on vision too. It's a little bit of a cat and mouse game. But the fact that Callum Coy is in the top lane instead of the bot lane means no dives or anything really end up happening. As a B goes in, Zap hits, and Inexhaustive is also running. Ooh, Callum Coy flashes out the K11 ultimate. The equalizer goes wide, so that means the play should be over here.
Yeah, Inexhaustive and Callum Coy not on the exact same page. If Inexhaustive no, Callum Coy is just going to flash out of that. There's no reason to burn the equalizer. They're not going to continue fighting on it. That said, Waterloo's now setting up their own trap.
Yeah, Callum Coy lands the stun, Plex jumping in, but the TP coming behind, and they're looking to turn the fight here. No ultimate just as of yet, as Jarvan goes in. Latouf with the great spacing out there, but he's still going to end up going down here. The next TP coming in, Callum Coy, can he get the kill onto Katarina? No, as Dan Xiaogu is on a killing spree now.
Yeah, first that looked like a great play from Waterloo to pull both Latouf and Plex up there for the 4-man play, but both TPs coming out on UTM just means there's no way to counteract, and now they're looking for the dive.
Yeah, they're looking for the dive onto here. Plex still has the jump, so they're going to go onto Inexhaustive. Knockouts coming left and right. Plex is getting lasered, and it's going to be kills picked up straight to the carries pockets.
Yeah, excellently executed juggling the turret aggro on the high HP target means that there's no threat of dying to the turret, and Dan Xiaogu just now is so fed. 4-1 and 4. Callum Coy is going in.
Yeah, he doesn't have too much damage by himself, though, so I think they can just walk it out. Going a bit too... Ooh, great wind becomes lightning, but he already used the charge, so he cannot follow up on it.
Yeah, and also they get so much turret damage on there. We're going to be hopping into a replay right now as you see what happened top exactly. You know, starting off, as you said, Callum Coy just sitting on the ward. A B decides to go in.
Yep, B decides to go in, and they're actually stronger on the initial part of this fight. Great flash, but the equalizer goes a little bit wide. I think this fight would have gone crazy if the equalizer was saved as well, but you see two of them hiding in this bush, no vision, and as soon as they look to push the wave, they come in, like jumps in, and you see the TP coming instantly out. You think Waterloo can turn this fight, but the wind becomes lightning is so good. You are able to spread them all apart, but Zinzao is just alone by himself. They're able to pick up 2 kills instantly. The TP is not really amounting to anything there.
You can see that second to go. We have another.
We're going back to life for straight another fight. Plex is caught in the Jarvan ultimate, and he's going to be killed in the Cataclysm.
Another great play by UTM. We could also see they took down that top outer turret for the first turret, and UTM pulling away with the lead here now, almost over 4K up actually. And yeah, just great plays by them across the map with this comp.
Yeah, exactly. And we talked about how they need to be proactive, get some combos in the early game. Inexhausted with the equalizer, but he's just trapped by himself. You see Latu coming around the side, but the numbers disadvantage is crazy as he just has to flash out. Not sure what that was.
Yeah, Inexhaustive going in, flashing it over the wall onto 4 as a rumble with no, or not flashing, excuse me, blast going over the wall on 4 without any way out other than burning his flash. The equalizers seem to not bad, but without numbers there's just no way to fight that.
Yeah, and he's the one with all the kills on his teams, right? The plays he's got to be making are, like, they cannot miss. He needs to be the one carrying his team in this mid game with that rumble damage with the equalizer, but he needs to kind of fight a bit more with his team, so there's, like, maybe some CC. Oh, Minty actually just kills Leona in the bot lane, I believe, as the Jinx Rocket coming in to maybe get a kill steal, kill secure, but he just dies too quickly.
Yeah, Minty demonstrating his prowess on this Vel'Koz 4-0 and 3. He has finished his Ludens and also has that 10-stack Dark Seal. He honestly does so much damage. This Leona just not nearly tanky enough to survive.
Yeah, and with the numbers advantage, this Dragon is going to end up going to UTM as well.
Everything on the map going over to UTM. Golding almost 5k now. Scrim's now left on his lonesome. They're actually going to go for the 2 first, but I don't think this is looking too good for Waterloo as, again, Scrim is stranded under turret as a lonely. Oh my god, Minty is landing absolutely everything. This Kog'Maw does not stand a chance. This guy is an aimbot. You can tell he did well in his trick course in high school, man. Like, this guy is so good on the Vel'Koz. Yeah, insane. That's going to be a second turn now for UTM on that bot outer. Plex does trade it back mid with the Tristana push. No one to answer that. So some compensation for Waterloo, but again, this game is slowly slipping out of their hands, and I'm not sure how well they're going to scale with this Jinx and also the Mejai's now on the Vel'Koz.
Yeah, it's really running out of hand here as they've gone to like a 4.5k gold lead. Waterloo needs a good fight for them. I think their hope really lies on an exhaustive here, right? If they can get a good combo with like Leona and Latouf, like setting up some crazy in equalizer, that's the only way I can really think of them coming out of this.
I'd have to agree. Looking at the builds, now we can see Cassante opting into the Hollow Radiance plus the Merc Treads means he's going to take almost no damage from Inexhaust's Rumble or Scrim's Kog'Maw. It's going to be up to this Jinx to somehow cut him down, but when you have all these other champions behind the Cassante doing so much damage, I don't know how they're going to be able to operate in even team fights.
Yeah, I think UTM should just be able to run away with this here, but we'll see if Waterloo... They've gotten out of some like sticky scenarios before, especially in that series last night. That last game was pretty scary, but they were still able to pull out with the win. So with Waterloo, it's never over till it is. As a B goes in, the zap hits, and Callum instantly flashing in, but it's onto a B. So Latouf, he's gonna have to try and get out by himself, but the grand entrance, a B is going in. Vel'Koz picks up one of the kills. Zinzao also going down. Plex does not hit the jump, as he's just gonna get sniped out here. Callum Coy next to fall.
It's an ace because Inexhausted got solo killed by the Cassante top.
The honestly... Cassante beat the Rumble too. That's crazy.
Yeah, just again, that MR build is too much for Inexhausted to deal with, even though he has Leandries. That honestly thing, some miscoordination from the side of Warriors. Callum Coy flashes it on the Leona. Scrim couldn't really get in there and just gets killed by Vel'Koz on the other side, and there's not much damage otherwise from Warriors. I don't want to call it a desperation play just yet, but it just does not look too good for Warriors from here on out.
Yeah, Callum Coy really just trying to pull the trigger there, but he did it on the Rakan, I believe. Didn't quite get onto Dan Xiaolu. He didn't even have to burn the flash. He's absolutely chilling still.
Yep, chilling it is, and we're going to go into replay with the solo kill top here.
Yeah, you can see Cassante, he's about to drag him over this wall. He's going to turn into an assassin. Inexhausted, he's got a lot of damage, but like you said, the MR items are a little too good here as Cassante is easily pulled away with the kill.
Someone called Showmaker because this champion is just absolutely running the meta once again. You can see Inexhausted. You know, he did do some good damage, frankly, even without the equalizer landing all that much. But
yeah, Latouf going in, but the flash by Mint V. But Callum Coy is right behind Lens, all the CC, and it's a much needed shutdown going over to Plex. But oh my god, he actually ends up getting one on the back. But it is just like it's a fork in depth Leona. I don't think she was worth too much gold.
Yeah, I'm sure Waterloo is satisfied enough with that. Plex gets a big shutdown, and he is going to be their primary DPS carry now in this game. Throughout the rest of the team.
Loses the Magi stacks too. That's the biggest part of it.
A huge point. He still has 10 after that. It just goes to show how much he had before dying to that. It is his first death. So, you know, he's going to have to work to get those back up if he wants to have it stacked for the rest of this game. But again, one death is not going to stop UTM.
Yeah, exactly. And now we've got a little bit more than a minute for this next dragon to come around. Both of them have one at piece, and Mountain Soul is absolutely crazy. You want both of these teams fighting for it, so I think we're going to see a big fight break out. And key characters into this next fight, Vel'Koz and Jinx, can they pop off in these team fight, or are they going to be hit by the equalizer? Some crazy wombo combo is going to be killed off.
Yeah, frankly, I don't see a world where this plays out well for Warriors. Even if when it comes to a wombo combo, they don't have that much CC. It's all dependent on Leona hitting multiple people with the Solar Flare almost to set up an equalizer or set up Kog'Maw's AoE. Because beyond that, they don't have, again, that much CC setup.
Yeah, and on the other side, you got such good dive with the Jarvan and the Rakan on the side of UTM. And K11 is so fed at this point. He's hit that 2-item spike. Oh my god. Yeah, and you can see Scrim is almost dead here. The laser is just gonna end up killing him. Oh my god, Mitvi is just insanely strong right now.
He's absolutely crazy at 14 stacks again on the Magi. Scrim pops the Ghost to try to sidestep all this projectiles flying at him, but it's not enough. He can't outrun the laser. I think Exhaustive is going to find the top turret here to try to trade something back, and notably he does have Demolish, so that does help a bit for his push on the side lane. And that's actually an objective bounty.
Yeah, huge for Waterloo to get that, but they still got a 6k gold deficit to fight out of. They're looking to just give this dragon and maybe try and scale up, I guess, or look for a better fight. But for now, that is going to be the Mountain Dragon going over to the side of UTM.
And when it comes to scaling, it's honestly, I'm hard-pressed to say that Waterloo even outscales. Again, the AP Kog'Maw means there's not going to be a crazy amount of DPS on him. Tristana does do some pretty good damage, but you're up facing a Jinx and a Cassante. I don't know if Waterloo's going to be able to just stall this out to late game and win. I don't know if that's a viable strategy here.
Yeah, I think they really need to look for picks on the side lanes, especially this Vel'Koz. He's a very immobile character, so if you can catch him out on the side lane, maybe try and group up, get Callum Coy onto the side lane like they did in that bot lane. I think that's their best way back into the game.
The blind E from Callum's gonna miss. Yeah, I think killing this Jinx is gonna be critical. Again, they did pick up that kill on Mint v bot lane, so that Vel'Koz shutdown is a lot lower than it was before. As you said, K11 is also very fed, so big shutdown on him. Just regular kills are not going to be doing the trick. You got to get these shutdowns if you want to be able to have the goal to fight.
Yeah, and now there's not much that they need to do. They're going to spawn the Herald. They're going to easily take this inner tower and looking to charge the Herald into the next tower too. Katarina Blue is still unmatched on this bot lane.
They're going for the second charge.
B's gonna go for the charge.
No, he's not. He's
actually,
going bot.
I think he's... Oh, they actually smote it, so he's gonna have to get out of there. Nice play by Latouf, but it is a Rakan, so they're gonna get out there pretty easily.
Yeah, they almost would have got him. You see the bot inner turret for Waterloo is pretty low now. They're going to make a play on it. They have them all, so try to crack, but they're not going to wait as their minions die. Everyone almost bot side now. They're actually pulling the Vel'Koz TP. The whole of both teams on this bot side looking for this.
I guess they really just want to pressure and want to stay as 5, but now a B looking to go in onto Flex. The Jarvan ulti hits, the Vel'Koz ulti on top, and now you see Katarina gonna be a little bit too far, gonna end up going down, and Exhausted barely did. K11 flashing on him to secure the kill, but now huge shutdown going down over on the other side of the fight. You see Callum Coy creating space for his team, but he's just not tanky enough. Kama gets one, Zindao gets another, and now it's a triple kill for Latouf. Waterloo actually turned this around.
What an amazing turnaround. It looked kind of bad for them at the start with the U-team. You can see they go for the turret dive 5v3 knowing that Scrim and Callum Coy were still mid. Let's see what happens here.
Yeah, they kind of, I think, just over-dive here. There is a turret to go through, and K'Sante kind of instantly dives. And on the back, look at Callum Coy here. He actually provides so much space for his team while the backline is able to kill Leona. Yeah, exactly. That's a Leona with the aftershock. He slowly ends up going down, but the artillery from above gets one more, and Latouf picks up the next, so it's a triple kill for them.
Yeah, great play by Waterloo. It looks like that, again, it looked bad for them at the start, but they do manage to turn around and get a lot of kills. Latouf getting the triple kill there, so it's a lot of gold onto him. Unfortunately, you maybe would have preferred it onto Plex or Scrim, but nonetheless, they should be happy about that. They've closed the gold lead down to 4K.
Yeah, it is a bit unlucky that Latouf gets the kills, but I think beggars can't be choosers at this point, unfortunately. Waterloo just happy that they were able to slowly get a little bit back into the game, but I think they're still in pretty dire straits still.
We'll see if they can find another play similar and just get that back, get more gold onto their hands. You can see, again, just calling back to the play, K'Sante did end up diving in almost in the backline alone, so he did get melted down a bit, but now he is at 2 items, he has more armor. Again, not an easy kill if you have the rest of his team behind him.
Yeah, it's more that he also popped his ulti too, so it becomes a lot squishier.
Right.
If you're trying to tank up, maybe not pop the ult next time, but yeah, I think UTM's still in a really good spot here. That Jinx is scaling up. If she can finish her IE for the next fight, she's going to be a menace to deal with. But Baron started up right away.
Yeah, might they be setting up the Baron, taking a page out of Waterloo's book. There's going to be a 23-minute Baron, so not quite as early as Waterloo's tends to start it.
Okay, he does cancel it. Yeah, they do see that they're on it. Latouf might have to go in for a miracle steal here. They get vision onto the Baron. K11 instantly jumping onto him, and a B following up, but the ult does grant him some space while K'Sante is on the other side. Gonna fight on 2 fronts. The Xin Zhao's falling down. K'Sante falls on the other side, and it's just a 1-for-1 trade. You take that if you're Waterloo.
Yeah, I'm sure they're perfectly fine with that. They get UTM off of the Baron. That would have been... Oh. Nothing else is going to happen. I was going to say, Katarina Blue's TP is a bit deep, so split from the rest of his teammates. He's just stuck in a 1v4. And they are able to kill him in that situation, of course. But yeah, not the best play. Now Waterloo actually has the push.
Yeah, they got the inside track onto this mid lane, so slowly going to get a little bit of damage, but I don't think they can really get this tower. They're literally just looking to get the push so that they can get onto this dragon. They really want to stop UTM from stacking up these mountain dragons.
Yeah, Latouf's just spawning now. He's going to be running from base. K'Sante still 5 seconds and doesn't have TP. Looks like, is there going to be a team that gets priority here first? Nope, TP on the side of Waterloo as Exhaust is clear.
Exhaust is dying to Baron.
He's going to go clear top without TP here, so not sure wise. Yeah, UTM's pulling
like, you're just giving up Dragon at this point, I guess. We'll see if they're still doing the fighting for it. Yeah, it's a little bit of a interesting back here by Jinx too, but they don't know the Jinx isn't there, I guess, so they're going to end up getting the space on this Dragon. They're actually just going to be starting it up. They do not care at all. They're just faking up that pressure, and the Dragon is going to be theirs. As Waterloo, they're going to give it, maybe try and get some vision back on the Baron.
Yeah, I was gonna say maybe Dan Xiaogu actually with the Giga Brain play with the Phantom presence and Waterloo knowing there's still a 5 members down there, the assumption anyways, they're gonna give up the Dragon, which is perfectly fine, sending Rumble Top to pick up the wave. And that's gonna put UTM on Mountain Soul point here, which is definitely one of the, definitely not a great soul to let them have.
Yeah, and Jinx has reached her Everest. She has gotten the IE. She's 3 items. This is the point where Jinx can just pop off in these team fights. So you really have to try and get onto her if you're the side of Waterloo.
Yep, 3-item Jinx, Vel'Koz with 2 items plus that measures on 22 stacks. Even with that pretty good fight for Waterloo balling, they're again going to be fighting an uphill battle here, despite just the 4k gold lead.
Yeah, and UTM have got their eyes back on the bear, and they want to try and force a fight here. But just vision battles going left and right so far, though.
We're going to see what they can make happen in the next team, but I want to see Inexhausted. Is he caught out here?
Yeah, B goes in for the knockup, but the team is a little bit far away. Callum Koi stops him out, but Inexhausted is instantly dead, though. K11 gets the kill. The Jinx is excited, going on to Callum next. The Cataclysm goes on to him. The Flash is burned. Scrim is dead, and Dan Xiaogu gonna pick up one other kill here, and that's surely gotta be Baron for them at this point.
And there's just no way for Waterloo to play that fight. Inx also gets caught out without Flash. Minty pops the Life-Form Disintegration Ring. Callum Koi actually flashes to cancel it using the Solar Flare, which means it's not up for the rest of the members. There's just, again, no CC on the side of Waterloo to slow down their rush.
Yeah, the front line is so tanky at this point. Latouf cannot get back in. As Kasate going in for the kill here. Latouf, he cannot do run away. Oh, the knockup actually misses as Latouf flashes away, gets out with his life for now. Pike's actually doing a good job. He's just going for the split push. He has to demolish too. We'll see how much of this turret he can actually get out. The minions are gone, so he's going to be next on the dinner table. He does actually get the tower. That's a pretty big objective bounty going over to them, but he's going to instantly be killed. K11 going to yoink that kill for himself.
Honestly, respect the play by Plex. Getting gold back for Waterloo and also getting the mid push is something that, you know, you can be decently content with given the game situation. But yeah, UTM just so far ahead now. You can see all their carries are so fetty, and even their non-carries have plenty of items on them. Minty is going to hit the death cap soon. Callum Koi's going to force the case. Yeah,
great engage by Callum Koi. Getting the flash out of Dan Xiaogu. A B is going to be slippery enough to get out, but forcing that flash is huge for these upcoming objective fights.
Yeah, flashless Jinx means that she is a bit vulnerable, but again, very strong and also has many beef balls around her. Mint V still has flash up himself, so that's also a carry that can carry for UTM even if the Jinx goes down.
Yeah, but now they're knocking on the base here. They're trying to look onto Katarina Blue, but this guy's so tanky. He's not going to be killed too easily. But the Equalizer is actually in a great position. Latouf's going to end up picking up the kill, but this is in trade for their mid tower and inhib. Callum Koi looking for an engage angle to go in, but they are going to be able to get out.
Yeah, mid inhib goes down. Not the best inhib to take when in terms of getting pressure on the map, but you can be content with it nonetheless. And it's going to be down for when Dragon spawns in 2 minutes, which is some good push pressure you're going to automatically have. Waterloo, again, still on the back, but now down almost 7k. We'll see if they can try to make something happen on this next Dragon, which would be Soul for UTM. And if not, then I think this game might be all she wrote.
Yeah, and now the Dragon, like you said, one more needed for that Mountain Soul, which is going to help them so much because the only way to lose is like Jinx or Vel'Koz just gets one shot randomly, right? But that shield from Mountain Soul will help so much. But for now, Dan Xiaogu does not have flash, so this upcoming fight, I think it's essential for them to get onto her and just blow her up before the fight even starts, or else it might be too little too late.
And we actually have a pause coming out now. Not sure what the problem is, and if we find out, we'll let you know as soon as possible. But yeah, this game is not looking good for Warriors, as you were mentioning. And when it comes to, I guess, win condition for Warriors, it's not looking too good.
Yeah, at least there is, I think, a little win condition for them. I think, like we said, getting onto that Jinx, if they can do that, they can win the fight. But there are still so many other threats on the side of UTM. The Vel'Koz is insanely strong. He has finished up that all-important Rabadon's death cap, so he's going to be doing 1 billion damage in like 2 seconds.
Yeah, astronomical amounts of damage to an already squishy team comp. You know, if you dodge everything, I suppose, then you can avoid it, but that is much, much easier said than done. As we did get out of the pause, but we might be entering another one right away. Nope, fortunately not. The players managed to sort
a little
all those
buffer
issues.
that happens at the replay. Good old 15-year-old client. We love to see it. But yeah, you can see this death bush really well played by UTM. They're just trying to force Waterloo to come up for vision. You can see how scared Callum Koi is to try and walk up, but it's just so scared to walk in, right? Like, they can jump in from anywhere. The Rakan, the Jarvan can just come at you, and the Jace can blow you up.
Yeah, in terms of also winning this game, I was going to say a couple fights ago before. Oh, like I might get cut off again as another fight starting. Maybe not. I think the Rumble
just always loves to go in, man.
Yeah, he's always pushing the trigger. 19 KP on him, great showing. I'm sorry, but I was going to say that the Rumble equalizers I think need to be better. They're often used on just one member, and again, there's not a lot of CC to set it up. But I think that is your game-changing ability. You need to hit it onto multiple members if you want to win a team fight. Now it's starting up again.
Yeah, and now Leona's going in by herself. Nothing's gonna happen though. Latouf is stuck out by himself. The Jinx doesn't do any damage, but the Cassante is in here. The equalizer is way off in Narnia as Cassante takes him somewhere else too. Latouf, he's still alive for now, but eventually ends up going down. K11 is just demolishing everyone in this game. And now it's just inexhaustive. Last one left. We'll see if they try and go for the end, or if they're just going to play it safe and get the mountain soul for themselves.
Yeah, Vel'Koz has TP. He's going to actually TP bot. It looks like Jarvan's ping onto the Dragon, though. So it's going to be a two double-edged sword here. As we look at Vel'Koz is going to go into the turret spot. Meanwhile, they get the Dragon Soul as well from the Jarvan. Means they're winning out on both sides, and it's going to be just an amazing swing for UTM.
Yeah, Katarina's a bit low. Kalamkoi flashing into your great combo by him. We'll see if Inexhaustive can pick up the kill, or if Katarina is just too strong. He does get the kill on him. Mint V is left up. Leona may actually be able to solo kill the Octopus here, as she has quite a bit of damage with her passive. Mint V trying to land the abilities. Leona, the passive proc just in time as Mint V is able to get out with his life.
Yeah, just seeing that Vel'Koz damage exploded Rumble from half with one ability and then just destroying the Leona as well, even though she dodged most of it. Kalamkoi doing what he could in that situation, but it's just not nearly enough. Cassante does go down, but that's not going to be the swing that Waterloo needs. They're down almost 8k now, and the Dragon Soul, this one is looking like it might be done.
Yeah, and their base is left in tatters. 2 towers and an inhib gone. The Baron spawning up. UTM just going to look to get that and march it down mid to win the game here. And unless they make some crazy misplay, there's just nothing really that Waterloo can do.
Yeah, we're seeing in these teams, but there's also almost no way Waterloo can play the game. They have, again, as I mentioned for almost 10 times now probably, they have no CC, so just they can't, that's really difficult to slow down UTM just running at them. And in terms of damage, they're also outclassed there with how far behind they are.
Yeah, the Vel'Koz on 12 kills, K11 on 10. The Jinx surely gonna get a few more than 8 in that last team fight. As she's now almost full build here. Gonna get some lifesteal to finish off the build.
As you said, Baron spawning in under 20 seconds now. It's also gonna be an Elder in 5 minutes, although I would be surprised if we reached that point in the game.
Yeah,
Teams
but yeah,
Baron,
they're doing their due diligence, just getting the vision all around this top jungle, making sure that the Latouf cannot somehow randomly get in and flash smite it away, you know?
Yeah, I mean, that's going to be the hope for Waterloo here. Again, of being looking a bit caught up, but always has that dash to just scamper away, but only is going to go a bit low and eat up the honey for to heal up. Rumble pushing out mid here with the inhib down again. They have those super minions. Mint V is going to match the push. Ready to
this looks like it will just be the last fight here, as unfortunately another pause coming in. As we'll just have to wait a little bit more before this game probably ends. And you can see Waterloo probably in the pause time. They're like, what can we do, guys? What can we do?
Yeah, when it comes to stalling the game, this might be the best strategy. As we're hearing from production, it actually is Kalamkoi on the side of Waterloo who is lagging. He's experiencing some high ping. Again, this is not a LAN, so unfortunately, probably have to face. And again, like you said, yeah, using this strategy may be the best way to stall out the game, although it doesn't get Waterloo any more gold, unfortunately.
Yeah, exactly. And I think you're just hoping for a miracle steal. Try and get some space to the back of the Dragon Pit so that Xin Zhao can flash over and hopefully just beat out K11 on the smite. If he uses the Wind Before Lightning, or Wind Becomes Lightning, sorry, right before the smite, he can get enough damage to overpower K11's smite, hopefully. So that's got to be the only thing they can play for. While on UTM, you just want to drag them into you and try and win that fight as soon as they come near you.
Thankfully, we're hearing that Kalamkoi's ping has settled down a bit, so hopefully we're jumping back into the game soon enough. I mean, you can never trust the internet providers these days. That said, we do what we can. But yeah, like you said, in terms of win con, you just have to get that crazy smite steal out of Latouf, or maybe, honestly, the Kog'Maw ult is not exactly out damaging a smite, but it can be used from range, and maybe it's not something that UTM will see coming. That said, I think they'll force the case before Waterloo even has the option.
Exactly, and you can see they're absolutely taking their time with it, making sure Mint V gets over here before they'd like to do anything. So really doing their due diligence, going to slowly start it up now as Latouf going to get some vision in the pit. They know they're on it. Kalimko actually went for a back to refresh the boards, and the Baron is going down. Latouf, he's landed the mark on him. He has the flash. 4K left. It's slowly going down, but they're not going to finish it. They're playing it so well. UW Scrim is completely chunked down. The death bucket goes wide. A B going in, and now Minfy is legendary with that kill, but Latouf is still up, so I think they're just going to look to fight. Oh, he goes in with the flash, and it's actually Jinx that gets the Baron in the end, and that's surely going to be it here with Latouf and Inexhaustive going down. There's a Slug, a Yordle, and a Leona stopping them from ending this game.
I think that might actually be a pug in this case, but again, yeah, not too useful. Leona is going to be caught out. Ping or not, you are going back to the fountain. And this game looks like it might be over for UTM. Latouf had a good look there. I think his timing was not bad. Unfortunately, smited early, and it's actually Jinx that somehow finishes off the kill. You can see K11's smite is still up, actually, but regardless, either or.
Yeah, Plex buffers it, but I don't think he can do too much damage as K11 flashes on him. One tower left, the laser into the fountain as a dog ends up going down, and it's going to be UTM picking up game 2 over here, tying up the series.
Yeah, great play by UTM all around. I think that, going into draft predictions that we're now 1-1. Like you said, I think we didn't talk about too much in draft, but just right before the game, I think the game swing here was just that lane swap. UTM played it out so well, putting Waterloo so far behind. Inexhaustive got some gold in compensation, but he wasn't able to push that advantage nearly as much as UTM did with their swap advantage. And yeah, they just ran away with the game.
Yeah, that lane swap was honestly a linchpin. They played it so well. Jinx randomly died once, but other than that, that dive at the top lane, right at the beginning of the game, was so well executed that there just wasn't too many avenues for Waterloo to come back. I think especially that Kog'Maw going for the AP build instead of the AD really takes out a lot of that scaling from their team, so they don't have that late game pressure to try and match the Jinx. So as the game went on, we just saw that UTM easily scales up, and there wasn't much Waterloo could do.
Yeah, and also Minfy on the Vel'Koz, I want to give a shout out, just did so much damage and actually out-damaged Jinx in that game. He just all hitting everything, like you said, looking like a trig class for him, but way too easy. Honestly, I like him a lot better on this pick than he did on the Seraphine, not building too much damage. That said, again, this is a fearless draft, so unfortunately not something we'll be able to see out of Minfy again.
Yeah, but if he's on point with those skill shots, maybe he can bring out something like the Xerath, maybe like the Zoe or something like we saw in the series last night. These mages have been working out if he can hit those crazy skill shots. But yeah, but this is fearless draft. All those champions are just scrap right now, so the Jinx is gone. Maybe can be replaced by like Zeri or Aphelios or something.
Yeah, for sure. And yeah, from Waterloo's side, they're going to have to change up their draft as well, of course. They did look a bit uncomfortable with that style. I think not playing around the bot side as much as leaving Scrim on a non-traditional ADC. The APC picks are kind of 0-2 now in the series. They're not look that good. Cassante is available for Waterloo. I think that's
still undefeated.
Yeah, still undefeated. And it's also something that UTM can't pick, so that's something available to them. Again, as I mentioned, there wasn't that much setup for Inexhaustive's Rumble, unfortunately, but I think that despite some early resources given to him, he couldn't quite carry it out as that pick. So yeah, see something different from him, and yeah, the series now even up makes it very exciting.
Yeah, and we've got a little bit of time between games here, so I just want to talk a little bit about our sponsors. You want to tell me who they are this time?
Yeah, of course. So our two sponsors for this game that are, again, these two teams in the grand finals playing for $500 as the winners, and that's thanks so much to our two sponsors, BMO and TELUS Arena. So firstly, with BMO, to focus on what's important, this is for all the students out there. BMO has checkings and savings accounts, credit cards, and borrowing options specifically designed for students like you and I, Karthik, and also anyone else out there. And also, I think the students love this one. You get up to 12 months of Domino's Pizza, which is worth almost $200 for free with BMO's current student offers. And for me personally, I think that's just, honestly, that would be the selling point, because in this economy, I can never give up free food. And as a student, it's just too important.
Yeah, I think they got these crazy no monthly plan fees while you're in school and for up to 1 year after you graduate. And they've got a lot of convenient branch locations close to home and campus, as well as unlimited transactions, including the Interact e-transfer one. So really just putting out so much value in their student banking plans.
And what goes better with pizza than some gaming? And that's where TELUS Arena comes in. So TELUS Arena is the best place for Canadian gamers like you and I to play. You can improve your skills through free coaching from pros, compete to win thousands of dollars in prizes, and whether you're a casual gamer looking to learn or a pro gamer looking to win, there's a place for you at TELUS Arena. So, if you're just someone like me, you're kind of a scrub and soak, you want to get better, you can just get free coaching, which is honestly so game-changing. It usually costs up to hundreds of dollars. And yeah, otherwise, if you want to be like these players we're seeing in CIE and win some money for yourself with monthly events across a variety of games, there's always something going on at TELUS Arena. So make sure to join the TELUS Arena Discord to stay updated on all of their activities.
Yeah, that honestly seems like such a cool opportunity just like to learn or just get some prizes. So make sure to join their Discord if you want to get involved. But yeah, for now, it's going to be a tied up series in this best of 5. It's going to get spicy. It's going to go the distance, and Fearless Draft makes it as much as entertaining as possible. So after a quick little break, we'll be back for game 3 to see who can get the next step over each other.
Don't go anywhere.
When I first heard about the TELUS esports series, I was like, there's no way.
I was absolutely stoked. You don't really hear about esports at all in Canada, let alone from a big company like TELUS.
Canada does have a scene, and we do have people who are thriving towards getting us into that bigger picture.
2 versus 1, and it should be their game. The Bronze Bonobos from second now finally find first.
Simply put, the TELUS esports series is esports for everyone. It's our take at what we think the esports industry should look like and where we think it should go. It's way more fun to compete for something when there's something on the line. And the TELUS esports series gives players of all skill levels opportunities to experience that. We really want to make the gaming experience more fun for everyone, and we want to help the gaming industry evolve and grow the way that it should. And I think the time is right for it.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back. We are in a banger of a series here. UTM 1, Waterloo 1. We're going to have to see who takes this next game as we head into game 3 of this best of 5.
Yeah, evening it up from UTM, although Warriors looked pretty dominant in that first game. You know, the UTM answering back quite handedly themselves. As we were talking about before the break, I think the key difference in that was just the lane swap from UTM, really taking advantages across the map with it and being able to just run it through with the rest of the game.
Yeah, Kog'Maw opting for that AP build to try and harass with the Comet more in lane. They just completely avoid all of that, get the scaling Jinx onto the other side of the map, and they were able to just avoid that hard lane, let the Jinx scale up. They got some crazy plays by K11 and Mint V on the Jarvan and the Vel'Koz to bring them across the finish line to pick up one game back and make it 1-1.
I think some key players in that game were Abi on this. Abi support for UTM and Callum Coy support for Waterloo. They're both trying to make roam plays earlier on. You know, you can see them both playing towards that top lane while leaving Cassante for UTM bot and Jinx for Waterloo bot as well. I think the critical difference there is just that leaving, or not Jinx, sorry, for Waterloo, Kog'Maw for Waterloo, leaving that Kog'Maw lone bot against the Cassante, just not able to push that pressure, as you said, building AP, not having the most advantage there with scaling on. And Cassante, just that 100% win rate pick both here and at MSI. Even if you're in a weak lane or playing weak side, it doesn't matter. You're still going to be useful later on, and that's what we saw.
Yeah, we should have known, man. The Cassante just doesn't lose. So we'll see if Waterloo pick it up in this next lane, you know. The Aatrox is also still available for them because it was UTM that picked it in game 1. So this is like a partial fearless draft, but we'll still see a lot of different picks coming out here.
Yeah, if I had to make a prediction here, you know, in the series, if Waterloo needs 2 more games to win, I'm going to call it that. One win is an inexhaustive Aatrox top, and the second one is an inexhaustive Cassante top. I think those are the 2 power picks for them right now. Again, on the Rumble that game, he did look pretty good at times, but overall, just I don't think it fit too well into the team comp as a pick. He wasn't able to just leverage his strengths of AoE damage, and so yeah, we're just going to see how they adjust for this draft going into the 3rd game, which is pivotal to hit match point.
Yeah, exactly. And I think UTM, they might want to try and play towards that lane swap again, right? We talked about specific characters that would be better than others for lane swapping. The Jinx might be gone, but something like Tristana can take towers so quickly, and you can have some better weak side characters like Sion who can just, even if you kill him, he'll get the wave, he'll get the XP anyway too. So let's see if they pick up those kind of characters that are still available in this draft and try and play for that lane swap and make Waterloo uncomfortable again.
Yeah, just speak of uncomfortable, I just think Waterloo doesn't look so great in these lane swaps. They haven't, as far as I'm aware, done it themselves, or at least not often. And whenever they're facing into it, they do look a bit discoordinated earlier on, relying on the enemy team's mistakes to try to stay even rather than their own play. We saw during the Guelph Griffin series yesterday that they had to face it again, and they did win that game. However, again, I think there were some fumbles on Guelph Griffin, especially with the dives that they were making. So yeah, Waterloo's got to adjust here if UTM's going to play that lane swap again.
Yeah, you're exactly right. When Guelph did the lane swap, they didn't do the dive quite properly, and Inexhaustive actually got a kill. But you look at UTM doing it, it was absolutely perfect. Not a single one of them died, and they were able to also like do specific things like try and poke out the Rumble before the dive even happened, stacked up that nice wave, and be patient on that dive. It was really just absolutely well played by them. So we'll see if Waterloo want to try and go for like contesting that lane swap, try and get some advanced wards in the enemy jungler, try and spot out where this bot lane is going ahead of time to kind of stop that from happening.
And again, when it comes to the lane swap, I think, so given that Waterloo lost the last game, they had side selection for this game and opted for blue. So as far as we've seen, lane swap is most often done from blue side, not always is the case. But again, if there is a lane swap from UTM on the red side, that is a bit of a change up as well.
Yeah, exactly. And with that, we are heading into draft here. It's going to be Waterloo opting for blue side here. Blue side seems to be the hot side that everyone wants. So we'll see what kind of cool first pick they're going to be able to come out with. The Varus really was huge for them in that first game. So let's see what big prio picks are left up here.
You want to talk about cool picks, but these bans are not looking all that cool as they're, again, the same ones as we've seen in the first 2 games already. Yeah, same bans. Again, actually, we're going to see the Jinx ban from UTM, which is a bit of a change up, not wanting Waterloo to get that. Again, UTM can't pick it themselves, given they picked it game 2. But again, yeah, these are pretty standard bans all around. The Rel hitting on a B, the Senna hitting on Dan Xiao's champion pool. Ari's always banned against Plex, and Ashe hit against Callum Coy, quite standard.
Yeah, and with that, it's going to be a classic pick that Waterloo likes to go for. Like all throughout this and last year, the Orianna was a typical first pick for them, and it's come back to them. Just a classic mage that is decent in the early game and scales up really well into that late game, and you can have crazy shockwaves to win you team fights later on.
And that's what's going to happen when you ban Jinx instead of Ori in the first 2 games. That's what UTM did, so not giving that option to Plex. But again, Plex is very comfortable on the Ori, as you mentioned, both historically. He's very good on the champion, so that's a great pickup from Waterloo. They're trying to pick something probably more standard that they're more used to this game, I'd imagine. And we're going to see what UTM answers on with their round 1 picks on the red side.
Yeah, it's interesting that the Vi actually comes out here after things like the Xin Zhao and stuff are gone. Vi becomes that next big S-class jungler, and Vi is so good at locking down these carries. So they think maybe Waterloo's going for something like a Zeri after a lot of these other characters are gone, and Vi is instantly picked up to counter that from maybe being picked.
Yeah, Vi for K11 here, very, as you mentioned, a standard pick rated both in pro play and solo queue here. It's going to be Kalista locked in as well for Dan Xiaogu. But yeah, the Vi pick... Yeah, because they're going to instantly hover the Poppy from Waterloo, kind of just, again, not locking it in, but just a standard counter pick into Kalista. If you get on top of her, just nothing she can do. You can't use her martial poise to jump around. You're just going to get grounded. So I assume this is going to be locked in with those just a hover for the time being. And again, with the Vi going to K11, not a pick that he's been picking too often, both in this tournament and historically. But again, it is, as we said, a very standard pick here. And the Aatrox insta lock.
Dread it, run from it, inexhaustive Aatrox still arrives. And after losing that game, they're like, all right, let's focus up here. The Aatrox is picked up. This guy consistently performs on it for Waterloo. Absolutely went legendary and carried them in the previous series last night. And I also love the Poppy pick too, right? It can go support and kind of just stick on that Kalista and make sure she cannot kite, she cannot move. And Kalista is a character that has to be played so well, right? The skill execution or the skill floor is really high for that character. So we'll see if she can really perform on it, especially against that Poppy.
Liking Waterloo's draft a lot more right now, and it's very different from what they usually do with their picking bot lane plus jungle first rotation. We can see they're picking both solo laners now early on, as well as that flex Poppy support pick, as you mentioned. And UTM answers with the Renekton top pick. So, some consider it a counter pick, but it is just a very standard matchup into Aatrox. Both players know what they're doing, then neither player should get too far ahead in that lane.
Yeah, and now we're just going to be heading into these bans. The Ziggs and the Renata being taken away. I think Renata's a great ban here. Kalista loves to play with her because she can just go ham and go all in with the bailout to help her out. And yeah, great ban by them. On the other hand, they're looking to take away some range like the Ziggs, who can also just put down those mines where Kalista can't really move it.
Yeah, Ziggs is a pretty interesting ban in terms of just what the Warriors are used to playing. I don't think that... Again, we have the Orianna pick, so it won't be mid-lane, just hitting Scrim's champion pool. Scrim is known for those more traditional ADCs, such as like Ashe, just on Jinx. I'm not sure what scouting report UTM has. They clearly have more information than we do. But I can respect it, hitting something that maybe Waterloo was thinking of pulling out, and now having their plans ruined, if that's the case.
Yeah, and on the other hand, I think these are solid bans coming from Waterloo. On top of the Renata, the Nautilus is a classic engage character. Just has insane engage range and can really set up the Kalista. But ooh, the Aesol, I've been waiting for this one. I think it's honestly the best mid right now, and it has been pulled out. The dragon has arrived.
Took until game 3 to see it, but again, yeah, not a surprise, especially in a fearless draft as these mid lane champ pools get cut down. Just standard mid lane pick that's super popular, scales up like a complete monster. So Waterloo has to watch out for that. We saw yesterday Warriors actually pick up Aesol for themselves, and despite the game going quite late, they weren't able to pull it out. So not an unbeatable pick, but certainly a good one.
Yeah, and Aesol I think can kind of just free scale in this lane, right? Orianna can kind of get the push, but she can't threaten any all-ins. And wow, Neela coming down.
These players love just going against what I say earlier in the cast. I was talking about traditional ADCs from the side of Scrim, and Nyla is definitely not one of them. You know, playing that dive sort of Samira style, trying to all in against with her, with the Shockwave or the ball on her, maybe along with the Poppy and Aatrox. Again, not a super standard pick, and one that I'm definitely happy to see.
Yeah, and it's the Rakan being hovered, most likely going to be locked in. Another good support to pretty easily get onto the Kalista, but actually switched around to the Karma here. So they want to have the Enchanter to give them that lane prio in ball.
It also comes from that Poppy will be going jungle. So Nyla Karma, not a combo I'm used to seeing. Granted, I don't see Nyla much often at all, but usually she's paired with a more diving engaged support to pair with her style. However, yeah, Karma does bring some damage and good shielding to help Nyla survive as well, and I can respect it given that it is also a blind pick into the support of UTM, which they're saving for last year.
Ooh, and let's see what ends up coming out here. It's going to be the Nico support. Love to see it. I think Nico support is super underrated. You can pull off some crazy shenanigans with the minion decoys and like dress up against other characters. And if the player is good at it, they can perform so well. But yeah, not the best peel for Callista here. She's gonna have to play incredibly well to dodge around everything, try and kite away from the Poppy here. And on the other side, same thing with the Neela, right? She's gonna have to walk into a Renekton by Nico and still perform too.
This is looking a lot like a Fearless chapter in Game 3 of this Best of 5. We have all these spicy picks coming out now. I love the Nico pick from UTM. We've seen in the first 2 games that Abi is not afraid to pull the trigger, just make these plays. So with that additional deception potential on the Nico, I think that they're going to go off on making even more plays this game than before.
Yeah, this is honestly a really interesting draft. I think it does came down to like the player execution. Who do you give the preference to this game?
Gotta be honest, I am, as a top lane main and as a fan of Inexhaust, I'm gonna have to say that I think the Aatrox again is gonna be the difference maker in this game. Whenever he's on that champion, Inexhaust just takes over, and so I think that again, in terms of piloting champions, he is an expert of it. So I'm gonna have to say that Aatrox makes the difference in this one.
Yeah, well, I'm gonna have to counter with UTM having the ASOL on their team and having the lockdown onto both Neela and the Orianna with the Vi and the Renekton, really having a lot of chain CC for them to play around. And I'm absolutely a big fan of the Nico support too. I think there can be some crazy shenanigans with them dressing up as like a Renekton walking up and instantly you're CC'd from afar. Things like that can really change a game, kind of make a big difference in these team fights with their huge team fight ultimate too.
And again, Minvi has played, is familiar enough with ASOL and solo queue. However, it is, I believe, a newer pick, especially in the CIE tournament. And he is against Plex's Orianna, again, a champion that Plex is super comfortable on and knows the ins and out of. So make sure Minvi has to make sure on the ASOL that he stays alive in lane and doesn't fall too far behind if Plex has the upper hand in terms of knowledge of the matchup.
Yeah, exactly. I think this one is honestly really close. I think the draft will come down to just who can pull off the better execution, especially in that ball lane, right? The Neela and the Callista have to play so well. The Callista has a Poppy on her. The Neela has a Vi just ulting towards her with the Assault and Battery. These guys are going to have to play absolutely to their limits here.
And so again, if we're making our predictions here, I can't tell which one you're really favoring. So who are you going for this game?
Yeah, I'll have to go for UTM. I think you're going for Waterloo here. Let's see who comes out on top here. As a reminder, we're going into Game 3 and it is a best of 5. So we've got a long series ahead of us. Both these teams are fighting neck and neck here to see who's going to come out on top.
Yeah, for sure. This is going to be a close one. I think this, again, I was talking about a game before game 1 that would be the pivotal game for the series in terms of getting that momentum. Warriors did win it, but UTM evening it up means that this third game now is going to be the new pivotal, I guess, change of inflection point in the series. You win this, you get put on match point. The other team has to win 2 in a row in order to come back. I think that this will be the game changer, or series changer, excuse me.
Yeah, exactly. And we were also talking about the lane swaps of how UTM can really use them to their advantage and catch Waterloo off guard. Do you think this is another game where the lane swaps will be something UTM go towards?
I think it's really difficult to say. I would honestly say yes. Again, not as common on the red side, but with Callista Nico, I think you can absolutely bully out an Aatrox. Aatrox, again, one of those champions that doesn't do too well on the weak side against a ball lane. He has not that much CC or survivability under a turret. So I do think it's possible for sure. And again, in terms of Waterloo, they don't opt for the lane swap. I don't think this is a comp that they're going to do it either. So again, we'll have to see what UTM operates on. What are you thinking?
Yeah, I think honestly, both of these teams don't really benefit from a lane swap. Both their top laners aren't too good when they're just having to live by themselves under tower. If anything, I think Aatrox might be a little bit better because he has these little stagger CCs to help him out. And yeah, Renekton, maybe he has that big AoE heal, but that's kind of it. But yeah, both of these ADCs, I think they just want to try and fight the other ADC in lane and try and prove that they're better, you know?
Yep, for sure. And again, we're going to see how this turns out. In terms of the Nyla Callista match, as you mentioned, ADCs, I think this could be quite critical. I'm not actually too familiar with it. Do you think one ball lane has the upper advantage in that 2v2? If they weren't
honestly, I think the ADCs are super close. So it will come down to that support matchup. It really comes down to how well Karma can do in the level 1, right? If you can bully out the Callista and Nico using your like mantra Qs early on in the lane and get that lane prio, it's hard for them to really react. But if Callista and Nico, they can keep their HP up in their first few levels and then they start a fight at high HP, then it's going to be them coming out on top. So it'll be really up to those execution, those first few levels. And of course, there's always junglers that come into the mix and they can just completely change everything.
We're going to see what the junglers prioritize, but also the 2 supports, as we talked about in previous drafts and their games. If the supports decide they don't want to deal with their ADCs, they go roam again. I think Nico has the upper hand there, especially with the deception, maybe If Waterloo is not counting their minions, you can walk up and try to surprise one of the solo laners. Karma also does have some roam potential in providing that shield and be able to move around the map a bit faster, but again, not a very standard roam support in my knowledge.
Yeah, exactly. It's hard for Karma to kind of initiate her own roams, but she can do a pretty good job of tracking the Nico and just counter engaging on her roams, just shielding up the people who get attacked and making sure they get out okay.
I think the last thing to touch on that we haven't just yet is that Poppy Vi matchup in the jungle. I think 1v1, neither champion really wants to take the fight. It's difficult for Vi to engage on with the ground from the Poppy available. What are your thoughts there?
Yeah, honestly, both those junglers have a very similar identity. I think in a straight out duel, if Poppy doesn't get the Vanguard onto Vi to stop the Q, then Vi's passive are able to just like help her win the fight against the Poppy. Especially if she's able to step on the shield and make sure Poppy doesn't get it, then Vi can absolutely win those fights. But in the end, it's really just going to be about who gets these more creative gank angles. And we've seen with Poppy a lot of times people just like flash over Dragon and Baron walls to try and get behind their opponent so that they can push them back from behind. So we'll see if there's any creative angles coming out, especially with this new map, right? Especially mid lane has really opened up right now, and you can come in from these little nooks and crannies like opposite the Raptor wall, and the mid laners really just don't expect it.
Yeah, both mid laners are relatively immobile mages. Early Soul does have his ability to fly, but not the greatest for escaping ganks, especially when they can simply dash onto him. So we'll have to see if how the junglers play around that. I do like that. I think the junglers, both junglers have played very similar style of champions throughout the series. Latoof on the side of Waterloo has played Volibear and Xin Zhao. Meanwhile, K11 on the side of UTM has played Xin Zhao, J4, and now Vi, of course. They're both playing these AD junglers trying to go in and make these early plays. I think that is pretty standard given the current meta.
Yeah, aggressive bruiser playmaker jungle. That's the name of the game for both the Tooth and K11 here. We'll have to see, because like they're kind of running out of those kind of characters as we slowly get into this fearless draft. So maybe we'll get some random things. I want to see some random like Zac or like Viego come out. Love to see those characters come into play too. But yeah, that might be maybe in game 4 or game 5. But for now, in game 3, it's gonna be just which character can get their laners ahead, have these creative gank angles, and shut down the enemy.
And sit tight as we're going to get into the game in just a couple more moments. But yeah, I guess we've already made predictions throughout this game. Level 1 shenanigans were something you were talking about prior to this game 2. Do you think that's something that happens? I don't think either team has too much CC for the level 1, but is it possible?
Yeah, I actually think the Nico can offer quite a little bit. She can maybe disguise as someone else, like kind of like the Callista or the Aesol, and then walk up and surprise someone with a root maybe. Most likely, we think no lane swaps coming out this side because both ADCs just want to fight each other. Both top laners just want to fight each other. The comps are extremely similar, right? You got these bruiser tops, these engaged junglers, mage mids, and aggressive bot lanes, and they just want to prove that one is better than the other.
And in terms of one being better than the other, I guess early game it's not going to be too much of a difference. When you're going late, I imagine the difference maker, as you've mentioned, is that Aurelion Sol, as we're getting out of the rift just soon enough in game 3 between the Waterloo Warriors and the UTM Esports, excuse me.
Yeah, Warriors on blue side here in game 3, and UTM taking the red side as the characters are heading onto the rift to settle who is better than the other.
In a pivotal game, Waterloo opting for that blue side. We can see UTM coming out of the red side here, looking like they're setting up a 5-point as usual, fanning out over the map. Similar things to Waterloo happening on the opposite end.
Yeah, an absolutely beautiful cinematic here as the game does end up starting. It just looks like it's going to be a standard 5-point, no crazy shenanigans with any invades or anything going across yet.
Yeah, looking at summoner spells and keystones across the board, also pretty standard for the alt part, actually. I do not think anything is of note so far. Very quiet 5-point.
Yeah, no random ADC takes the comment to come in.
We saw that earlier in the game 2 that UTM actually did opt for that 4-man invade, as you said, that's setting up the lane swap. Again, they're not going for the lane swap this game, so no shenanigans. If anything, as you predicted, Nico becoming Callista is something that he's doing, although it's not for any level 1 plays.
Yeah, just holding on, seeing to see if there's any late invades coming through. There actually was a little late invade on the top side to get the ward near the Raptors by Waterloo, I believe. So they do kind of get some vision onto where the Vi is going to be pathing.
We'll see, actually. Maybe I spoke too early. Again, UTM looking for an early 3-man invade. Scrim's going to spot them out. He's going to drop the ward.
Ooh, the root actually ends up missing. Great dodge by Scrim. Means he's not going to have to blow any sums and can just walk it out here. But it's actually Latouf is taking the Raptors right in behind them. And I don't think they do know it. There's no worse to spot in Might. So if he can get this... Oh, Vi's coming. I believe it went... Huh. So I think Vi got the big Raptor while
yeah.
Poppy got the 2 or all the little ones. So it's just going to be a split CS of 2-2. Neither of them are going to hit level 2 here.
Yeah, I was gonna say though, K11 looks like he's gonna get the red buff though, given he does have Smite, but nonetheless, Latouf just left the jungle, so that's gonna be K11's. Latouf again falling behind in the jungle due to UTM's early invade.
Yeah, and because of that, honestly, I don't think it's a big edge, but you can see the Karma. Oh, the Karma key just ends up missing there. But if she landed that, that would definitely would have had them have a big advantage here. As for now, K11 is just gonna be farming out his bot side, while Poppy ends up going to counter jungle the enemy Raptors here and is not going to be disturbed at all in here. So a little bit of a split for him.
Yeah, like you said, Even 8-up is not going to be too disturbing for him. We briefly saw mid lane there that Plex was also putting on the pressure on Mint V early, and Mint V popped his first potion, just demonstrating again that his familiarity with Orianna and getting an early advantage in that matchup.
Yeah, and now Vi should be coming bot after the clear. She is spotted on the tribe, but she's not actually going to end up going for a gank here, surprisingly enough. The health was honestly pretty high on Kalista and Nico, so weird that they don't end up forcing it. But she is just going to go back to her quadrant of the jungle. The vertical jungle means that Poppy might look for a little gank onto Renekton later on as well.
Yeah, Renekton does have that ward in his top tribe push for now. Depending on when that expires, he might be able to spot out Latouf looking for it, Latouf onto the Krugs. As you mentioned, the only place after that would be either Crab or top. And again, mid lane, that pressure from Plex is just being put on, although now he is out of mana, so maybe mid V gets a moment to breathe.
Yeah, definitely using his mana to get the lead priority in this lane. But as we said, Poppy is looking in this top lane. Karina is going to get pushed into the wall. Inexhaustive versus the root. Great flash follow here. The Q3 does not end up landing. Oh, it's going to be a pause here. I mean, something must have happened there. One of them has pulled the pause here. And that was such a close gank there. I believe Latouf still ends up getting the knock into the wall. And Inexhaustive, I love that flash follow from him to force the flash and get the damage off anyway.
Yeah, almost made it happen, even though they don't get the kill. That is just all the pressure in the lane for Inexhaustive. And we're hearing from production it was a headset issue with Dan Xiaogu that he has fixed all no problem. So fortunately, it wasn't anything that affected the top lane. Otherwise, it might have been looking pretty bad for Katarina Blue. But yep, things are going to return to normal now as we get through the spectator delay issues. We can see K11 is on the bot crab while Latouf's hitting top crab.
Yep, we're getting back to normal here as the jungler is just going to be trading up the scuttles based on which lanes have their prio. But for now, Plex is going to have that mid prio. So Latouf's going to just hover him so that he can get that push in. We're going to see K11 try and maybe come in mid from behind here. Just going to take the respawn of the Raptors for now, though.
You can see that force off the back from that that gank that Katarina Blue opted for a cull on the Renekton. Not super common, and maybe he's saying that, oh, actually, we have a play bot here
Scrim actually going in. The Ignite is down, and just like that, it's first blood. Scrim forcing his aggressiveness. AB actually going back in, but does get exhausted, so the damage is not enough. Surely they don't tower dive it again, right?
Calmco's tanking.
2 tower shots.
K11's here.
K11 behind. The janitor has arrived. He's got his flash, and he's looking to flash in. Misses the flash Q. Oh, you hate to see it. And Scrim and Callum Coy walk out like nothing happened.
Heartbreak for UTM. There's a great play by Waterloo forcing the kill onto the Kalista who doesn't flash, and then AB tries to trade it back with his flash, although Scrim has the exhaust still, and that means there's no trade back potential. And yeah, K11, they're missing the flash vault breaker on Vi, means there's no trade back. So unfortunate for UTM.
Yeah, big loss for them as Kalista ends up missing a pretty big wave here, gonna end up falling behind, and this is a really volatile matchup, right? When one of these guys gets ahead, this Mila is now just going to run over Kalista in any fights that they take.
Yep, we're gonna have to see how they manage to hold down the lane from here on out, as K11 and Latouf are gonna run into each other here on the top side.
Yeah, Latouf has got the phase rush, so he should be able to get out. He does have the plan, but K11 looking to come after him. Mint V is following up. The Q is back up, but is the Vanguard ready? It is. So here, Latouf is fine. He is so fast, but K11 is looking for that blue buff.
Yeah, I'm not too sure what K11's thought process here. Again, he doesn't have flash that he just used, so now he's chasing way too far deep. Plex has 6 while Mint V doesn't.
Yeah, Inexhaustive looking for Mint V here. The shockwave pulls him out of the dash. Beautifully done by Plex and followed by Inexhaustive to get the kill onto the dragon.
Yeah, again, I think that was just an overextension by UTM. K11 chasing way too far into the jungle when you don't have that much priority in your lanes. That's going to be Mint be paying the price there, and a kill to Inexhaustive's Aatrox.
Yeah, that means I think they just ended up taking up one grub for now. Did not want to opt for all of them. Just taking it easy for now, as Denchaku gonna get the pry on the bot lane. Katarina jumping away from that Inexhaustive's Aatrox for now. It's actually interesting. He went for the cull in the matchup.
Right, so I think he is kind of saying that I'm just going to try to get gold where I can and scale it up. I'm not going to try to win the matchup against Inexhaustive. We can also see that he took TP instead of Ignite, which would be a more standard Summoner spell to try to win the 1v1 against Aatrox for the Grievous wounds. But yeah, so I guess Katarina Blue is just taking the back foot here. We can also see down quite a bit of CS, although he will pick up a wave.
Yeah, it's really interesting. You usually see Renekton's trying to never go for the call because they want to desperately win their lane and get ahead. As he's going for it now,
Speaking
going to
of
all in Inexhaustive. Does he have the damage? Not quite. Inexhaustive is not going to get the root onto him. I don't know. Maybe the call could have made a difference there. Maybe, I don't know.
Yeah, Inexhaustive pops the world ender just for the movement speed. He actually didn't have his Q clouded up at that moment to stack on the Infernal Chain, so trading top ults from the top laners, nothing else is going to happen there. And yeah, as literally as you were talking about, Renekton with the call not exactly playing for that early domination.
Yeah, exactly. And now the bot lane has prio. They might be looking onto the Chemtech Dragon. Not for now. K11 has actually slain Plex in a mid gank here. The Vi with the Assault and Battery make sure that Plex cannot move after he had blown his flash. So easy kill for him there.
Yeah, great play. Plex pushed too far up. No flash and no shockwave at that time means that there's no way he survives. Kill does go to K11, which is maybe not ideal. Again, we want this really sort of scale up, or if you're a fan of UTM. But oh, Scrim gets caught under turret aggro.
Yeah, beautiful route there. Scrim is just going to end up going down. There's nothing the Tooth can do about it. Callum Koi is next on the table. Denchaku is going to get rooted up, so he is out for now. The Tooth looking on to Denchaku, going to be forcing the flash. Can they get anything off the back end? Is the Nico route going to be back up in time? Not yet, as they are going to get out for now.
Meanwhile, at the top side, Inexhaustive solo kills K11 in the top river. Not too sure what happened there. But yeah, Justin Balling, an amazing route by a B right when Scrim took aggro means there's no way he gets him. He took, I believe, 2 turret shots. He just gets wiped. It looks like they were maybe setting up a dive as Latoof was coming up the backside, but just not timed well enough with when Scrim got engaged on effectively.
Yeah, exactly. A lot of spicy plays coming on here. None of these teams want to just sit back and scale, you know?
See a replay on the mid gank here.
In the mid lane, yeah. Just classic buy ult into Acel ult. If the mid lane
there's
doesn't
no
have
way
flash,
to survive
there's
that.
no way to survive. Yeah.
Now Plex is going to go down in that play, but again, after that bot lane, Inexhaustive did get a second kill top. He's sitting on these plated steel caps, excuse me, which he has not bought at since his 2 kills. So he's probably sitting on a good amount of gold that he can push the lead with after.
Yeah, and Inexhaustive, the snowball has already started for him, and we know how well he can perform in team fights with it. And you can see Renekton has really good trades. He needs to use his early prowess to try and get some wins, but Inexhaustive trading back really well. And again, I want to say, I don't know if the call is the best idea. You really need to push your early game with Renekton, or you might get just absolutely kited out later on into the game.
Yeah, we'll see if he's going to be able to do that. It seems unlikely. K11's onto the grubs now, so getting that advantage for UTM. As we see Latoof hovering bot, although UTM's balling has actually not shown up back to lane just yet.
Yeah, and Acel doing classic Acel wave with his E. The minions just cannot move. Katarina going in for a trade here, really good for him. But the wave is in a pretty chill spot for Exhaustive, so not much for it to happen. Oh, they're actually going for a 3-man dive here.
Yeah, they assume that Waterloo was going for the dragon. Inexhaustive's going to try to back in time. Can they cancel? They don't have any ranged abilities just yet.
Yeah, I think they're going to go before he can cancel it. He pops the ult, Vi ult into Acel ult, and there's, again, no counterplay. The combo between K11 and Mint V is absolutely perfect here. Plex going to see if he can get some plates on the back end, as a Drake is also taken up.
Yeah, Katarina Blue's going to get that kill on the Renekton. It looked like it might have been a horror again as K11 misses his flash Vault Breaker, but fortunately, Inexhaustive doesn't have any real ability to trade back there. Didn't hit the knockups, so...
Yeah, good play by... You can't miss Vi ulti.
Yeah, you can't miss Vi ult, can't miss the falling star on a stunned up target. So easy trade back, but we now see Inexhaustible returning to lane with quite a few components. He's still quite strong and definitely will still be able to match Renekton, although right now they have swapped solo lanes for the time being.
Yeah, you see Latoof counter jungling the bot side since he knows the Vi is in his top side jungle as well. Just gonna be a little vertical again, which means that Scrim and Callum Koi can just play as ahead as they want.
Speaking of Scrim and Kalamkoy, Scrim opting for the Essence Reaver looks like. Nyla has had quite a few different build variations throughout her lifespan. So it looks like that's what he's going to be opting for. So definitely a more bursty build, unless it's, or could that be a Triforce actually?
I think he can. Not sure about the build path of Essence Reaver. We'll have to see what it does end up turning into. On the other hand, I think Callista most likely going to be going for the Blade of the Rune King to just get some lifesteal for the lane, because Karma is just yeeting Mantra Qs at her repeatedly.
Yeah, we see Kalamkoy actually has the Aether Wisp in his inventory, so quite a bit of AP to deal that extra damage. K11 now hovering bot here. His ult's not up just yet, so I'm not sure how much of a play he can actually make. Latoof is also here for the counter gank. Is this going to become a 3v3?
He's here for the counter gank. He knows that the bot lane's got to push in. We'll see if he steps up fully to get revealed by the ward, but for now, I think K11 just going to end up stepping away.
Yeah, they're not going to force the play on the back. Oh, actually, he's just looking to cancel the backs and try to be annoying. Latoof does cancel his as well, although I don't see any play happen. Oh.
Yeah, well, B actually used the clone already, so you can't easily check the next bush. But they seem to know something's up. They're playing pretty safe. But Latoof waiting for his opportunity to flash on in. But Katarina Blue popping the ulti, going after Inexhaustive. But Inexhaustive landing that all-crucial Q3 to keep him alive. But in the bot lane, the Nico Pop Blossom is popped. And it looks like a B is going to get popped. And it's just a beautiful apotheosis to get the kill. But the kill's going to be traded back under tower. Latoof is next on the dinner table as Callista rends the target apart for the double kill.
Yeah, I thought that was amazing from Scrim with a 3-man apotheosis, as you said, but honestly, there's no AoE follow-up after that. They are under a turret, so unfortunately, no more Falling Star's gonna be flashed away from.
Plex actually flashing away. I think he could have flashed in there, but just gonna get out of that Asol ulti. As now just Kalamkoy left under the tower, but pretty hard to dive in with just two people. Katarina is pretty low here. Inexhaustive really having its way with him, despite him, Katarina getting the shutdown onto him earlier.
Yeah, we've seen this top lane 1v1 quite a few times have their scuffle, but honestly, both times they both go kind of low, and neither one actually goes for a kill. Oh,
that's a fast dragon. He's going straight onto Plex, and he's gonna end up going down. The speed of the home guard, that dragon just soared towards him.
Yeah, the Breath of Light just not be able to can't get away from it on Plex, and Minty takes quite a bit of damage from Turbo, but it's not nearly enough to finish him, and he still had Flash, so great reset by him to come back. And yeah, that's a great plays around the map by UTM to put them even in gold. Unfortunately, they're not up just yet, but that's also 3 kills and a Bork finish on Dance Yagu, means they have stronger champions. Oh.
Kalamkoy, I think
he looks like Q angle.
One more auto left, not enough quite here.
Minty's walking up!
Hiding behind the fight. He doesn't care. Oh my god, Kalamkoy doesn't have any flash or ignite to try and go over K11, so nothing's gonna happen, but these guys are truly playing on the knife's edge.
You were talking about an auto attack. I felt like Kalamkoy might have just turned around and hit Minty in the face, but maybe not. Minty truly playing edge. Latoof now looking, can he get the dive? He doesn't have flash, which means Minty's going to be able to get back.
Yeah, maybe Plex will be able to get some damage on the tower. They're going to be counter jungling the Raptors away at least, as, yeah, fights going left and right here. Another spicy game so far.
Yeah, very spicy. We see both ADCs have been left on their lonesome. They're both complete an item. It is Essence Reaver for Scrim and the Bork on Dance Yagu. As mentioned, I don't actually know who wins that 1v1. Granted, I don't think they'll actually try to take the 1v1 against each other either. Scrim is up a level at the moment.
Yeah, I think it's super close. Really comes down to the mechanics, as now Latoof is going to be starting up the Herald. K11 spots it as both junglers are like calling for their teams, like, yo, come help Herald, guys.
Inexhaust is going to respond to the call first, running down. Will anyone help out K11 though?
Not happening.
The Sky's Descent is available.
He's got his homie as they want to go for their classic combo. The Assault and Battery onto K11 as the Sky's Descent, but Latoof is just gonna hop on out of there, Inexhaustive. Oh, actually going for the fight. A beat is here as the minion. The Pop Blossom goes huge. But yeah, there's a kill on the other side of the map as Inexhaustive is in between so many people and doing what the World Ender does best, as they are gonna end up winning the fight in the top lane.
Plays happening all over the map. Again, we saw this last game. The ADCs actually do decide to 1v1, and I think both ended up going down, excuse me. But yeah, sorry, that pop also was huge by a
I
beat,
think
not
Callista
enough.
Killed Neela, and then Karma killed the Callista after.
Sounds about right, got it. Yeah, a bit shook, and Kalamkoy's actually gonna get the first turret off that push after the plates fell. But yeah, that looked good at first for UTM with the Nico being there with the Pop Blossom, but just huge 3-man shockwave by Plex and a Keeper's Verdict from Latoof to knock away an enemy means that they just have the upper hand and win that fight.
Yeah, the key ultimate's really deciding the fight there. They're used so well by both teams here.
You can see the top laners again just dancing out as we head into a replay. see what
the
happened
replay
during that
shows
Herald scuffle.
What exactly happens in this top fight. Inexhausted, he looks for the fight, but you see the little minion popping up. Great pop blossom, but here comes the shockwave onto 3, followed up with Aatrox just cleaning house here, and it's gonna be Waterloo coming out with the win there.
We can see that Keeper's Verdict ended up knocking Mint-V's Aurelion Sol away, and also at the very start of that replay, we can see the particles from the skies descend. So Mint-V using it earlier in that fight means it doesn't get the sweet spot on the stacked up members of the jungle. So just great play by Waterloo.
Yeah, I think he tried to chain it with the Vi ulti, but it was a little bit too late, and maybe that ends up making the difference. But for now, the Mountain Dragon gonna end up going over to Waterloo as well with all the pride that they've got.
Yeah, Waterloo getting both the Herald and the second Dragon here. Great from them. They're up 2k now and getting the objectives. Looks like they're taking this game a bit away. We can see Inexhaustive again, not exactly solo killing Katarina Blue, but 3-on-1. He has his first item. He's going to get his first outer turret. Should be getting that no problem, just showing why, again, his Aatrox is often banned.
Yeah, he's 3-1 on it. The Sundered Sky is completed, and the item did get nerfed, but honestly, the Bruisers are still all opting for it because it just fits their identity so well.
Right, as you can see, Vi also decided to get her first item compared to Poppy, who's building tank. Poppy does have some room to build some Bruiser damage items as well if she so wishes, but instead of the Tooth saying, I don't need more damage on my team, I'm just going to be the front line for them, and you can be fine and happy with that.
Yeah, and on the other hand, Asol has
found
finished up his Rylai's as they're going for their combo again. Assault and Battery into the Meteor. Plex is going to burn the Flash, but still going to end up going down here, most likely, as K11 punches him to the ground.
Yeah, it's going to be a great play by them again. Like you said, the combo with the Season Desist and this Falling Star, there's almost no way to get out of it. Even if he does have Flash, it's not enough. And we can see his first item is that Archangel Staff. It's not stacked up yet, so he's not quite that strong or have that level of survivability.
Yeah, Oriana still needs a little bit of time to get online. When she gets the 2 items, when the tier is finished and the Seraphs is there, then I think Oriana really gets to that strong point. But she has just been repeatedly the victim of Vi and Asol's ultimate combo, so really hard for her to do much. But honestly, she's still ahead in CS.
Yeah, and we're looking at, well, okay, UTM is going to get the
not
bot
anymore.
turret. Yeah, I was going to say that Scrim here is actually the first to get to 2 items. He has the Navori Quick Blades and the Essence Reaver. Part of that is because he did not get his tier 2 boots yet, so getting his item spikes faster. But UW Scrim is for sure doing a ton of damage if anyone decides to walk up to him.
Yeah, they might be going for the second charge here. We'll see if anyone takes hold of the Herald. Oh, just gonna be walking out. Oh, there we go. Callum Coy gonna drive it in. Can he hit?
The TP behind.
He's good. He's a professional driver. Asol coming in from behind. The Pop Blossom landing onto 2 of them, as now they're stuck between a Rock and a Dragon who's going into all of them, but the Apotheosis lands onto him. Great Shockwave onto 3 people, as now Katarina Blue and Aatrox is wiping house with each other's teams. K11 ends up going down. A B is next on the table. Inexhaustive Aatrox is here. Latu smashes him into the wall as Inexhaustive picks up some more kills. It's actually going to be Callum Coy picking that up. But oh my god.
5-for-0 ace on what
crazy.
looked like a good play by UTM. They were pulling the Aurelion Sol on the backside with the flank, but he didn't actually have his ultimate. And just another enormous shockwave by Plex. Again, demonstrated why people ban Oriana against him. He hits a second 3-man, absolutely turns the fight and just gives time for Inexhaustive to come in and clean house on his Aatrox.
Yeah, there's no ultimate, no Zhonya's on Aurelion Sol. So when he just flies across the entire team, they're able to easily CC him and get onto him. And the rest of the team's got to try and help him out, right? So they walk straight into Plex's Shockwave and Inexhaustive's flank. And it was just doomed from them.
As Goldie has now ballooned to over 6k. Just great play by Waterloo. They got that inner turret mid. They're knocking on the inner turret top. They have 2 dragons, and with the third dragon spawning in 2 minutes, this game is looking great for them.
Yeah, and Abi, he's going for some really nice Nico shenanigans by turning into little things and getting good Pop Blossoms off. So if he can continue to do that, but with some better follow-ups from Mint V's, like if we can get a giant Sky's Descent to follow the Pop Blossom, then that can really just win them the team fight.
I think that's what they're going to need. Again, Abi, throughout all these 3 games, he's just finding great looks on his engaged champions. Again, the follow-up's not there. I don't know if it's a possible communication issue or just, again, not on the same page. If he was a full AP Nico, he would actually be doing a ton of damage. But yeah, as a supporter without that economy, his huge Pop Blossoms are finding the CC, but not a ton of damage.
Yeah, but for now, it's going to be Waterloo with around a 6k lead here so far, and 2 dragons apiece, so there's still quite a bit of time for Mint V to just chill and scale and get all his dragon stacks up. But for now, the dragon, the Ocean Drake actually coming in less than a minute, and they're hunting the other dragon. Mint V gonna run away from the Karma.
does have the Sky's Descent, so they're not going to engage onto him. Nyla, notably, so finishing the boots on, actually went for Mercurial Tread. So along with his Poppy and Aatrox diving into fight. Oh, actually, we're going to have a play top here.
Yeah, Plex is there's a Crocodile and a Vi on her. There's not much he can do to get away as a Smite comes in for the kill secure.
Yeah, I don't think K11 is too happy with Plex this game. Again, Plex has been playing amazingly with those shockwaves, but still no kill to his name, and a 4th death again at the hands of K11, who has had his number throughout this game. Great play, but a great pickup by UTM to find something on the map.
Yeah, every time K11's ult is up, like he didn't end up needing it there, but he's always doing such a great job for looking a pick onto Plex or Exhaustive or whoever is caught out. So if he can keep continuing to do that, it bodes really well for them this series.
See Waterloo now setting up the dragon. There are bounties up, objective bounties up for UTM, but I doubt they'll contest this. They're just still so much weaker right now. Indeed, they're just going to push out their waves, try to reset, and I guess their goal is just to try to scale it out here, especially with that ASOL.
Yeah, they just have no vision in the bottom jungle, so it's so hard for them to walk in. So they're just going to take it easy, let them get one more. It is just the soul point yet, so they still have 5 more minutes before they have to fight for soul.
We're going to see them retreating into their jungle now as Waterloo runs down the mid lane following that dragon take. Doesn't look like they're going to go for any more. Things are going to return to be a bit quieter for the time being.
Yeah, very different aesthetics on the recalls there. You got a nice little beautiful Karma. Ooh, that looks so pretty. And then you see a little Yoral just like bonking some little aliens on the other hand.
You being paid by Rad to sell these skins or what?
I mean, they're good skins, man.
See, champions mostly returning to their lane assignments, picking up waves where they can. Waterloo, let's see if they do. It's already 23 minutes, actually. This is a bit later than they would usually try to start a Baron anyways. With a Nyla, they don't have as much damage as they would have the more traditional ADC, I suppose. That said, they
also don't have like a traditional tank. Like they do have the jungle, but the income's a lot lower. So I mean, as I say that, they're like, they heard me talking shit. They're starting up the Baron right away. Yeah,
and again, you can see it's like where they always, it's not like they're fully committing to it and just all sitting there hitting it, but instead they're just trying to pull the enemy team over and force a fight. You can see that Aurelian's still back. He's now going to have to TP in with the Sky's Descent.
Yeah, he does have the TP ready. The Sky's Descent is there too. Here it comes. They're looking to start the fight here. They're going to put them into this corridor, but that shockwave is ready as soon as they walk in. I think they're happy with just getting the TP there, though.
Yeah, classic Waterloo play. They're going to be off the Baron, but they take that TP and there's nothing else to be had unless K11's looking. But no, they're going to be right back onto the Baron. This is such a classic Waterloo play. Does UTM know about this, though?
Yeah, this Baron corridor is really rough for them too. They cannot walk through that. The ball is just zoning them so well here. The Karma and Orianna, the two mages, taking up so much space.
Baron's down to almost a quarter HP. What can they do? The Keeper's Ring is going to knock away K11. They can play for the finish now.
3-man shockwave on top. Katarina's going to look to go in. The Skies do descend, but it's going to be Waterloo getting the Baron Nasher. They can get out with the Baron, but let's see if they want more. And Exhaustive always wants more. He's jumping in. Stunned up by the Renekton. Katarina running for their life, but for now, they're just going to take that win and lead.
Yeah, great play by Latouf and Plex. Like you said, another amazing shot by Latouf, hitting the Keeper's Verdict, knocking away the Vi. I mean, there's no chance of a steal, and they could just play for the finish while the Shockwave stalls the members on the on UTM for the engage. And great play by Waterloo.
Yeah, honestly, that Poppy ult really made the difference there. They just cannot contest the Baron. It was just easily taken from them, and that's the kind of difference that Poppy can bring in these late game objective fights. And the ult from Plex was just the cherry on the cake. Like, they didn't even really need it, but like, sure.
Yeah, Plex this game playing amazingly again, not being able to pick up any kills for himself, but nonetheless doing work. We see Poppy now hitting 2 items with Frozen Heart to make this Kalista cry even more, who has hit 2 items herself with the Gwynsu's and Bork. That said, her 3rd item looks like to be a tank one, so not being able to do as much damage as she would want to.
Yeah, and for now, they've got that Baron buff. They're marching into that bottom inner tower while Inexhausted is pressuring the top side. It's pretty hard for Katarina to deal with this Aatrox at this point as the cannon minion busts away at that tower.
Yeah, Inexhaust is up a full item and 2 levels, almost 60 CS. There's no way Katarina Blue can play that 1v1. That said, maybe it's not a 1v1 as they pull up the Vi and the Kalista.
Yeah, they're sneaking up onto the Aatrox. They're looking for the pick, but Latouf is lying in wait for the counter engage, and nothing ends up happening, which means that bot lane tower is just going down so quickly.
Yeah, Scrim's damage is actually crazy, although maybe now they're going to engage Shirelia's to get away. I was going to say on the side of
incredibly well as you pick up more AD onto it. They're trying to see if they can look for a pick left and right, but Waterloo's macro is so clean, no one's getting caught out with this Baron buff, and they're going to end up picking another tower up in that top lane.
Inexhaustive has to be absolutely rolling in money right now. He also has TP if he wants to just reset here and buy his third item first. That said, they're onto the bot end with the Baron. There's not much wave clear on the side of UTM. And Xiaogu's actually going to answer Inexhaustive.
Puts the spears into Inexhaustive, but he's just chilling. They're going to take the mid inhib too.
So look at all these Baroned up minions. That said, they do have that Aurelion Soul, which is going to feed him some stacks if they let him clear it. Taking 2 inhibs, Waterloo can definitely be happy about that, and they're resetting now to get their buys.
Yeah, and it's Ocean Soul up on the table for them. They got so much vision. It should just be easy for the taking. We'll see if they make some last-ditch effort to contest it, but UTM might just want to wait that out.
Yeah, we're going to have to see what they decide to do. I don't think they have very much freedom of choice. Both decisions sound quite awful at this moment. The Aurelion Soul not getting the liberty of scaling up. You can see he also built an Oblivion Orb, as did Abi, so spending that gold for the early Grievous Wounds, either for the Aatrox or for preemptively assuming they're going to give up the Dragon Soul here. But that means it's taking away from building their more core items.
Yeah, Danchagu caught out in the top lane as a TP coming in to help out, but Inexhaustive is on the case. Seeing the TP, he's just going to be trying to walk away. The turret is there for his safety, but yeah, it's tickling him a little bit, you know, with the steel caps and the death stance, but there's a lot more people now. There's a bit of a Zeus moment here. They're looking to kill Inexhaustive, but nothing is going to happen. Callum Coy on the side, not taking too much damage. Now they're looking back on the crowd. Katarina is running for their life, but the moment that XQ comes up, Inexhaustive can't quite get that last hit, but he is on the hunt. And oh, the Pop Blossom coming in for the turn. So many spears onto Aatrox. He's gonna Plex with a brilliant shockwave to get the kill. Gets one. Dan Xiaogu gets the turn here though. But now the base is also being killed in the bot lane. Fights left and right across the rift.
Yeah, great play by UTM to actually make that happen. You can see Kamko actually does finish off K11, so it is technically a 2 for 2 in the end, but they do get some shutdowns. It looked like Dan Xiaogu was pushed way too up 1v1 against the Aatrox, but Apotheosis is gonna miss.
Barely misses. Mintby might have had to flash there, but Scrim.
He's getting dragged!
Quite a bit of
Shield
damage,
bow.
yeah.
Oh? What is...
They're looking at the Callum Coy, but nothing ends up happening.
Yeah, just action across the map again as UTM try to defend their base here. UW Scrim is still in there. He's getting chased now by a B.
Yeah, like, Scrim should end up going down here. Does the Ren come out in time? No, it does not. Danchagu ends up dying, which means a B running for his life. Latu with the brilliant knock into the wall, but the TP now being matched here. B's gonna get out okay, but can we say the same for Mint B? Yeah, we can't. He's out.
Interesting TP from Mint B from the fountain to his outer mid turret. You know, just seeing if there's any fight happening, he would have been there, but unfortunately nothing's gonna happen. Dan Xiaogu does go down, but he does have enough gold from that top play to get Jack Show as his third item. A bit more survivability, but I'm not sure that's going to be helping for taking down this Aatrox.
Yeah, super minions crashing mid and bot as they want to look at this last inhib tower left up at the top lane. And now K11 needs to, I think, just go for a miracle play onto one of the carries with when the Ace ult comes back up. Oh my god, look at that damage from the support Karma.
The support Karma with Malignance, Zax's Realm Spike, and the Shirelias. He has a healthy amount of AP as a Karma, and also that Oblivion Orb. Yeah, definitely doing some good damage with those Mantra Qs. And again, I don't know how UTM comes back here. They're now down about 7k.
I mean, I think their best hope is just to turtle up, let Acel scale up, and maybe just get, like, if they can get an Assault and Battery into the Sky's Descent onto Plex or Scrim. Like, Plex doesn't have the Zanyas yet either. It is possible to just one-shot one of the carries, but Waterloo has done a great job so far of staying away from that.
Entering a replay back to that top fight that we saw so long ago. Inexhaustive and Plex. Oh, we're back to live, actually, as something may have just gone down. Everyone stays alive, unfortunately. But yeah, just with that top, I was going to say that Dan Xiaogu started off all by getting Inexhaustive to engage on him. It looked like he was a bit too overextended, but with the TPs coming out, they get that shutdown in the end. But
yeah,
that is the past.
You cannot really walk up again. They're just turtling, farming up all the super minions and hoping to scale enough.
Yep. We're gonna see what they can do against this second Baron of Waterloo. It's just past 30 minutes now in terms of game time. If it comes to it, Elder is going to spawn in 2.5 minutes. But I would imagine that Waterloo wants to go for the end off this push. They have 2 inhibs already down that are going to be spawning soon enough. That said, with the Baron minions and not too much wave clear, I think this is their opening to end it.
Yeah, exactly. And now they got the Baron minions, like you said, going for that last inhib tower in the top lane. We'll see if anyone wants to split. Now they're just gonna group up S5 and make sure no mistakes happen, no one caught out on the side lane. It's just really safe and secure play from them.
Stacking and pushing up this top wave. Aurelion Sol does have the Skies Ascend, but you can see that they're pulling up Scrim and Kalimpo even without clearing out the mid lane. They're just looking to go off this push. That said, the minions have been obliterated.
I mean, CIE is really just crazy. Just stops the minions in their tracks and is able to take them down. Inexhaustive going over the wall. This man does not care. Isn't taking too much damage either. He's looking at the inhib next.
See Waterloo's, rotating back to the respawn inhibs while they're keeping Scrim top for the push. The turret's slowly being chipped away by that cannon, Baroned up cannon minion. One
they are
down,
splitting
one
up a
turret
bit.
down.
So I think if UTM ever had a chance, it would have been there to try and get onto them. But the inhibs are being destroyed. The minions are being brought in from all 3 lanes. And now it's time for UTM's last stand.
Let's see what they can do. 8k down. They do not have the sky. They do have the Skies Ascent. That is something to look forward to. Possibly so many minions. Pop Blossom engaged.
Oh, Pop Blossom onto 3. The Sky descend on top of them. And the Coast Dog pulls him back out. But the Crocodile is instantly one-shot. Dan Shagu caught up by himself. A B is going to get one-shot instantly. The Dragon is next on the table. As Dan Shagu is just grounded. Cannot do anything as his team falls around him. The Nexus falls around him. And it's Waterloo taking game 2 here. Or taking game 3 here for 2 games up.
Yep, going up 2-1 in this best of 5, putting themselves on match point with a fairly convincing victory. It did take 32 minutes. Some pretty good stall on the side of UTM with their Aurelion Sol and some plays towards the end. But in the end, Warriors with a convincing win. They had gold lead throughout most of the game. And yeah, they're going to be putting themselves in a comfortable position to win this grand final.
Yeah, and I think UTM had a really good effort, especially with their jungle mid synergy. K11 having some great Vi ults to start the fights and making some plays, but in the end, they never really could win any big major team fights, and the objectives were mainly just all in Waterloo's grasp. So they pretty much just slowly just constricted around UTM, took all the objectives, took all the towers, and eventually just won that game.
Yeah, strictly speaking, I don't want to say that their draft was much worse. We could just see, for example, Plex's Orion mid just drawing so much pressure. K11 did answer to that and make a lot of good ganks on it, but just drawing that pressure from Plex. Inexhaustive's Aatrox is Inexhaustive's Aatrox, just always a menace. And that Nyla Karma pick bot, we did see that he did get the 1 solo kill, and they had some pretty good pressure as well. Again, not a super standard bot lane, especially for these 2 players, but it worked out quite well for them. Just, running around the map.
Yeah, and Inexhaust's Aatrox was a big factor of that, just getting so ahead early and winning his lane despite being dove early on in the game as well. He was able to do really well to just be a consistent threat on that side lane. But actually, other than that, I also want to mention Plex here. He was the biggest attention of Vi and Asol just permanently ganking him. But despite that, he was able to keep up his CS and XP and actually did the most damage in the game despite all that. So really great performance from him. Great shockwaves in all those team fights to easily disrupt all those engages too.
What was it, 3 or 4 3-man shockwaves? I honestly lost count. It was just so many consistently hitting them and just changing the flow of the fight. So Waterloo, amazing.
It's Fearless draft, right? Those are gone now.
Yeah, no more Oreo, no more Aatrox for Waterloo. We're gonna see what they can pull out to try to win this last match. At UTM, they have to win 2 more to now to just not even it up, but also have to win that last one in order to take it all. This game is pretty close, but in the end, Waterloo does take it.
Yeah, and we're going to go to a quick little break before we come back for game 4. Let's see if UTM can bring it back again. We'll see you guys in a little bit. Don't go anywhere. Hello, everyone, and welcome back. The series score is 2-1. We are heading into Game 4. Can Waterloo take it all the way, or can UTM force it to the Silver Scrapes in Game 5? We are about to find out.
Yeah, Waterloo with a fairly convincing win in that Game 3, demonstrating the game that they know how to play on some comfort picks, the Oriana on Plex and Exhaustive's Aatrox, just taking over that game. So we're going to have to see, they're going to have to adapt as well now with the Fearless Draft. UTM, we're going to see how they answer, if they can even up this series. And honestly, Silver Scrapes, pretty good song. I haven't heard it in a while.
Yeah, man. And that's what Fearless Draft makes this so cool, right? Like, the main reason I think Waterloo won that game is, like, they're on those comfort picks, like the Oriana and the Aatrox, that's just signature, like, Waterloo players. But now that they're gone now, will they shift their entire draft strategy? What will happen in this next game? There's just so many variables. It's just impossible to predict.
What do you think is some champions you'd like to see now? Given that it is Fearless Draft, anything could happen. What is something that you haven't seen yet that you want to see picked out from either team?
Yeah, I think I want to try and focus on the jungle here. A lot of these bruiser junglers that both of these guys have been picking up, they've all just been going out now. So maybe we'll open up the lane for some crazy other picks. I've been talking about like Diana, Viego, Zach, Mumu, these crazy other characters that lie just underneath those bruisers. They can't really usually play because the early game prio of these other junglers are better. But now that they're gone, maybe it opens it up for them.
And as you were talking about in the last draft, you mentioned Zach, which I like this because Waterloo has already picked Poppy, so they can't actually pick the Poppy, which is a very standard counter pick into Zach to stop it that elastic slingshot. So if UTM wanted to, they could pick the Zach, not necessarily blind if there's some other counter picks they're worried about, but there is one less thing they have to worry about in the Poppy. They don't even have to ban it, spend a ban on it.
Yeah, you're completely right. Poppy is that big counter. So maybe we'll see the Zac come in. I would love to see it. It's been too much in that top lane. Let's get it back into the jungle where it belongs, you know?
In terms of some other picks, I think one that we saw Mid-V play yesterday was the Karthus, which he went absolutely crazy on. Not sure why he opted to bring it out yesterday, not today, but that is something that he has picked, so possibly something that he pulls out. And yeah, as we're getting into the draft here, again, loser gets to pick the side here, so UTM opted for blue side. So we're 4 out of 4 picking blue side in this series, showing that that is definitely the preferred side to be on.
Yeah, they really just want to make those prio picks happen as blue side continuously being picked up here. We'll see if there's any changes in bans. I wouldn't put my money on it, though.
Yeah, it seems pretty standard for the most part. Again, Waterloo hitting that Malzahar. Honestly, I would have liked to see it go through just because I haven't seen a Malzahar in pro play in a while. Shout out to Cadril, but no, I guess that is something that I'm worried about for Mint-V to pick. And Jinx is going to be banned again from UTM. This is something they did in Game 3 ban, which was a change-up. And they're also going to hit Ziggs actually in round 1 of bans this time, which they spent in round 2 of bans last time.
Yeah, interesting to see the Ziggs. I guess they're thinking like Waterloo has been cooking up. Maybe it's something that's been brought out in scrims so far, but we haven't really seen Ziggs AC or mid too much in this, like other than APA bringing it out. But it's going to be the Ashe first pick. I think that was banned out in a lot of the other games, but it does come to fruition here. A really strong first pick to give you lane prio as both an ADC and a support.
Yeah, like you said, most often, or was banned in the earlier games, most often by UTM. So here they're on the blue side, they can take that as their first pick as the priority. And yeah, great pickup from them. Not too, it's also a great blind pick, as you mentioned, both support, mostly support, but yeah, great pickup.
Yeah, and on the side of Waterloo, is going to be opting for the Ezreal here. It's cool to see all these other ADCs coming out after that first tier is being brought out. But Ezreal, yeah, super safe pick. You can kind of play it with anything, really.
This is the beauty of Fearless Draft. Ezreal is such a fun pick to watch. Not super common these days, but again, when that draft pool is getting tightened up, Ezreal is a great one to watch. There was a fun pentakill on Reddit today about it. Yeah, I just love seeing him flash around, make those plays. Very high skill cap.
Yeah, and Jarvan's brought out, these guys will not leave their bruiser junglers. They want to have that early playmaking. And as soon as you spot the Ashe without any mobility, it's pretty good to get that Jarvan pick out there.
Yeah, Jarvan was picked by UTM in Game 2. Viego, like you were talking about. Okay, so it is still these bruiser AD junglers. That said, Viego is a more exciting one. You can get those resets going. And Varus was just picked by Waterloo in their Game 1 win. Here, UTM free to pick it up alongside Ashe. Great combo and so much lane priority with that pick, with the double ADCs. And yeah, just amazing draft by UTM so far.
Yeah, I absolutely love this with the Viego. The Varus ult and the Ashe ult can easily lock down those single targets for Viego to get the resets on, which is the most important thing for Viego to play around. So really good for setting him up. And it's going to be the Hui being picked up by Waterloo. See, this one's probably not going bot.
With the Ezreal pick, I can imagine this Hui is either support or mid lane for Waterloo. Yeah, as mentioned, Hui was picked in game 1 by UTM. Unfortunately, it went in the bot role and lost. So I would honestly thought that was a cook by UTM specifically as one of their pocket picks. But Warriors picking here, I've never seen any of their players pick this before. It's very spicy.
Yeah, and now we're getting into the second row of bans. You got the mid laner already picked by Waterloo, so probably some mid bans going out there, while some support bans that UTM will be looking towards. Oh, actually a no ban. They couldn't decide, I guess.
Not sure whether that... I'm sure that they'll maybe sort that out on their own through communications. But yeah, it looks like, if any... Well, hard to say what that is. But again, I want to just talk about the Jarvan again. Like you said, great pickup into the Ashe to lock down the mobile ADC. If she doesn't have flash, she's dead. And they did opt to pick Varus into that as well. Varus also a mobile. But, you know, with the Chains of Corruption, if he plays at range with the poke build, he can maybe avoid the Jarvan engage.
Yep, and you see the Camille being banned out. The Camille J4 is a great combo at locking anyone down, so good to see that being taken away. And yeah, what other picks do you see them try and pick in the second part of the draft so far?
Yeah, I think Inexhausted is being tested here. You know, having some picks not available to him, especially as Aatrox getting Camille banned against him, which he played Fiora in game 1. So I think something that is left open is that Cassante, as I was mentioning, that was already picked by UTM in their game 2 win. So only Waterloo can pick it here. And I do think it is a threat. And also Mordekaiser is one of Cassante's counters, so I do, like in lane anyways, so I do like that they're banning this, maybe setting up the Cassante pick. If UTM does opt to ban Cassante here though, then Inexhausted is going to have to come up with something else.
Yeah, you might be the prophet here, and Exhausted maybe looking at that Cassante, seeing that crazy win record that we see in competitive. But yeah, I think Mordekaiser is also generally a good ban into Jarvan too, because he really wants to lock up a lot of people together, but if Mordekaiser can isolate him, then it just feels really bad. And oh, Cassante ban, UTM we're onto it.
Okay, we're not going to be seeing that today out of Inexhausted, unfortunately. So one of the solo laners here from Waterloo is going to have to be picked blind, and they're going to get the counter pick from UTM. Unless, actually, excuse me, if Hui is the mid laner. So it's either mid laner support Hui, and otherwise here they could pick mid lane, top lane, or support if mid lane is going with Hui.
Yeah, that Hui could help them combat this Varus Ashe priority, so I wouldn't be too surprised if it goes into the support role, but yeah, it looks like it will be with the Syndra being locked in. Syndra just another staple mid lane that has good scaling, good early game, some good follow-up with CC as well.
Yep, as you said, that means Hui would be going support to help that priority against Varus Ashe. Ezreal, relatively safe laner, so paired with another, I guess, range, a support that can play from range, you don't have to interact with Ashe Varus too much, ideally. But yeah, so now UTM having to pick their top laner and mid laner. Kassadin Hover is also another one, a champion we haven't seen in quite a while. It's going to be locked in. And the Ornn top lane for Katarina Blue. This is a champion I did not actually talk about because he hasn't been too popular, but I am an Ornn main after all, so I love to see this out of him. Super safe blind pick as well, so that even though they get the counter from Warriors, Ornn can play weak side without a problem in most cases. And yeah, that Kassadin pick, counter pick into Syndra, historically being an anti-mage.
Yeah, I honestly really like the Kassadin pick here. Cannot be locked down by the Jarvan, has the mobility to keep up with the Ezreal, and it looks like it might be an Akali top, or they're going to be locking in the Darius from last game, from the series last night. It did really well before, and they're looking to replicate that success now.
As you mentioned, Inexhausted played this last night, did come out with a win. I unfortunately was not around for that one, but UTM was aware of this, having banned Darius in a previous game, leave it open for this one. And I must say, this is not bode the greatest for Katarina Blue. It is quite a difficult matchup, and especially if you fall behind, you're just going to be run down and chopped up. So Katarina Blue has to be a bit careful in this lane.
Yeah, I think the draft will be interesting. I think both teams have a really good identity here. I personally, Viego's one of my favorite junglers. If a team picks it, I think they have a great comp around it too. Having both Varus and Ashe out to give him the reset. I also think he's a great counter to the Jarvan too. Jarvan usually just wants to go in and can die pretty early into the team fight. So you get this great reset to just instantly counter engage onto the other team. So if the UTM can just kill the Jarvan as he goes in, then they can turn the fight so well onto the Hui and the Syndra, who offered great resets of their own too. So I'm siding with UTM on this one. I think they can bring it to Silver Scrapes here.
And for once, for the first time in the series, I might have to agree with you. I really like UTM's draft. I think they just scale so well, and also they have the two winning lanes in bot and mid, arguably. I think top lane is the one point of contention where if Darius gets going, he's going to absolutely run over UTM, but again, Ornn can play weak side fairly safely if he wants to just give up that priority. Yeah, in terms of Warriors win con here, though, I think they're going to have to make sure they don't fall too far behind again in top and mid. If Kasten and Ornn are ahead, they're just going to continue scaling up and just take over the game. So it's going to be up to Ezreal and Hui maybe to try to staunch that bleeding against the double ADC bot lane.
Yeah, I think Ezreal and Wei actually has pretty good early game of their own. So if they can land their skill shots, big conditional there, then they can match the prio of Varus and Ashe. But you also have Syndra having pushed. Darius is going to have prio, so they're going to have a lot of priority in this early game. So I think Waterloo have to be really proactive in looking for plays, getting these objectives as they spawn, and really looking to snowball off of the early game. While on the other hand, it's really like this mid to late game spikes coming out on the side of UTM, where they want to just try and just scale up for those team fights and try and win those.
Yeah, so when it comes to proactivity, that's going to have to be, I think Latoof is going to have to step up here on that Jarvan. Although he does have that Cataclysm, like you said, to lock down the Ashe and Varus in later team fights, he doesn't have many champions to help him dive them. Darius can't really get into the Cataclysm, and then it's just reliant on Hui, Syndra, and Ezreal hitting from the backline to try to kill off those ADCs, which is not too reliable. So Latoof needs to be able to find these plays early, like you said, get ahead and get these laners in a comfortable position to continue playing the game.
Yeah, and as you said, like an Ornn main yourself, you said the Darius matchup is pretty difficult. You think the Ornn can survive in this game, or you think Inexhaustible will just run him over?
I think it really depends on his familiarity with the matchup. Katarina Blue is an Ornn player, so I do imagine he has played this matchup several times. In my experience, the best keystone to take that actually helps change the flow of this matchup is by taking Phase Rush on Ornn. This way you can actually combo and get away before being apprehended back in. If you play a more standard Ornn build with Grasp and you actually try to fight Darius, there is absolutely no way you're winning. He is going to murder you with his bleed stacks.
Yeah, we've seen a lot of spellbook Ornns, and I'm honestly a pretty big fan of that build. So maybe what might come out here, have the Ornn take Smite for some crazy objective fights. You'd love to see it happen.
Yeah, actually, you know what? Maybe also, if we want to talk about the lane swaps again, Ornn is fairly decent, I think, in laning on a 1v2. He has a lot of CC for if you try to turret dive him, he can definitely trade one back, and he also has Unstoppable to stop your CC. So do you think that a lane swap is a possibility? Darius, I imagine, also does not fare too well.
Yeah, honestly, I think the lane swap is pretty good here. I know you have like this supposed winning lane with the Varus and Ashe, but if you do lane swap, you have Varus and Ashe, two marksmen who can get a tower down pretty easily. On top of that, Ashe having Hawkshot gives you a lot of information when you're just looking around on these swapping mind games. It can actually help a lot. That vision can give you a lot of information on choosing the right positions to go into. So I would be pretty happy if they went for the lane swap here. They could... as you said, like Ornn can survive a lot better than the Darius. A little bit more tanky, harder for Darius to survive unless he gets like a massive Q. So yeah, if they go out with the lane swap shenanigans again, which worked for them in game 2, maybe that is what they'll need.
I think the Hawkshot is an excellent call out, actually. Yeah, having that vision to play around, what the enemy team is trying to do to respond is just an amazing ability to have on your side.
Yeah, for sure. So we'll see if they end up going for it. On the other side of Waterloo, I think they should try and look to mitigate that, right? They have this really strong level 1. They should look to push into the enemy jungle, try and get some wards out. They have been doing a pretty good job of that. So we'll see if they try and sniff out any lane swap opportunities from UTM.
Yep, for sure. And I guess to just speak to the matchups thoroughly here, again, the Kasten Syndra, we touched on it already. But Kasten, I think, historically, again, is quite a counter into most mages. They tend to have trouble punishing him in lane. He does have that magic shield, and once he hits 6, he's able to just dash onto you and find kills if they're set up. So what is your take on this matchup?
Yeah, honestly, I think back in the day, Syndra into Kassadin was pretty scary for the Kassadin, but coming out now where Syndra has been reworked into more of a scaling orientation, the Kassadin has a little bit of a better time surviving against all the poke of the Syndra. Where the Kassadin is weak before level 6 is to ganks, though, because Syndra still has a QE combo that she can just shoot at Kassadin when he's like going for a caster minion or something like that, and Jarvan can come straight out of the bushes. We've seen how good they've been with just like instantly flashing to capitalize on these opportunities, so they'll need to do that again and get ahead early.
Yeah, in terms of, I guess, just trying to get priority for the mid lane, although we haven't seen it too much in terms of the scuttle battle, I think these junglers have tended to avoid each other early on in the games. When it comes to getting priority in lanes, Syndra does, I think, have a push earlier on. I guess Kassadin is weakest levels 1 to 3 about, and also before he just hits 6, he just has trouble getting that lane priority. So I think, yeah, that will be an important point of contention.
Yeah, I think in those first few levels as well, Jarvan is stronger than the Viego, has the ability to force harder too. So Viego will be just looking to play away from him, try and trade the scuttles, trade objectives, and just look for like some counter ganks because Jarvan really has to push the pace in the early game.
Right.
I think Viego will just be happy if he can just stay solid in that early game and make it out even to the mid game. Because when it comes to those team fights, Jarvan is just like a sitting duck for the Viego. He's like, come here, come engage on my team, and then we'll just kill you, and then I can become you. So yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. So we are getting into game 4 soon between Waterloo Warriors and UTM in this grand finals. Again, the winner here is playing for $500, and the second place, those losers here will still walk away with a cool 300. But again, obviously you want first place. And the reason that we can bring you this, or CIE can offer this, is because of our amazing 2 co-title sponsors, BMO and TELUS Arena.
Yeah, BMO has this amazing student banking plan that helps you focus on what's important. They got checking and saving accounts, credit cards, and borrowing options that are specifically designed for students like me and you. Plus, you get up to 12 months of Domino's Pizza for like all the current student offers that they have. They got no monthly plan fees while you're in school and for up to 1 year after you graduate, as well as convenient branch locations close to home and campus and unlimited transactions, including the Interac e-transfer ones.
Yeah, honestly, just the best bank, especially if you're a student. There's so many offers, built for students. That's why they're here to sponsor us. And I think pairing with them as well as TELUS Arena. So you get the pizza from BMO and you get gaming from TELUS Arena. So TELUS Arena is the best place for Canadian gamers to play, improve their skills through free coaching from the pros, or to compete to win thousands of dollars in prizes. If you're jealous of the players here today at CIE, you can compete yourself to win prizes in various games you love. So whether you're a casual gamer looking to learn or a pro gamer looking to win, there's a place for you at TELUS Arena. They have monthly events across a variety of games. It's not just League of Legends, and there's always something going on. So make sure to join the TELUS Arena Discord to stay updated on all of their activities.
Yeah, that honestly sounds so cool that you can just have this like community that you can join. To learn from pros would be like so cool too. So just make sure to check out all the events that are happening on their Discord. But with that, let's get our eyes back into the game here. Waterloo versus UTM. It's game 4 now. I think we got some really spicy drafts coming around too. I'm obviously very biased towards the Viego and you are towards the Orange. So we're all kind of shooting a little bit for UTM, but not going to be biased here as all casters should be. So we'll have to see how spicy of a game we can get going.
Yeah, I think we've already spoken it to death, but I think who do you think is your dark horse champion? So we've spoken about what we think will have the most impact or what we think that are pivotal picks. Who do you think is someone we haven't really focused on that much that might be able to change the game?
Yeah, honestly, I think we kind of stressed upon all of them really bit. I think all of them have general win conditions that they can play for, but the person whose mechanics will really have to be up to the test is, I think, K11 on the Viego. Like, you're gonna have to know how to play like 5 other characters on top of yourselves, and if you cannot get good resets, you're almost like, I don't want to say the win con in the team fights, but you're you're a very hugely important part of how they're going to play the team fights. The Varus ult, the Ashe ult should all be used to set up the Viego, and then it's all up to him to try and figure out how to carry the team fight, turn the tides with all his resets.
Absolutely, and we're finally going to be getting into game to figure out if Viego will be able to do just that. We're on to the rip for game 4 of the CIE League of Legends Grand Finals.
Yeah, here we are heading right into game here. All the players are up on the rift here for a little 5-point here, but you can see that UTM is going for a little bit of vision. Some pesky invades on the bot jungle, gonna get a ward to figure out where this Jarvan is starting. And I think that's really important to track where the Jarvan starts, see where he's gonna be looking to create his early pressure early on.
Yeah, let's see if they try to make any kind of early play like they have been. That's so good.
Not scared.
But yeah, I think notably here, just one thing I wanted to point out is Ezreal first has a tier as well as first strike. So it looks like he's trying to play to scale. There's no way you're going to get lane Prio with that kind of a setup. Granted, you do have the Hui, but against a Hail of Blades Ashe as well as the Comet Varus, so it is in lethality Varus, I don't think you're going to get much lane priority.
Yeah, first strike, you rarely see Ezreal's going for that, but he is really just going for the stalks in this lane, trying to get as much money as possible and scale up. And yeah, with the tier, they're kind of just conceding the lane. No lane swap shenanigans happening here either, so you should just see bot lane Prio coming up to UTM.
Oh, the Darius. You can see Countering Blue actually did take the phaser, so he is familiar with this matchup. You can see he can get away from the slows and just dash away from this Darius when he's in trouble, although he is walking up into Darius again and just getting chopped up a bit.
Yeah, he really just wants that XP as he walks up for it. But on the other hand, you can see Mintvy actually getting a lot of damage onto Plex in these early trades. And you can see Plex having to back off even though he has a level 2 advantage.
Yeah, that's the matchup when you're not careful as the mid lane mage into a Cassid. And granted, yeah, Plex also has first strike himself, so he's also trying to get some stonks going, get some money on this Cassidin where he can, and try to get his own scaling going.
Yeah, and you
That
can see
said-
K11 using that bot lane prio. He wants to invade the enemy jungle. The Hawkshot is going to spot exactly what Jarvan has done and what he's going to do next. So I think Jarvan realized it, is going to go check his Gromp, and K11 pounces on the opportunity. Latoof is going to combo out of there. So this camp should try and be K11's here. The Syndra has pushed, so maybe she'll come back though.
It doesn't look like it's going to happen. They're going to pull both bot lanes up to try to secure this blue. And Latoof, again, being pushed out of his own jungle in these games, often not having the team behind his back to help contest K11 on these. And yeah, so Latoof is going to be forced to either reset here or try to take the wolves.
Yeah, I think you just got to cut your losses, reset, and then use the Darius Prio in the top side to try and get some of K11's jungle back. It looks like he's just looking to walk over there instead. He is a little bit low on HP. He's actually coming back for the wolves, and I think that's just going to be another waste of time. He cannot really walk up to K11. He at least has a smite, so I think he can get the big wolf when it does go down. But K11's actually playing it very smart. He's just going to let it reset because he knows it's just going to waste both of their time.
He's actually going back, though. Looks like he wants to fight it again. Like you said, K11 doesn't have flash, and Latoof does, so Latoof is going to smite that away. K11 will help himself to one of the small wolves, excuse me. He's just going to walk away after that, so... Net positive for K11, but Latoof, I'm sure... Oh, actually, they're going to run into each other again in the bot river here.
Yeah, fighting for that scuttle. Plex is going to have the mid prior here, so K11 has to be careful. He should have both junglers should have smite coming up soon, so it should be a smite battle for this. Up to 600, who's going to get it? I think it went to K11 as Latoof is trying to get revenge. He's going to go towards him as K11 is going to be forced to flash out here.
Yeah, I'm surprised that Latoof actually went to contest that bot instead of just grabbing the top one for free. Granted, Plex did have priority as we saw he walks down. They do burn his flash, but Latoof just spending a lot of time. And Exhausted pops the ghost.
Yeah, and Exhausted running him down as Darius is like to do, but he's pretty tanky. He's able to buy, I believe, he bought the Ruby Crystal and bought the Dushian lane. So yeah, really good by him. Just able to survive in this lane so far. The main problem is though, he's half of Darius' CS so far.
Yeah, he's absolutely... Oh, they don't know K11's still here.
Scrim! Oh, beautiful play by Scrim and Callum Coy there. K11 looking to get the trade back onto Scrim here. He should be able to get the reset here. And now Callum Coy is next on the cards. Ezreal's able to arcane shift over. K11
looking for the kill.
He hits the Q, hits the W. Can he get the other auto? Great fear by Callum Coy. Is that going to be enough? He's eventually going to reset back to Viego here. He charges up the Maul, lands it, and gets the kill. K11 popping off on the Viego.
Yeah, great 2v2 play by Waterloo. They would have won if K11 wasn't still there, but he instead canceled his back in the bush and was there to cover it. Granted, they do get the first kill and Scrim does get that gold, but sticking around a bit too long, and K11's able to kill Hui with the Ezreal reset as well as the flash arrow from Dan Xiaogu.
Yeah, I see the power of the Hui support. It was a beautiful snare there, pulling those two together to get the passive marks on both of them. As here comes a roll from a B, pushing the Syndra out as Mint-B is able to get a little bit of respite, get some CS for himself.
Callum Coy's here to cover up. He's a cover now. He has a level up on a beam, nothing else is going to happen. And during that time, since K11 did show balling, Latoof was able to help himself to the top side of UTM's jungle and catch up a bit in CS as well as get the second grab.
Yep, he's basically evened it all up now. This Jarvan is chilling, but Viego has gotten a kill and assist for himself in return.
And he's also again in onto the Ornn, but there's not much you can do. You just phase rush and dashes out. That is how the matchup often goes. Again, down CS on the Ornn, but you're going to outscale the Darius if everything stays even.
He's doing a good job of playing that weak side, trying to just minimize the leads that he's giving the Darius. As this ball lane is honestly so volatile. Both of them can just do so much damage. As you see Waterloo starting up the grubs as K11 heads for the dragon trade.
Yeah, Darius just has so much priority. So of course K11 with the bot pressure will take the dragon. Yeah, most notably for Scrim, he is actually up CS and also went for a cull. So he was just scaling up a storm with the tier, the cull, the first strike. He's going to be, like you said, getting those stonks and hopefully getting his power spikes earlier than he normally would.
Yeah, and now that Plex has gone a few levels, he has been bullying Mint-B, but Mint-B has finally hit the level 6. This is when Katzen actually starts to be able to play the lane. You have a little bit of threat onto the Syndra when the jungler or anyone else comes to help you out. So Plex has to start playing a little bit more careful now.
Yeah, Latoof just farming up his jungle. Nothing too exciting happening. Darius, or not Darius, excuse me. Ornn actually did rush a Bramble Vest, which I don't think that is too common. Darius doesn't exactly have a ton of healing, nor is he auto-attacking super quick for the reflect damage. So not the best armor item in my opinion, but armor nonetheless for survivability.
Yeah, not best, but not too bad. As you can see, Den, Xiaogu, and D are looking to get a dive
he
here,
goes
but
in.
Scrim actually, beautiful plays there, actually chunking out the Viego, making the dive difficult. He's going to be able to survive as Katarina just killed an exhausted. Was that a dive gone wrong, or just some crazy Ornn level 6% HP damage there?
Yeah, it looks like they both burned a flash on the plate. We're gonna get a replay to see what happened. He's actually so low already. How does he win this? He goes for the flash.
Yeah.
What was that?
It's the tower shots. Oh, you hate to see it in exhaustive as the Ornn comes to re-engage with, and the minions help out a little bit to get the kill.
In exhausted, yeah, throwing away his lead, and that's essentially how Ornn can get a kill in that match. If you take too many turret shots, you get CC'd up by it. And yeah, the Ornn is going to finish you off. That's so unfortunate for an exhaustive.
Yeah, that is huge for the side of UTM. That helps Ornn survive so much more in this lane. Darius really needs to try and get ahead on the side lane. As now, Callum Coy going to be caught out a bit. K11, can he land them all? He gets the flash. Yeah, the Hui should be dead here. The ult to make sure it is secured, and he's going to pick up the kill.
Yeah, he actually missed his ult.
Latuf actually flash EQ, but Mint V has a flash to trade. Good flash trade by the German there, though.
Yeah, not too bad. Yeah, I guess burning the flash on the cast is not is perfectly fine. He recognized that the cast and ult was on cooldown, so he would have to be forced to flash. That's why he flashed for it. It was good timing on it. Unfortunately, doesn't find the kill, and now UTM up 4 kills to 1 and evening up the gold.
Yeah, K11 seeing that Jarvan is mid is gonna steal away the blue buff, is successful in the heist, and he's gonna come down to hover his bot lane as Latuf. He's gonna go check his blue buff and see that it is gone, and might get angry and run towards bot here.
Looks like he is. He's gonna stay in the bush, actually. Maybe he is aware that K11 is here. He's actually just resetting. It looks like he was covering a dive if it was gonna happen. And to trade up solo kills mid. Mint V and Plex both going down. That said, Plex did burn his flash.
Yeah, was that another unfortunate tower shot incident? We'll have to see the replay coming up. But yeah, I love that there's just random solo kills going on left and right here.
Honestly, the solo laters are not holding anything back. We're gonna go into the replay now to see what happened.
Yeah, we see, both of them with pretty low HP. Plex trying to get some damage in, takes one tower shot, might end up taking another as he goes for the combo here. Good stun landed, but I think Minty's gonna take this opportunity to... Oh, actually, another Q landed. How does Plex end up dying here? Oh, it's always the tower shot, isn't it?
Hits the scatter of the week and... Oh!
Ooh,
there's actually a possibility Mint V would have lived if he did not flash or jump back in.
Yeah, I think that was 3 total tower shots taken from Plex. So far, it's the towers that have been the main enemy for them, really helping these late game scaling champions get some kills and equalizing the lanes here.
Yeah, you can see that Castan has almost done his Rod of the Ages. You know, Plex did finish his Archangel Staff, but of course it's not fully stacked yet. And it's not going to help him too much with trying to punish this Castan more.
Yeah, and now Ash Arrow gets flashed by one, but landed onto the other. The Varus ult followed up. Ooh, the Arcane and the flash. Scrim almost flashes back into the arrow, but he is able to get out. K11 not able to get much more, but they are pushing them away from the turret, so a wave will be lost here.
Yeah, a bit of messy play all around. Callum Coy flashing the Enchanted Crystal Arrow means Scrim gets hit up by it, and then he flashes anyways, although the Pierce Arrow was going to go wide. The TP
Ooh, the teleport coming in now. I think they should just be able to get out,
Ezreal, excuse me.
Yeah, a B with a great flash onto Latuf's combo here, and everyone should be okay.
Yeah, because see, nothing's going to happen top lane again.
This Viego still hasn't backed. I think he's sitting on like 1 or 2,000 gold here.
You're right, he still has just the Noon Quiver, which he had since that first or second back earlier on. He's going to have a lot of gold, but it looks like something's happening bot yet again.
AP looking for Callum Coe here. The ult comes out. Can they trade the kill back onto him? Viego does not get the reset as AB ends up getting the kill, so Scrim should be able to get out here.
Yeah, B does burn Flash, I believe, or Stancio Good did, excuse me, although not necessarily required. Nonetheless, a good kill onto Callum Coy, and 0-3 now on this Hui pick.
Yeah, and now another look at this top lane. The Darius is 30 CS up, kind of just equalizing the kill that's gone there. He's like 500 gold ahead. Meanwhile, like, I think you just take that as the Ornn, though. Like, you're more than happy with that. The next round of Grub's coming up. We'll see if Latuf ends up going for it.
Looks like he's actually considering a dive here. Either that or
I
an invade
don't
on the
think you can
jungle.
dive the Orn.
I don't think so either. Well, they're gonna catch the scatter of the week anyways.
Yeah, Minvi taking a lot of poke. Syndra actually gonna use the ult, but the magic shield was there for Minvi to tank up a lot of it. Beautiful Ash arrow from the side. K11 coming in from the flank, and the Syndra has no flash. Plex is gonna end up going down. Reset coming across for K11 here.
Yeah, great arrow by Abi. Just once again showing the playmaking prowess on his champions. Again, Ash not the engaged support that he's been used to, but that Enchanted Crystal arrow just a great play, hitting onto the Syndra without flash mid.
Yeah, and UTM, I think they're focusing on the dragon as the priority. Latouf going to be taking the grubs while the dragon's going across to them. It's going to be 2 for them, really looking for that soul stacking condition.
Yep, for sure. That's going to be second dragon. Latouf, you can see trading the grubs up top. 3-0 and 1 on K11's Viego with that Kraken's their first item. You can see Mint V's done his Rod of the Ages. Opportunity for Dance Yagu's Lethality poke Varus. And these power spikes are just coming in at great times for UTM, even though they're not up that much gold. I think they're quite a bit stronger.
Yeah, and this Viego, I think, is in position to carry this game. I said K11, he's going to have to pop off if his team wants to win, and that's exactly what he's doing. He's stepping up to the occasion so far. The Kraken Slayer is going to let him just shred through that front line of Jarvan or the Darius that go into him, and he should be able to get the resets and just turn the tides of all these team fights.
First turret's also going to go over to UTM, Dan Xiaogu and Abi picking up that gold. Looks like they are considering the dive on the Ornn. He is quite low, however, so maybe this is quite good. He's also quite low on mana. Granted, he still has ult, he still has flash. So if
yeah,
I was
it should
him,
be very
honestly,
difficult to pull off, but Latouf, he's up to the task. He's gonna actually stop the Ornn ult. Beautiful play by him. The Ornn is unstoppable. The Ash ult from the side. Katarina is end up pick up the kill. That dive was very difficult to pull off, and the Ash arrow made it even more impossible. Great presence from Spawn to help Katarina pick up the second kill. The Ornn has a bounty now.
Oh,
and now Varus looking for a kill onto the Syndra. The Archangel Shield helping out Plex here, but the next arrow going to be coming in, and Dan Xiaogu picks up the kill.
great plays from UTM all around. Yeah, the Enchanted Crystal Arrow just saving the Ornn. I think he did not play the dive perfectly, but granted, yeah, still stays alive, of course. And then Dan Xiaogu finds a corrupting chain onto the Syndra mid, standing too far up. This might be Herald for them.
Yeah, it should be the Herald going down to them. They are looking in such a good spot. They got a good scaling comp, and they are ahead. So it's kind of a ticking time bomb for Waterloo. They need to look for some plays here, especially I think Latouf. He's like the only playmaker on this team, the only source of engage. So he needs to try and get something going. Maybe look for a pick on the sidelines onto Mint B or something.
Yeah, as we were talking about in draft, it was up to him to be proactive in this game. Unfortunately, 0-0-0 on the Jarvan, not making much happen, and it's also down a bit of CS on his counterpart in K11. So this game is honestly slipping out of Waterloo's hands. It's difficult for me to identify what their win con might be.
Yeah, exactly. It is looking pretty dire for them. This Ornn is chilling. He's got so much armor. As K11 looking for Plex again. Plex almost flashing into the arrow, but K11 is doing so much damage. Mint V alongside him, and it's going to be another kill as K11 goes on a rampage.
K11 is just absolutely taking over the game. It's just what you wanted to see, this Viego dominating over the map. Darius now, he's just not fed enough to be able to kill this Ornn, who has the 2 armor items, or 1.5 rather.
Yeah, Ornn can't kill him either at this point, I feel like, but he can definitely hold the Darius at bay, and he's going to be such a presence in this team fights. As Shelly taking a stroll over to the mid lane, gonna charge at the tower, bring it down fairly low.
Yeah, not enough to kill it, and no one rode it in, but just looking for that chip damage onto that turret is going to be quite effective. Again, yeah, I think this Darius, although not able to easily kill Ornn, I believe I want to identify him as the win con in terms of just split pushing. I do not think that Waterloo's team comp will win team fights easily at any point in this game.
Yeah, exactly. It's honestly, the win conditions are almost non-existent for them. I think Latouf has got to be the hero here. I honestly think this game he has been underperforming a little bit. When you pick something like the Jarvan that needs to have this early presence, 0-0 or 0-0-0 is not the scoreline that you want. As like the Maw hits from K11, the Kassadin ulting in, the Seraph Shield is going to help him survive this game though.
Yeah, Plex thought he was playing pretty safe, just standing way back behind that wave while Mint B farmed the wave, but unfortunately, Viego's right behind him and had vision to hit that stun. And Exhaustion's now up here, though. Maybe they can find something as a top outer turret goes down. Objective bounties available inside of 17 minutes.
Yeah, and now it's going to be 1 more minute till the Ocean's Dragon comes up. I think this is a pretty good dragon for them too, because there's a lot of poke on the side of Waterloo, the Syndra, Ezreal, Hui, that they can pretty much just regen once they get the soul.
Yeah, we'll have to see if they're going to contest it from the side of Waterloo. They do have some power spikes, possibly. Ezreal backing out with a fully stacked tier. He also has his Essence Reaver, his Cull finish. So if he can afford to get Miramana here, he might actually be quite strong, but it's unlikely he has that much gold. Oh, actually, he does. Okay. UW Scrim on 2 items here, ahead of his counterpart in Danciog. Maybe he can help carry a team fight.
Yeah, I think they definitely just have to fight this dragon. The scaling is not on their side. They need to figure out a way to get a big engage from Latuf to try and win it. But it's pretty hard. There's flashes on everyone here. Like, I think they needed to try and go for some place to burn some flashes, but they need to, like, I think some misplay has to happen from UTM for them to lose this fight.
I would agree, but definitely not something that is impossible for it to happen. Callum Coy back against the recent. He's coming back onto the map. We can see everyone pulling 5 members down for this 3rd dragon.
K11 actually caught out by himself here. They need to kill him now, but he is able to ult out. Katarina is nearby. The ult ends up hitting the Darius, who's stuck by himself as the chains have landed. Blue killing up Jarvan. Darius is next on the table. Scrim not doing nearly enough damage as he has to end up flashing away. Danchagu chasing forward. The arrows hitting one by one. Gets the kill. Gets the killing spree. Mint V on the hunt, but looks like the dragon is going to be what ends up. Oh my god, the damage onto Callum Coy. I think he should be okay.
This is heartbreak for Waterloo. I thought they had the winning pick. They're finding K11, but Minty flashes in.
Yeah, a little bit too far from him. Not going to be able to get anything, but they should be able to get the consolation prize of the dragon at least.
Consolation prize is just honestly the winning prize for that team fight. Now up over almost 4K in 19 minutes. 13 kills to 3. UTM dominating this game. And I was going to say, yeah, Latuf missed the flag drag on K11. I thought that was the pick that might win them the fight. Unfortunately, he survives. Callum Coy finds a solo kill shutdown.
Flashy play. Yeah, the Hui support coming in big. Gets the kill onto the Varus. This is the kind of stuff they need to keep doing. They need to keep making plays if they want any way back into this game.
Yeah, we see Callum Coy went Malignance. He's obviously going to be building even more AP as a Hui. So they do have 2 AP threats with Plex and Hui. They definitely have enough damage to find kills if necessary, aside from the big Ornn in the front line. So maybe if they can continue this trend, they might be able to find their way to a win here.
Yep, and now we're going to head into this replay. We're going to see what happened in this dragon fight. They were not able to kill the Viego in time, and the troops have all mobilized. The Darius gets chained, the Jarvan gets slain, as everyone is running for their life, as the Varus is hunting them down, flashing forward, getting the arrows one by one, and Minty had a little excursion in the mid lane that we won't talk about, but it ended up being all good.
Yeah, it worked out in the end. He didn't find his kill, and which was meant to be, again, speaking of him. Plex Flash? Oh, he's actually going to live. I was going to say that Flash looked very not great, to be honest. I thought he was going to die regardless, but they actually give up the play. Latuf and
they're not sure who's behind. Latuf and Callum Coy are on the way, so they're playing it nice and safely. They are scaling up. They are chilling.
Yep. We're going to have to see what happens from here on out. We can see that Darius... Oh, that damage with the Varus.
It is crazy. He's going for the lethality build this time, and he does so much damage, right? When he lands the chains onto anyone, they are almost dead, and it's just a perfect setup for K11 to get the reset.
And when you're playing Ezreal, you assume you can be rather safe sitting back and shooting your Qs from afar, trying not to get in dangerous range. But that said, Varus' Qs just as long, if not longer. You can't be too careful as Ezreal, even in this game.
Yeah, exactly. Scrim going down to TP to this lane. He's going to see if he can get the push, try and save this mid lane, keep it up for a little bit longer.
Things are relatively quiet. Surprisingly, even with 3 dragons, 2 turrets, and 13 kills to 4, UTM is only up about 2.5. Okay, I think that's largely attributed to Inexhaust's huge CS lead. Even though he's down, he's 0-3 and down 5 kill participation on Katarina Blue, I can't imagine he's actually down that much gold.
Yeah, but honestly, I feel like being even does not matter for the Darius. I think you've got to be ahead. That's what you pick the character for. At this point, I think Varus and Ashe can just keep him away from them so easily that it's hard for Darius to get onto them. He's wishing it was like ARAM right now, that he could just snowball into melee range, but unfortunately that's not the case.
Unfortunately not. Plex now being chased by Mint V.
Yeah, I
gonna
don't know
be
who's
fine.
chasing who though, because now Latoof is coming in to help out. Minty probably gonna be able to just ult out here. Plex going for the tower. He's gonna get a little bit of a chunk, but I think he should just be able to ult out. The turret is gonna end up going down for Waterloo, traded for that mid lane tower.
Yeah, Waterloo can be content with that, given that they have objective bounty, so a little extra gold in their pocket on that trade. That's the first turret going down for them. They have these the mid turret low and the bot turret still available if they want to try to pick up some more bounties around the map.
Yeah, now we're in a little bit of a lull state before this dragon comes up in a little bit more than a minute. Scrim using the ult to stop the Varus from backing,
Oh, no!
but now gets hit with the... he is able to buffer with the arcane shift, but he's going to instantly end up going down. K11 getting the reset of a marksman, and now Latoof, he looks a little bit squishy, goes in with the cataclysm, the failed on top. It's a beautiful wombo combo. K11 is slain, carrying the blue next on the table. Inexhaustive is running them all down. The Darius is online.
Oh my god, I was gonna say that did not look good for Waterloo. The B just punishing Scrim for stopping his ADC's back. They immediately blow up Scrim once the Enchanted Crystal Arrow hits. That said, Inexhaustive and Plex coming up on the backside along with the Tubes Engage are actually able to make that a 3-for-2. Or 2 for 2,
we've been
excuse
asking
me.
for
3
this
for 2,
great
yeah.
wombo combo, and Latoof is able to pull it off with the Cataclysm, followed up by the whale by Callum Coy, and that was really well played. That's exactly what they needed. They got some well-needed shutdowns and slowly getting back into this game.
Seeing how that happened, we can see the arrow all the way from base from a B is going to hit on the Scrim even though he arcane shifts.
Yeah, and after that, the Cataclysm here, look at it, the fissures, the whale, so much AoE damage coming in to kill K11, and Inexhaustive, he has his sums, he's able to run down the Varus and get the kill onto him. But if we actually go into live here, there was another fight going down just once again as Plex gets caught out by Mint B, who gets the kill and is able to barely get out. But we'll see if I think Mint B should be able to back in TP, and UTM can still contest the dragon.
Yeah, Waterloo has all
Oh my
four
God.
here. Waterloo pulling, or UTM pulling the fifth. You can see that TP back in the bot lane.
Yeah, Inexhaustive is now the target of as Latoof misses the flag and drag combo, and K11 is on the backline, kills UW Scrim, goes on Reset City here, and now they're just running down all of Waterloo. This is done, dusted, and settled. K11 going for the drag.
Just when it looked like there was hope with Waterloo in that fight mid, they instantly get aced in the bot lane while trying to walk up to Dragon. Worth noting during that mid fight that Caston was not there. He was actually top, and he got the inner top turret, so a lot of gold for him. He's now on 3 items as well as the Merc chest, so he's just absolutely taking over these fights when he's actually there.
Yeah, the scaling is coming into effect. The level 16 Cassidon has arrived, and these team fights are looking so good. You got the Ornn, he's given in the better items to the Varus and the Viego, and more of them will continue to be upgraded as time goes on. There's just so much scaling on their side as Mintvy looking for Plex right now. The stun does land.
Mintvy. Maybe they could actually make something happen. He gets the heal up on the auto on the minion.
So it's all a
on the
bait
flank
though.
now.
Yeah, Plex was not aware, but at least Scrim is behind him to help him out.
Yeah, this game only just hit 25 minutes. It already feels like UTM is almost fully skilled. They have the dragon, so like you said, they have the ornaments coming out. This level 16 Cassidon with 300 and another pulling the trigger.
Is called. Latoof goes in, but he is all by himself. Instant reset for the Viego. The Assault landing onto Count Koi. He's going to end up going down next, and now they're going to run them all down one by one. Plex is next on the table. Mint V ulting forward. Scrim, he's going to be able to run away on his own, but it's just him and Inexhaustive left up. Baron is up on the table for UTM.
And we can see that caught out there, but it doesn't even matter that Ornn misses the second ram of the Ornn Horn. They're just going to get the kills anyways, get the Baron. And this game is just absolutely falling out of Waterloo's hands. I don't know how they come back in this one.
Yeah, they just got so much gold from this. Going to take a nice little reset and then walk it down mid to get those inner towers and knock on Waterloo's base.
See now, 3 items done for that Varus, 3 items on Cassidon. As mentioned, now he also has the Seeker's Arm Guard for the Zhonya's active. Yeah, last Wisp actually going to come out for Dance Xiaogu as well. So 3.5 items. He's going to be destroying anyone who's even trying to build defensively into him, which is not much at this point.
Yeah, Seeker's Arm Guard I think is also really big. Cassidon can actually just go ham in these team fights with the ult on such a short cooldown. Go in, get a kill, Zhonya's if needed, and just ult out right after. So he's so slippery and so hard to catch.
Yeah, with the Baron, they're going to be pushing all lanes here. The only hope for Waterloo is, again, finding that crazy Cataclysm Wombo combo team fight and somehow managing to kill both the Cassidon and Ornn while not dying to the arrows from Dance Xiaogu.
Yeah, and oh no, AB's he's left hanging on the thumbs up. Oh, okay, so someone just fist bump him from Narnia. Anyone else on his team? So, but all's well in the game. They're not gonna FF or anything.
Oh yeah, definitely not. I wouldn't imagine anyways. Let's see, they're trying to set up a bait here from Waterloo, but I don't think they can make this happen. It's Orn that's walking into it.
Yeah, great knocked up by Plex, but now he just has to flash away as the Ornhorn is called. Latu gets knocked up by it. He has the safety of his tower, but that tower is going to be alive for just 2 seconds. Mid with a crazy flash ulti. The power of the Malignants as he just kills 2 people inside their base.
Nothing they can do about that. They just don't have the CC. This is level 17 cast, and he's looking at the Ocean region. He's healing up these Zonyas for fun, honestly. He didn't even need to. And they're just going to get absolutely taken down here.
Yeah, there's just not much that they can do. They're all just being corralled in their base. Plex is going to be alive for 1 more second, gets killed by K11, who is on a rampage here. That mid inhib going down. They could push for the end here. They do have the Baron, and there's like 15 seconds left for 2 of them to come up.
Have to imagine that's the game. I don't know what else they can do to defend it. Exhausted on his lonesome here as the Darius with the flash up.
Yeah, it should just be done. That's it. 27 minutes. Not much that Waterloo can do as UTM, they are taking it to silver scrapes.
Evening up the series here in the grand finals, 2-2. Was 1 game left to decide it all. Great game from UTM all around. I think that they've controlled it from start to finish, to be honest with you.
Yeah, and honestly, I think I got to give it to their draft there. The comp that they drafted was so good. And Waterloo, they had a pretty good identity too, but they just were not able to get ahead in that early game. I think it really came down to that jungle diff where they picked this Jarvan that needed to have this presence early and really just was not able to get anything as K11 was just running the game, getting fed on the Viego and getting his laners ahead at the same time. And a little bit of an MVP, actually. Those tower shots in top and mid lane when they went for the dive, honestly, they might have made the difference this game because Waterloo, they needed to get ahead in those solo lanes and they got behind, and that was just it for them.
You said it, basically that one winning lane that Waterloo had, that Darius just absolutely banging on Orn's door. Unfortunately, goes too far under the turret and it gets solo killed in what should be a winning matchup. And yeah, just not happening. Also, the trade of kills mid lane, like you said, giving that cast another chance to scale up. And as we saw, he absolutely took over the game. Yeah, good effort from Waterloo all around, but just not enough in the face of UTM's comp here.
Yeah, but in the end, that comp was brilliant, but they cannot do it again. So once again, it's just going to have to be a completely different draft because it is Fearless Draft. And now Fearless Draft is the best when you take it the entire distance, right? We are going into the 5th games. There's like 20 characters that are gone for each team. So we'll have to see what happens in this last game of the series. We'll be back after a little short break. Make sure not to go anywhere and be sure to catch the next game that's coming up.
When I first heard about the TELUS esports series, I was like, there's no way.
I was absolutely stoked. You don't really hear about esports at all in Canada, let alone from a big company like TELUS.
Canada does have a scene, and we do have people who are thriving towards getting us into that bigger picture.
2 versus 1, and it should be their game. The Bronze Manovas from second, now finally find first.
Simply put, the TELUS esports series is esports for everyone. It's our take of what we think the esports industry should look like and where we think it should go. It's way more fun to compete for something when there's something on the line. And the TELUS esports series gives players of all skill levels opportunities to experience that. We really want to make the gaming experience more fun for everyone, and we want to help the gaming industry evolve and grow the way that it should. And I think the time is right for it.
Hearing the tunes of the silver scrapes, it brings a tear to my eye. We have brought it all the way. We've gone the distance. It's game 5 in the grand final of the CIE tournament. Oh my God. This has been crazy so far, and it's only going to get crazier.
Yeah, we were asking for this at the start of the day, and it actually went the full distance. And it's just so exciting because of this fearless draft that we have. I can't wait to jump in and see what the teams have cooked up. But yeah, both of these teams just not backing down, pulling out different draft strategies and just playing the games out well to bring this to the full 5 games.
Yeah, all right. I've got some stats for you here. Every team, they picked blue side. Blue side has won every game. Waterloo, they don't care. They're going red side in this game 5. They are cooking up something crazy here.
Yeah, it's actually wild that they had side selection given that they lost the last game, and they have chose blue the first 2 times and won both of those. UTM, as you mentioned, also chose blue side both times. Waterloo opting into red side for, what I guess we'll have to see whatever reason. Maybe they know what they're doing here. Maybe they have some professional or some secret draft strategy cooked up for the red side counter pick. But yeah, I'm just so excited to see, and let's see if they can actually, go against the stats. And if they don't win here, blue side will maintain its 100% win rate.
Yeah, and I think part of it is also the fearless draft too, right? Usually blue side really wants those big meta OP picks, but as all of them are taken out in this fearless draft, counter picks become a lot more important, and red side loves to have that as it just gets to see what the other team picks first and react accordingly. So I think that's kind of what Waterloo's thought process here is, and I honestly, I commend it. Let's get those crazy counter picks going in. I want to see some crazy picks coming out in this last game.
Yeah, super excited. So yeah, it's like fearless draft in a game 5 means that both teams have 20 champions that they can no longer pick, plus the 5 that they're going to get banned against them. Just really limits the champ pools by so much. Again, the other teams can still pick what the other team picked in previous games, and not that they didn't. However, still, just 20 champions is a huge number of champions off the pool.
Yeah, really insane. I can barely play like 2 characters, man. These guys really have to stretch their champion pools here, hoping they got champion oceans everywhere. And yeah, it'll really bring out the spicy picks. We saw the Viego last game, and I absolutely loved it. Executed to perfection, and we have to see what comes out in this game.
Again, so UTM is the one on blue side, so I'm going to ban Jinx here first, and Malzahar. So again, we spoke about this a dozen times, or 4 times over by now. I'm going to talk about the bans again, but these are pretty standard, the same ones we've been seeing throughout.
Yep, and it's really gonna come down to what is this first pick, right? There's so many characters that have been gone. I'm sure the coaches have just been like looking through the spreadsheet, seeing what's like played. Oh yeah, this is still up, and they're just gonna like pick that up.
Yeah, so notably UTM bans the Ashe after they played it in one last game. They can no longer, so they don't want UW to be able to have it either. Standard 3 bans for Waterloo, nothing special there. Malzahar has been banned every game, Senna and Rel as well. And they're going to get Volibear first pick from UTM, so just a safe blind pick. Waterloo couldn't have picked this since they did pick and win with it in game 1.
Yeah, it's crazy to see a Volibear first pick coming out here, and they really just want that early prio. But I think Volibear can be pretty vulnerable and counter pickable. It is such a linear playstyle. If I don't know, Litu wants to go for some of these solo queue characters like the Kindred or the Graves, they can absolutely just kite Volibear around and really just push it to them in their own jungle. It could be crazy, but oh my god, that's the Rek'Sai.
Rek'Sai, so again, if this is going jungle, then this is going to be the 5th game in a row from both junglers with an AD bruiser jungler style. That said, it could be Rek'Sai top, which did have some popularity earlier in the season by going full tank. However, it didn't get nerfed, so I'm not sure if that's the play anymore. Rek'Sai jungle is more common, at least now in solo queue.
Yeah, pros have really stopped playing it, but it is an option. And with all those ADCs being taken out, Zeri has taken to the spotlight. Whenever we see a Zeri, usually the answer is Vi, but the Volibear has been locked in, so we'll see if they want to push it to top, but no. Oh yeah, lock that Draven in, baby.
Yeah, Draven is going to be locked in along with the Nautilus, a classic kill lane, and this is a champion that Dan Xiaogu does enjoy playing. So yeah, just paired along with the Nautilus, trying to kill the Zeri in lane, just absolutely shut her down before she could get going. And yeah, very exciting pick to see for sure.
Yeah, I think they'll probably be like a scaling enchanter picked with the Zeri or something to help keep her alive. And Zeri having the dash actually is safer than people would expect. Obviously, she can't win her lane, but she can stay safe from those Nautilus hooks. But Draven, he'll have complete lane prio. Is it Camille or 3 coming out?
Yeah, Camille getting banned against Inexhaustive a couple of times, and finally it's open. He's going to pick it out for himself in this round 1 before it can get banned again. This is a champion he is known for, fitting into his style of, AD bruiser 1v9 champs like Aatrox, Fiora that he's played before. So this is not something that's too surprising from him. And again, since it was open, since this is Fearless Draft, it is something that is available and that he decides to pick.
Yeah, it's interesting. Tops usually always really want that counter pick so they can pick exactly what wins the lane, but he's just so confident on the Camille that he wants to take it this game and he wants to perform. And I think that usually leaves, like, they see the Nautilus support, so we're probably going to be the support pick R4, and they want to get that mid lane counter pick.
Yeah, Braum bound down from UTM. This is a bit of a throwback. Tyler 1 actually used to always ban this when he one-tricked Draven back in the day. Is one of Draven's top counters. Not very popular in the meta at all, but given that it is, again, a counter to Draven, I can see them banning that out, just not wanting to see it in this game.
Yeah, currently UTM's name of the game is just early game, force our lead. So we'll have to see how Waterloo can pick to try and survive that. They also, I think, need to get some early game picks to try and help them survive, try and help them get some priority anywhere.
Waterloo is going to ban Talia. They picked it in their first game, so that means that they will not be able to pick it away. They don't want UTM to have it either. UTM similarly banning away Nico, which they picked and lost with, and they don't want Waterloo to have, which is interesting. I don't think that it's a very Waterloo-esque pick. Not something they've shown before, but again, just making sure that you're limiting these pools as much as possible for these players.
Yeah, Renata is a very good pick, but actually going to be the Rakan coming out here. Zeri Rakan is a pretty good combo. You can help peel. You can also look to engage. So Waterloo, I like that they still have so much playmaking with like Rek'Sai, Camille, Rakan still here.
Yeah, it's worth mentioning. Like you said, you were initially predicting an enchanter try to survive against this streamer, but no, they're just picking playmaking. They're picking dive. Yeah, Zeri is a champion that can go in if she has the capability, if she's not like super far behind, which I guess they're hoping not to be against the Draven, and they're standing up to the challenge of UTM and saying we're gonna fight you, we're not gonna run away either.
Yeah, and now that's gonna be the Jax, technically still a flex, so Volibear can still be flipped around, and they can choose whatever jungle top goes wherever, and we'll have to see what comes mid here. That there's a lot of mids being taken off the table. We'll see what's still left up.
Yeah, if this is Waterloo's draft strategy, they're going to get the mid lane counter pick for themselves, put Plex in a comfortable position. The champ pool is stretched so thin for UTM's mid laner here, Mint B. Again, something that's open is the Karthus, but he's already shown us so many different champions, and most of the ones that he's played historically. So what is he going to pick? And they lock in the Kog'Maw for themselves. This time, I would have to say it must be a Kog'Maw mid. Last time we were doubting ourselves.
I think he's going to show him how to play the AP Kog'Maw or something like that. But yeah, that's the power of the Fearless Draft, baby. We got a Kog'Maw mid in here, and now they got a little bit of time to think about what they can pick into this little artillery slug.
As yeah, the slug is back again. Like you said, the last time it was Waterloo that picked it for their bot lane, but still built it AP. This time Kog'Maw going mid for UTM for mid V. And again, you talked about the Vel'Koz game, since he's hitting so many skill shots on Vel'Koz, although it's not playable anymore. Picking another champion that is somewhat reliant on skill shots. If you don't hit Kog's ult as AP Kog'Maw, you're not doing that much damage. And Waterloo's going to respond with their own ASOL.
Yeah, I think ASOL is a really good pick here as well. Both the ADC and the mid laner have a little bit of mobility on their own, and there's pretty good playmaking on both sides here, but the identities are clear. UTM want to get ahead and snowball early, while Waterloo, they want to try and stabilize that early game and scale up.
Yeah, they have these two hyper carries on Zeri and Aurelion Sol to scale up with. And again, you said the identity with UTM is just trying to get ahead early with Volibear, with Draven, and also Jax, who can handedly beat Camille in lane. That's why I'm kind of confused also about the Kog'Maw pick. He's not going to get too much priority against an ASOL. He doesn't have great roam potential, so I think that's just the one piece that stands out from their draft here.
Yeah. And now for the 5th time, for the last time, let's get some predictions in here, Divine. Who do you think is going to come out on top in this game?
Yeah, coming down to the front of the wire here, full 5 games, going into the series, I would have predicted Waterloo to win the whole thing. I'm going to be sticking with that. They're going against the grain here by picking red side. I do think they know what they're doing, and they constantly demonstrated their strength in various tournaments. I think that I like their draft a lot. As long as they don't get too ahead of themselves and actually try to stay safe in lane, I know they have the ability to scale things out. So I'm going to have to say that I like their draft more. What are you thinking?
Yeah, honestly, it's pretty close for me. I think the Kog'Maw mid will struggle to have effect like in the previous game that was played too. I think there are a few better picks that could have been played there, but ASOL, I think he's just going to get to scale for free here. They can kind of trade these objectives, and I really like that Waterloo, even though they're playing for scaling, they have a lot of playmaking, so they can still make stuff happen. So I think it's got to be Waterloo for me in this last game too, but it's definitely going to be close here. It really will come down to, can UTM snowball that early lead or not?
Like you said, when it comes to snowball, Draven is going to be the key point of contention for the bot lane. If he doesn't get too far ahead, if he doesn't get his stacks going, or he gets a lot and then gets shut down, it's going to be so hard for him to get ahead. But again, as a top lane main, I want to talk about this Jax Camille matchup. It is sort of skill based in the sense that you can definitely win on either side. However, Jax generally has the upper hand. If Camille slips up, there's just no way she can beat a Jax 1v1. If Jax gets fed, I actually don't know who on the Warrior side can easily deal with a fed Jax on the split push.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see. I think that top lane is so volatile, which is weird to pick in this scenario because you have a Draven on your team too. I feel like whenever there's a Draven in the game, the jungler kind of has to pat bot and make sure that Draven gets ahead, or else he's pretty useless later on in the game. So that might give the opportunity for Rek'Sai instead to actually come up into that top lane and try and influence that top lane matchup. If Camille gets ahead, she can do very similar things to Jax and just make the Jax useless too. And Camille Rek'Sai ganks are like crazy to deal with, especially when Camille hits 6 and gets that Hextech ultimatum. It is so hard to escape those ganks. They can honestly just both even roam mid and go onto Kog'Maw. That's an immobile slug, can't really move anywhere when 2 people are diving onto him too.
As you said, yeah, the junglers will be able to definitely influence the state of the lanes. So I think throughout this series, we haven't seen too much attention given at top, but that honestly might be what they're handshaking again here. Unless there is a lane swap, which we can discuss in a second here, but maybe Jax and Camille will just be left on their island like they have been in several other matchups.
Yeah, I think it might just be that the game will probably be played around the bot lane, which is good for the Draven. He wants fights to happen everywhere around there too. But yeah, let's talk a bit about that lane swap too. We saw it happen one time so far. We think that, like, obviously Zeri really wants to not lane against Draven, so maybe Waterloo might try and pull the lane swap out against them.
Yeah, it's possible, but I think again, given the history here, I do not see them going for it. Again, of course, UTM don't want to go for it. I don't think that's what their draft was meant for, to put a Nautilus and Draven into a solo laner. So again, yeah, whether or not Waterloo goes for it, like we've said, they don't go for it very often, if at all. And again, here with this draft and on the red side, yeah, I don't see it as happening, in my opinion.
Yeah, so we'll have to see what ends up going down here. Honestly, this is going to be such a close game. The teams have fought tooth and nail for the past 4 games. I think it has just been so competitive, right? There's not been any clear player differences in any of these roles. All of these players have performed like better than the other in one game, and then just flipped back right around in the next game too. So it's really going to be hard to see who comes out on top. Any key players that you see going into this last game?
Yeah, I think that's a difficult one to talk about with this draft. It's honestly tough to say which champion I think is going to make the hugest impact. As you said, they're all testing their champion pools here, going quite deep into what into their bag of tricks here. I think although I chose Waterloo as winning this series, I think Draven is going to be what determines the flow of this game. If this Draven gets ahead, then he's going to take over. But if Waterloo shuts him down, then he's going to be the weak point on the map, and it's going to be essentially UTM's weakness throughout the game.
Yeah, honestly, completely agree with you there. I think it's going to be the League of Draven. We'll have to see if he can get ahead, if he can get his stacks, if he can conquer the side of Waterloo, or if he just fizzles out and Zeri becomes just a scaling machine with the dragon next to her.
And also another point I want to talk about, again, I think this is the wild card of the draft. I have to pick just one, is the Kog'Maw. Again, we talked about how it doesn't really fit into the draft. I want to see what their plan with it is. Again, whether your goal is to get lane priority, which might not really fit in, or try to scale up when you have a Draven. If anything, I guess it is just the one source of AP damage they have. Granted that their other champions are all AD. If they do need some AP threat, Kog'Maw is going to have to be that.
Yeah, I think like Kog'Maw, I was very surprised by the pick. I'm always down for like spicy picks to come in left and right, but yeah, like the entire identity of UTM, other than the Kog'Maw, is to just run at them, jump on them, dive them. But Kog'Maw cannot really do that. He's pretty slow. He wants to just poke from afar. So we'll have to see how he plays around with this team. Yeah, he has good range to assist with the dive, but that only comes in as you get levels in your ulti later on too. So I think that little part of the comp makes it a bit difficult for them to execute on it. We'll have to see. Like Kog'Maw, again, he's known to be like this big like AD carry that scales up, but the AP variant doesn't scale nearly as well. On the other hand, there's the Asol that just completely outscales him, and like you can't really punish him. I don't think Kog'Maw really ever has any kill threat on the Asol in lane.
Yeah, I would not assume so. If anything, maybe you can try to poke him out with auto attacks, given you're going to win an auto battle if it comes down to that for whatever reason. But that seems unlikely. And just, yeah, worth mentioning that, as you mentioned, Kog'Maw just slinging artillery from far away. They do have the range advantage on Waterloo in that case if they don't get the dive with Camille. Asol and Zeri are probably not going to be hitting things from super far away, so that is that slight poke advantage that they can try to rely on for poking them down. Again, if you're playing with the Draven Nautilus, though, you have a Jax and a Volibear. I don't think that's exactly the identity of the pick.
Yeah, exactly. And on the other hand, I think, yeah, they kind of have to dive, but Asol kind of likes it when people are going towards him. He has his dash to slowly start moving away. If they can walk into his singularity, that's exactly what he wants to. I think there's a good amount of peel with the Rakan and Rek'Sai too, so their identity seems to be a little bit better, but we'll have to see whose execution is better, who can take it in this game 5. We've got UTM versus the Waterloo Warriors, last game of the tournament, the final game that decides it all. Here we go.
We're on to the Rift. Like you said, it's going to all come down to execution. We could talk the draft to death, but in the end, this is a Game 5 fearless draft. Both teams reaching deep into their pockets, and whatever team plays better will be the one that walks away with the grand prize.
Yeah, you got to talk about the Game 5 nerves too, right? This team has played, or both teams have played for so long, and it's been a long night for them. They've all played 4 different games, but right now, it's going to be... Yeah, we'll have to see. Like, I think even though it's been such a long night, they have to be really proactive on the side of UTM, and you can see it. They're looking for some invades, looking to get some vision, maybe a hook, whoever Nautilus reaches to, but UW has spotted them.
Yeah, we'll see again. UTM, as always, looking for this early invade on level 1. Not a full invade, but just try to get that deep ward. And Waterloo is actually going to reply by entering in top lane. Nothing too exciting happening at this one.
Yep, seeing a stack in the bot lane means they can go up. I really like that the ward was actually placed on the wolf, so you can see the jungler in transition instead of just where they're starting on their buffs. So they'll get some good tracking on where this Volibear is pathing early, and make sure to try and not get ganked, try not to get dove by that early pressure the bear can bring.
Yeah, great call. Just surviving that early pressure is going to be the name of the game, at least for the first few minutes for Waterloo here. Looking at summoners or items and keystones across the board, nothing too special except for Kog'Maw's Phase Rush. I can't say that is something I would have expected from an AP Kog'Maw, although he does actually have a Dorn's Blade, so actually we have something action going on bot.
Yeah, Scrim is running for his life as the B is looking at him. Dansha Gao throwing axes one by one, and Scrim has actually taken a lot of damages, forced to consume the pot already, so really good beginning for the Draven in lane.
Yeah, you can see that Scrim took barrier to try to stay alive. He popped it there and it just almost immediately got blown up by the damage. So good early advantage for UTM here. We'll see how much they can push this advantage.
Yeah, and oh my god, that hook was so close. But Callum Coy, I think it like barely like touched his cape there as he went away. It barely lives there, or else I think that was a flash that was gonna get blown. But for now, Scrim doesn't have flash, and the bear is coming this way. Scrim is in a lot of trouble here. They're going to push this wave in, and I don't know if Zeri can survive. Their dives have been pretty good so far.
Yeah, he has almost no HP. If anything, is going to be trading with him. Callum Coy's still level 1 though. Actually, they're both level 1. Excuse me. Neither of them level 1. Draven's going to get the cash out with the first blood.
Yeah, that's exactly what you want to see. Callum Coy is eventually going to be run down too. He actually does get the kill onto B here. Callum Coy is going to delay as much as he can. But Draven is eventually going to... Oh, he walks into the Draven, gives him the kill. The big loss really though is that huge wave that's being stacked up. Zeri's going to lose so much of it and get really behind. Latouf is going to come here, try and cancel some backs, try and cause some havoc, but he's way too late to help this area.
Yeah, it's just enormous for UTM, just going exactly how they want this.
Oh, beautiful play by Inexhausted. The exhaust product, I believe Katarina should just barely live, but he went in right after the Counter-Strike went out, taking his advantage and capitalizing on it. And that's a pretty big lead for the Camille in lane 2.
Yeah, great play by Inexhausted. He has to find these leads to be able to keep up in this game when their ball line is that far ahead. You can see Dan Xiaogu bagged for a full BF sword in less than 3.5 minutes, frankly. God. He's going to be so strong, and they're going to have to be so careful in that 2v2 bot. Yeah,
this was exactly what UTM needed. This Draven is online. Getting a BF sword so early means you can get so much pressure in your lane. As AB actually having to flash out, I'm not sure what Zeri and Rakan are doing there, but good rolls by them to get the flash out of the enemy support.
Yeah, they got the wave shoved. I don't think they want to look this Draven in the face at the moment. Good find by Latouf to burn the flash on AB. Unfortunately, AB still had flash after that entire Fiesta bot. He actually didn't use it when he died to the turret. Yeah, nonetheless, a good find.
Yeah, and I think that's exactly what they needed for the Draven. Now he can really start exerting his pressure and make sure Zeri can't walk up for a single CS. They've got the lane in a pretty good spot where they can just run them down. If that hook was hit, that was exactly what was going to happen.
Yeah, Callum Coy's still level 2, Scrim just level 3, this Draven's level 4. Again, that BF sword is just so powerful. They have to be so careful bot lane. Again, Inexhausted, you're trying to find the pressure top, try to be a strong point for Waterloo. He's going to get chunked a bit there.
Yeah, and it's actually an interesting spot because he just burst out Katarina in lane before, being able to force to use the TP. Now that Inexhaustive is going to be able to back and TP back on his own, this is where he really gets his lead. He's going to have a Sheen and will be able to slowly bully the Jack if he takes trades wisely by that.
We're going to see how he decides to play that and how Waterloo addressed this game again. They just want to scale up at this point, despite the proactivity that they do have, or that is possible to them. I don't think they want to risk throwing the game and just giving up even more gold when they're already behind.
And now I believe Volibear is going up to start the Dragon. He's got all the prio he needs in the bot lane with the 2-0 Draven next to him. And we'll see if Latouf can try and get anything on the back end. There is a little bit of an offset of a minute between the Grubs and Dragon, so he's not going to be able to get the trade instantly, but he's looking for an angle onto the mid lane, but he might get collapsed upon. They know exactly where he is.
Yeah, I'm not sure what he's trying to do here. He should see with the seismic sense, knowing that there are around. Looks like he's just going to leave it be and try to go find camps to clear elsewhere. Looks like he's looking for the Raptors to steal. Would have been pretty dangerous if they were up, as he would have been stuck behind enemy lines.
Yeah, but for now, it's just going to be the Dragon, and we'll see if the Grubs do end up going over to the side. Camille does have the push, so Latouf should be able to trade the objectives. Pretty important for them to at least get that going, as it's all about just trading objectives and scaling for them right now.
More scuffling happening top. We can see both of them hitting level 6, but not going for anything too crazy at the moment. Inexhausted's Ignite is back up, while Katarina Blue's Flash is still down. Unfortunately, not much of an angle at the moment.
Yeah, and Kalma actually, he started with the Doran's Blade, but has gone for the tier. With the Phase Rush, not really sure what kind of build he's going to end up going towards. We'll have to see what he does end up building with the components. But for now, K11 is right near this bot lane tower, but Scrim has done a good job of staying alive. He's got the barrier too. This dive will be a lot harder to pull off.
Yeah, let's see if they decide to go for it. You see K11 just hitting the Gromp for now. UW Scrim desperately trying to clear the wave, and Kelp is actually going to get the knock-up on them, although nothing gets found out of that.
Yeah, honestly, it was good that they didn't continue. They really should not trade any damage as much as possible, or else the dive becomes a hell of a lot easier. But for now, Katarina getting some damage onto Inexhaustive. The trade back, the Ignite comes out, forces the ult out of Katarina, but now here comes Latoof. He's pretty squishy. He's able to get the kill, and actually the execute. There's no trade back from the Jax in the damage department, so he does end up just going down to tower.
Yeah, it looked a bit rough at first. I think Katarina Blue is going to live with a sliver of HP again. Latoof goes in with a tunnel, cues a minion, I believe, and then gets the flash auto up and finishes off before he can trade an auto back. I was going to say it looked pretty bad to trade a kill there 1-for-1, but thankfully the execute comes through.
Yeah, and most importantly, the TP was blown earlier, so he's going to lose about a wave. Callan is just going to be taken down as there was a bear in the bush. Scrim is next on the table. The K11 just coming out of nowhere, getting Draven 2 more kills there.
Yeah, Danshogu was just so fed. You can see Calmcoy face checked that bush with K11 waiting in when his flash was not up. Rolling Death picks up the kill, and even if it was up, I'm not sure he would have lived. Volbear goes over the wall to finish off UW's Scrim, and even though it doesn't reach the turret range to disable it, Scrim still goes down.
Yeah, this Draven is so strong right now. He's able to snowball extremely well. K11 has done such a good job of playing around them. And
Draven full bought an Essence Reaver.
Yeah, he just did that, and he's got... So this guy is at 1 item and a BF sword already, while Zeri's sitting on a Noon Quiver. Inexhaustive using the Hextech ultimate to dodge out on some of the damage. She is fighting in front of a whole minion wave, but still gets a flash out of Katarina.
Yeah, interesting, Katarina decided to flash. I don't think Inexhaustive actually would have had the damage. The backflip does not do that much damage early on, as well as the fact that the Hextech ultimate was expiring, so I think he could have walked away. But regardless, playing safe is fine, especially in this game state where your bot lane is just such a monster.
Yeah, and honestly, Inexhaustive is doing so well in this lane. He's 20 CS up already, and he's becoming a proper win condition eventually. As soon as Camille hits her first item, the trades become really scary for her as she gets basically mini Cho'Gath ults with her Qs.
We'll see if he'll be able to Cho'Gath ult this Draven, who is the, if you want to call Cho'Gath the monster, Draven is a monster in this current game. Is there any chance we can see how much gold Draven has? This guy is a 5k to Scrim's 2.9. He's up a whole 2,000 gold.
Yeah, this Draven is definitely a monster right now, and Zeri and Rakan are just trying their best to survive, but this is the hardest part because they can just freeze it on them, and it's so hard for Scrim to walk up because a B can just start any fight he wants and knows that they will win because their Draven has an entire item up on the enemy AD carry.
Yeah, we'll see if they even have the chance to walk up on this wave. Level 6, level 7, respectively, for a B and Dan Xiaogu. I'm surprised they're not just going in right here. Maybe they're scared of the two. And
looks like the hook is going to be there. Rakan is going to be instantly shut down. AB is going to be looking for the next kill, but the Latoof is going to be there to try and help them out. But Dan Xiaogu, he wants that fight. He thinks he can 1v2.
Yeah, just AB hits the hook. There's no way to survive that, honestly. As I said, I'm surprised they just didn't go for that earlier. Latoof not nearly close enough. Calmcoy still not 6.
Yeah, and Kog'Maw is going to be going for that AP route with the Blasting Wand and Sapphire Crystal and stuff coming out here. Inexhaustive, good counter-strike by Katarina to block out the Cho'Gath ult that I was talking about. But yeah, Latoof, he's there, but he really can't do too much because that Rakan just dies so fast, and Draven is continuing to cash out again and again here. He's just so ridiculously fed.
Waterloo needs to be entering a bit of survival mode here. Although there's such a big shutdown on Draven, I don't think it is I think it is too risky, to try to go for that kill. Instead, you just try to keep skilling, try to keep farming for the time being. You're hitting 100 CS on early, and Soul, who has his first item, Zeri, very far behind, but eventually will be strong if you let her get enough items.
Yeah, she has been picking up CS pretty well, despite not being able to walk up too much on the Draven. But the amount of kills that Draven has got is really making the difference here. They're looking for a little death push play, seeing if they can force anything out. But I really doubt that they can try and contest this dragon because the Draven will just tear them apart.
Yeah, but looks like it should be just given over. They're trying to make a play mid instead.
Oh, beautiful play onto Mint V, and Plex is actually going to get the kill there. They're jumping over the wall together. I believe Latoof just tunneling over with Rakan following, and great play to get something while the team was just focused on the dragon.
Yep, good gold for Flex there. We can see Mint V did try to burn Flash to stay alive there, but it wasn't enough. But this might be another dead
little bit of trouble.
Zeri.
There's so much CC on the side of Waterloo, and he pops the ult, seeing if he can get his thing. Great E by him, actually. Pretty creative. We'll see if K11's charge is coming back up. Oh, he has the flash. This area is not going anywhere other than the fountain.
I was gonna say Scrim Flash there seemed like a futile attempt. Granted, he does survive for a bit and forces K11's flash out, but Just getting caught in a turn that when you know they're doing Dragon, you probably just have to leave immediately. Your support's not around, neither is your mid lane or jungle. Scrim now, getting absolutely bullied, and they're going to get the first turret bot.
Yep, Draven gonna get even more gold here. He's sitting on quite a few stacks now too, so if he can get another big cash out, he's just going to be unbelievably strong. But on the other hand, you see Waterloo, they are able to get 6 grubs, and this Camille is a very strong side lane threat. So their win condition is slowly coming towards that as, yep, there you go, Camille has killed Katarina under tower here, and he's got more than half HP to spare.
Almost on cue with your casting card, like Inexhausted solo kills Katarina Blue under the turret almost. You see Burning Knight to do it, so it wasn't completely free for him, but yeah, that's 30 CS lead that's going to balloon even more now. Inexhausted might be the answer to Dan Xiaogu here.
Yeah, and you can see Draven, now that he's taking the tower bot lane, he wants to make as much of an impact on the map, so he's going to be moving up, trying to get some plates in the top lane next.
Yeah, 2 items on Draven. He's full done Essence Fever and Infinity Edge inside of 13 minutes. Scrim doesn't even have his first item yet.
Yeah, let's check out this replay. What exactly happened to Katarina here? You see, Camille's just slowly pushing in this wave. He looks okay for now, but actually outside the replay, we believe Plex has got another kill. Pretty much a deja vu of the play that we saw in mid lane. But here we go. Inexhausted, slowly playing in and out of power range. He's going to look for his moment. Slowly using the tactical speed, baiting out the counter strike so well too. He's playing with his food, grabs the ignite, and goes in for the final hook shot to get the kill.
Yeah, you see how long that replay went. It wasn't just a
now they're going on to Dan Xiaogu. The Hextech ultimatum is brought down.
They get the shutdown.
Inexhaustive. They do get the shutdown, and it goes on to Plex. Inexhaustive lives with 1 HP too. It's a horror on the side of UTM.
That might be the game-changing play. That enormous shutdown on Draven goes to Plex. He's going to be able to make use of that, hopefully, just scaling up now on the Aurelion Soul. And Exhaustive also doesn't die, living with a sliver of HP.
Yeah, it's somehow he doesn't have a shutdown, but he has finished up that Triforce, that Draven. Now you can see this Asol, the 2 mid plays that were really well done by Latouf and Callum to get this Asol ahead, and now he's just popped a huge bounty. Now this guy's at almost 2 items, I believe. So really huge play on the side of Waterloo here.
Yeah, amazing turnaround, and that might be what helps them back in this game. They're still down about 1,000 gold, but that is in terms of the entire picture of the game is not going to be that relevant. And yeah,
and I think Plex is also just stacking so well. When you've got this kind of poke mage with the Kog'Maw, and he uses like one of his ultis or the E, a little bit of trouble for Scram, but he should be okay. Yeah, when Kog'Maw uses his E and just finish spitting up all over the place, Asol can just run at him and just stack him on repeat. So he's stacking him really well here. And when you can just have Camille using the Hextech ultimatum and the skies are descending, really hard for Draven to play the game. But same can be said for Katarina here, and they're all just going on to him. There's nothing he can do. Plex is on a rampage.
Yeah, he couldn't even activate the counter-strike in time. He just gets chain CC'd and blown up under the turret. That said, when UTM is answered with the Rift Herald top lane, there's absolutely no way Scrim can defend this. Scrim honestly not being allowed to play the game here. It seems like they're going to go for the inhib turret as well. The Herald is going to die. It's not going to be able to survive that last turret hit.
Yeah, pretty good for them to get the inner tower gold, though. So they're going to continue to make sure their gold lead is thriving here. It is going to be at 1.5k-ish, so they got to keep making some plays. The next dragon that's come up would put them at soul point. Unfortunately, it is Ocean Soul, which isn't really the best dragon soul that you would want in this game. So maybe Waterloo might just give it up and play for scaling.
Yeah, it's very possible. Like you said, not the best soul, especially against Waterloo's all-in comp. You don't really have time to make use of that regen in a lot of cases. That said, soul is soul and nonetheless should not be given up for completely free if you can afford to. We see that Mint B went for the Rod of Ages on the Kog'Maw, so a bit of tankiness, not a ton of damage, but the mana also does help for him spamming his artillery.
Yeah, I think he might be doing a little bit of a Hydra build, and he's got a couple long swords, maybe going for the Mura mana here. I do not know what he's cooking. I've never seen this before, but we'll see what Mint B has in store, and he can make stuff happen. But you can see Plex on the other hand, he's 4-0. He's got 2 items completed now too.
Yeah, you have 2 items and the boots, same as Dan Xiaogu. They're almost even in terms of item spikes here. We see Latouf is here as well on an item. The only one who doesn't have an item in the game actually is just Katarina Blue and Callum Coy, although the sports don't really count oftentimes. You see they're actually spelling around the back of the Dragon Pit here.
It might be going for a little heist, but Latouf has been spotted here. I think they're maybe just looking for like a steal angle and out. Oh, the TP is
Oh,
actually
TP
coming in.
for
They
this,
want to
wow.
commit to the fight here. The Dragon is low. Latoof is in. Simon is in a very terrible place. Cannot really contribute. It's
They just
stolen
gave it
by
up?
Latoof. I think they just got a dip. They want to take it and run maybe, but they're going in for this fight. The Ace Ult does big damage. The Hextech ultimatum on Inexhausted is still
Danshoku's
surviving. He's able
alive.
to dash out too. Amazingly played. Danshoku isn't able to do too much in this fight.
Flex
It's
is
the
going
one
back
for
in.
one. Okay, please don't go back. But yeah, that was just a complete heist by the side of Waterloo. They steal the Dragon, get a 1-for-1, and dip.
Yeah, you can see they pulled the TP and all of UTM basically backed up. K11 left the pit, allowing Latoof to just saunter in with the rest of Waterloo, just hit it and smite him before K11 could go back in. He gets back eventually and finds the fight. That's it, the Dragon's already dead by then, and honestly, a great play by Waterloo.
Yeah, effectively just stalling the game for another 5 minutes. Huge for Waterloo. Latoof coming up big with the smite win.
Here we can see like K11 is just gone from the pit before Latoof even, or while Latoof is in there.
Yeah, and after that, it's a little bit of a mosh pit in this. It's hard for Danshoku to really play the game too much. Inexhausted taking the brunt of their damage, but still getting out once again. This guy is an escape artist, and he's putting it all on full display here.
Absolutely, he is making these plays happen. And also Callum Coy there, I want to call it, had an amazing disruption with his grand entrance and quickness, just stalling up UTM so they can't hit for free. And honestly, I think that, yeah, Warriors are very happy with that.
Yeah, they will absolutely take it. The Camille is strong. The Aurelian Soul is even stronger. And the Zeri is their weak point right now, but Zeri will scale nonetheless. So it is getting a bit scary here on the side of UTM. Danshoku, he's got 5 kills in laning phase, but he's yet to show something in the team fights. But we'll see if he can rise to the occasion.
Yeah, farming it up, you can see he has almost 140 stacks there. If you can pop those, it's going to be a lot more gold going his way. Looks like he's going for the Bloodthirst of third items. Once he hits that, he's going to be even stronger than he already is. Is this going to be a fight?
The hook lands onto Callum Coy, and I think they are just going to try and one-shot him. Can Draven get the stacks? He's trying to flash for it.
He dodged the
ult
whirling
is
death.
done. And now Inexhaustive is back.
Danshoku's
Danshoku
caught.
has no sums, and Inexhaustive is just going to one-shot him. The skies have descended, and UTM have fallen. As Inexhaustive, he gets out once again, and this Plex just breeds on all of them. The resets are coming in as Waterloo have won the fight once again.
They have almost turned this game around. They're up 11 kills to 9. Granted, they're still down a bit of gold, but they find Danshoku and cut him down. Critically, Callum Coy avoids being taken down by the Whirling Death, means that there is no cash out by the Draven. And then Plex just comes in and wipes up everyone with the Sky's Descent.
Yeah, let's see the replay here. Draven wants that kill so bad. Callum Coy is CC chain as Draven, he flashes but cannot get that last auto, dodges the ulti, and now there's a Camille on his backside. The Hextech ultimatum, he cannot move, the Sky's Descent, and he is put down to the grave as Waterloo clean up the fight afterwards.
Yeah, just an amazing combo between Inexhaustive and Plex there to make sure Danshoku cannot get away. And then there's just so little threat on the rest of UTM, honestly. We talk about how fed this Draven was. If he's dead, where's the damage? Your Jax is so far behind. Your AP Kog'Maw, or Hybrid Kog'Maw, excuse me, is not exactly pumping out damage. And this Plex pulling or doing work right now.
Yeah, and honestly, now it's pretty concerning. Kog'Maw has finished that Muramana. It is a huge spike on any character when they do that, so we'll see if he can make a difference in these next fights coming up. But to me, when you're going that hybrid build, I feel like instead of being a jack-off all trades, you're more of a master of none. So we'll see what Kog'Maw can do in these fights. Maybe he can surprise me.
We'll have to see. He might run into Inexhaustive here. No, I see teams are trying to get their resets or get their gold and item spikes for this Dragon in a minute 30. I think critically, Inexhaustive is almost on second item. Again, Danshoku is almost on his third. Other than that, yeah, these champions just want to make sure they're as strong as possible for what could be a game-deciding fight.
Yeah, exactly. And more importantly, like Aesol has a big shutdown on the side of UW, but he's picked up the Seeker's arm card, which I think is really huge for him. And that makes a big difference. Holding on to that 700 gold shutdown is completely game-changing. If the Draven somehow gets a kill on him, that could be the turning point that UTM would need.
Yeah, for sure. And I love the pickup. Again, he's not Seeker's arm card is a defensive item, not getting him more damage. That said, there isn't too much tankiness on the side of UTM. Katarina Blue is quite behind on this Jax. K11 did finish Spear Visage, so very tanky against Aurelian Soul specifically, but again, the rest of the members are quite squishy, so I respect Plex for trying to play for the safety rather than full damage.
Yeah, and suddenly Azel's shutdown got reduced and Kog'Maw came up. I don't know, some money laundering going on here. I won't get too much into it, but we got the dragon coming up in 20 seconds. We'll see if Waterloo fought the last one. I'm sure they'll be interested in this one too. Inexhaustive pushing his wave. He's looking for the TP flank. Look at all those flank wards on the side of Waterloo. They are so good at getting these down and getting Inexhaustive into this amazing positions to flank with.
Yeah, UTM pulling Katarina Blue down early since he doesn't have TP, which leaves Inexhaustive free to push top. He's going to actually flame Horizon Katarina Blue while they start the dragon, though, excuse me. Zeri's clearing out mid, so they might have just give up. Waterloo might just give up this dragon.
Yeah, they're just going to give it up. They're going to look on AB, trying to get some damage there. The hook does land.
The TP's coming. They're looking to fight it.
Yeah, the TP is here. I think they're just going to take the one kill. They're going to take the turret for that dragon. Inexhaustive is looking around. Surely he doesn't go in there. He should be waiting for his team a little bit. Takes the hook shot in now, but KLM should be able to run on out of there. The Acel does land onto Dan, but he's under the safety of his tower. Talent for his ult, not really being able to do anything with the quickness there. But getting that smite steal in that earlier dragon was so huge because you can give this one, you can get an inner tower on the side of Inexhausted. It was really huge for them as they turn onto the Baron now with AB still dead.
Another classic Waterloo play trying to pull the Baron here, although it is going to be 5v5. AB is running from base.
Yeah, they
Baron
don't
does
actually
so
have
much
a lot
damage,
of
they don't have a
ultimate,
tank.
so I don't know if they'll quite go for this. Inexhaustive going in by himself, actually ults onto Katarina Blue. Plex coming in around the side. Inexhaustive is dead. This isn't looking too good for Waterloo as K11 surviving is being pulled around by Aurelion Sol, and now they're looking to run away. Scrim, he's gonna get flashed down by K11, instantly dead. Dan Xiaogu gets the task, gets the shutdown. Now he's gonna be running forward as Waterloo is running for their lives.
Yeah, not
how can you
sure
play around that bad? He just
Thankfully, they can't chase through Plex's black hole, but I don't know what Waterloo was thinking with that Baron. So then Inexhaustive tries a faulty engage with ulting Katarina Blue instead of a more key member.
Yeah, they're looking to get some damage onto Katarina Blue here. Plex is getting so much damage off. Katarina Blue is going to end up dying. Plex is legendary. Still 5k left on this Baron. The Sky Descent is actually almost up if the cooldown comes back. Latuf looking for the steal here. 2.1k, less than 2k. He's going in. It's all going to come down to it. Plex gets the Masher! And now they're going to end up going down. But Plex, he's going to be chilling. He's going to walk on out of there. This dragon is absolutely carrying this game.
If Waterloo win this game, the whole of Waterloo better buy Plex dinner because this man is putting the team on his back somehow. Though I think the black hole executed after both junglers did not get it with the smite.
Yeah, and now you can see on this replay, the fight wasn't quite what Waterloo usually was up to. They went out to Katarina instead of Dan Xiaogu, and on the back end, K11 with a beautiful flash, getting the kill onto UW Scrim. And this was a good opportunity for them to turn onto the Baron, but they really just went for the burger flip, which honestly, at this point, you kind of got to go for it. But yeah, instead of the two junglers, it was Plex who gets the kill onto the Baron, as we see here.
Yeah, see, I believe, yeah, so both, Latuf goes in and misses smite, I believe. See, that's one smite. That's a second smite, and then the black hole gets the execute.
Oh my god,
wow.
It must be nice to just have a free execute like that to steal Baron.
I'm sure Waterloo is perfectly happy with that. They actually have the gold lead now, about 1,300 gold up. 9-0-2 on Plex finishes his Zhonya's. He has a Blighting Jewel as well for the Art Magic Pen. He is just so powerful and is almost essentially on even with Dan Xiaogu.
Yeah, these objective steals have really been huge for them. They've been able to stall out the game so much, and now they're in the lead. They've got 3 saves going on. Latuf flashing out to Dan Xiaogu. The skies are descending. Dan Xiaogu actually gets the kill back onto Latuf. They're looking to turn the fight, and Scrim barely lives from the Draven ultimate. Mint be landing some artillery shells from above, but not getting too much out of it. They do still get the mid inner tower though, so not the worst here.
Yeah, maybe a bit too deep by Latuf there. He flashes past the inner mid turret going on to Dan Xiaogu, who still had flash up. They can't quite finish him off, but the Skies instead just does so much damage. Gives them enough pressure to still take the turret, but I don't think that was a necessary play. They could have just sieged the turret regularly.
Yeah, it almost did seem like they were all on the same page there. A few of them went in while the others really couldn't get past that turret, and they ended up being punished for it. But the Baron buff is basically, the momentum is stopped now. They get that one tower, and they're going to be taking their resets. But if you're Zeri, Acel, Camille scaling in this game, you are easily chilling. Now the next Ocean Soul point is going to be there. We'll see if UTM can somehow get this. Maybe they can win the steal this time and have the Dragon Soul to help them.
Yeah, I can only imagine Waterloo would fight this one given that they're so strong right now and that this is soul point for UTM here. You mentioned the Zeri's skill. Zeri has been 2 items. Scrim not having the greatest game. He's always been getting dove on by the UTM, so it's not his fault. That said, let's see if he can actually get some damage down in these team fights. If Plex ever goes down, Warriors are going to be hurting for damage.
Yeah, the main thing is Dan Xiaogu used his flash there, so that was honestly the biggest proponent of that fight in the mid lane. He's not going to have this for this Dragon Soul fight, and Inexhaustive is surely going to have to jump on him with the Hextech Ultimatum with the Plexus ulti following, and Draven cannot do anything against that.
Yeah, good hook shot to avoid the hook there. Draven is at 4 items now. He has the lower Dominic's Regard finish. He's going to be absolutely tearing apart anyone he's autoing, regardless of their builds.
Yeah, now Plex actually walking in, this ultimate coming across. Inexhaustive is just going to be able to one-shot Dan Xiaogu here. He's still alive for a little bit, but Scrim does get the kill, but ends up going down. Inexhaustive cleaning up the fight on the other side. Plex is still alive, getting the resets on his dash, just breathing on them, killing them 1 by 1, continuing to be legendary. This dragon is showing you what a god should look like.
An absolute god of the dragon god indeed. It looks like they're looking to push mid instead of going to the dragon. There's still death timers, 20 seconds on Dan Xiaogu as well as 23 seconds on Katarina Blue. I don't think they can end here. I don't believe they push quick enough. I think they just
want the inhib and they're going to back off after.
Or they're going to throw it all on the table and look for the... Yeah, no, you can see them positioning backwards. But yeah, what a great fight by Waterloo. It looked not great at first when they got engaged on. Plex also didn't have the Sky's Descend. But as I was saying, Scrim made it happen in the fight. He finds Dan Xiaogu, finishes him off, gets that big shutdown, and Waterloo win the fight.
Yeah, him not being that fed kind of worked out for him. They weren't really focusing him, so he just was able to get the kill onto Dan Xiaogu, the all-important one. And after that, there really isn't just much left from the Jackson, Kog'Maw, and the damage department.
And keep an eye on Dan Xiaogu in this replay. How does he go down exactly? How does he get caught out?
Yeah, you can see a beautiful engage from all sides. The Hextech ultimate onto Dan Xiaogu. He has no flash. He stays alive for a little bit, but UW Scrim gonna be able to pick up the kill. And this whole time, Plex is just completely free hitting, and no one can match his damage. So he's just going to clean up this entire fight. Some really good engage plays there by Callum Coy too, I must say, to get onto everyone that's needed, peel everyone that's needed, and win that fight for them.
Yeah, well played all around. Like you said, that Inexhaustive just chunking out Dan Xiaogu with the Hextech Ultimatum plus the Cho'Gath Ultimate means UW Scream has enough damage to chunk him off, finish him off, even though he's not that fed. And yeah, just great play. No one threatening Plex the entire fight. He was healthy the entire time.
Yeah, and now it's looking pretty dire for the Draven, who had such a good beginning to this game, but it's just so hard for him to play in these team fights. And it really does come down to, like, if other people have their sums to get onto them and he doesn't, there's just nothing he can do. You can see the power of Camille's Hextech Ultimatum. You just cannot kite, and there's this huge AoE from an extremely fed dragon coming down on you. It's so hard for him to play the game.
Yeah, we can see their Plex at 400 stacks of Stardust. He is an absolute monster. Again, almost full build, just sitting on one component on his last item. Same as Dan Xiaogu, so these two will be capped, or item capped soon enough. That said, Draven can't scale anymore, whilst Acel can continue picking up that Stardust. So I think that the timer really is starting to tick for UTM here.
Yeah, and look at Kog'Maw's build here. He's gone for the Horizon focus next, again, to go for the artillery damage, which I'm not sure if it's really working out for him. I think he's overcooked a little bit. The food has been burnt, and it's just a disaster for him.
Yeah, I do want to see him actually shoot a couple shots here and land them, see how much damage he does. Again, in the last fight, I didn't even think to look at where he was. I think he got blown up relatively quickly without doing too much. His presence not being shown so far in these fights.
Yeah, exactly. And now Baron is next up on the cards. They got their usual 4-1 play where they're pressuring the Baron while Inexhaustive is on the other side, pressuring that bot lane turret. And they're going to just be looking to pull and push them around, using their extremely clean macro to help them close out this game.
Yeah, I'd already mentioned it, but Inexhaustible up a full item on Katarina Blue, and again, well over a Flame Horizon at this point. Even Dan Xiaogu's lead on Scrim isn't that, CS lead isn't that big. Inexhaustive can do as he pleases in this bot lane. Jax opting for that Frozen Heart helps him survive a bit, but in terms of being able to kill Camille, he doesn't have the hope.
Yeah, and Inexhaustive sees them in the mid lane now, so he can walk up to the Jax. He can pressure a little bit more here. And he honestly has a good angle to get a nice flank onto them from behind too.
It looks like they're playing it very slow, not forcing the case at all. Plex does have the Sky's Descend, but Inexhaustive actually standing back here trying to look for a TP angle while they're pulling Katarina Blue up manually. No, he's going to go back to the bot lane again. Neither team wanted to pull the trigger.
Yeah, they really have no pressure here. It's actually on the side of UTM to try and make something happen. This Acel is just forming up, getting so many stacks, and Zeri is getting back into the game. She's at that all-important 3-item mark. As they spotted the bear, they're on the hunt. They're looking for Volibear. Look at this dragon fly. Oh, he chose not to go over that wall, but yeah, just a little bit of damage on this.
He can fly so far now. Yeah, again, he chooses not to go for that and throw the game in case he does get caught out. Again, he hasn't not died yet this game, 11-0-4. That said, that threat is just crazy by him.
Yeah, and now it's
living artillery.
Yeah, there you go. It's doing a little bit of damage, but honestly, the fights end so quickly that I don't think he has time to really get all of those
They pulled
out.
AB back to base.
Yeah, they see AB back to base, but I don't think he can really help as they're going to be starting up the Baron. As soon as they see them back there, they see Draven dealing with the mid wave, and Acel is just burning this Baron to the ground so far. K11 is here though, so they are going to start backing off.
Yeah, the
Meanwhile,
1v1
look at that bot
maintaining
lane.
bot.
Inexhaust is hitting the inhib.
And nothing Jax can do about that until the minions get to his turn, in which case he can start defending again or clearing. Inexhaust is going to back up and probably look for a reset and a TP. We can see Soul is spawning again in a minute, so now that Baron wasn't taken, the new focus might be on the Soul.
Yeah, it was perfect. They got the inhib down, they're able to get their resets down before the dragon. And yeah, they're stacking up these ocean dragons, which is going to help a lot against Kog'Maw too, further diminishing his effectiveness in this game.
We can see Dan Xiaogu hits full build. He's going to build a GA for that last item. Inexhaustible also hits 4 items himself, and Plex, interesting enough, did not have enough gold to hit full build. That said, he is still powerful nonetheless. But Dan Xiaogu, the first one to full build in this game.
Yeah, I think the GA is going to be pretty big for him because they use so many tools to kill him for the first time. If he can revive, have the team next to him, and then continue to put out damage after, that could be what UTM need to turn the game around. But the Acel and the Zeri are slowly scaling up and becoming huge damage threats as well.
Let's get the approach. They're looking for the mid push, and it looks
Oh,
like they're going
K11
to
is getting collapsed on Inexhaustive on the other side, but the Bear's taking
There's
a lot more
Plex.
damage. The Skies of Descent knocking up everyone. Inexhaustive lives once again. Callum Coy
There's
onto
nothing they
Dan
can
Xiaogu.
do.
The flash is not it as he goes down into his GA. Inexhaustive is going to live while the rest of the fight is being cleaned up around him. Dan Xiaogu, he was fed, but now he is down. As now Waterloo, they're going to be TPing down to this bot lane. They're going for the win.
Looks like that's going to be the game there. UTM put up such a strong fight early on and throughout this series, but in the end, Waterloo make it happen in this grand finals best of 5.
Yeah, there's a few towers standing in their way, but eventually they're all going to be wiped out. It looked like a sad start to this game, but you can never really count them out. Waterloo showing why they're a top seed as they're going to take this extremely close series and come out with the win in the Canadian Intercollegiate exhibition.
Congratulations to the University of Waterloo Warriors. An excellent series by them start to finish, or an excellent tournament from them start to finish, taking the grand finals here. That's going to net them the grand prize here, $500. And yeah, just amazing play by them all around. I honestly was, I don't want to say I doubted them, but yeah, going into this with blue side 100% winner in the series, they opt for red side. They play a game they know how to play, and even though they fell behind early, they stood up to the adversity and managed to come back.
Yeah, really insane that they choose to pick the other side, the side that hasn't won a single game yet, but they were confident in their abilities, confident in their counter picks, and it really did work out. Their lanes in top and mid did so well. The Zeri got really far behind, but the Draven was not able to carry. And honestly, big shout out to UTM. Coming in as the lower seed, they put on such an amazing performance with really dominant games every time, really putting the pressure on Waterloo and bringing us a great 5-game series to end off this amazing tournament.
Absolutely could have gone either way, and UTM really showing their stuff, like you said. An amazing team and an amazing series. Waterloo just taking it in the end, like you mentioned, top and mid. Inexhaustive had an absolute excellent showing, even though his bot lane was getting a bit destroyed early on. He had a great 1v1 into the Jax. And then also, yeah, like you said, the mid laner in Plex, essentially the MVP, I'd want to say, for this series. You know, he absolutely took over once he got a couple of kills. He got that first shut on Dan Xiaogu and just didn't die at all. I don't even think he burned Zanya's, to be honest. Just perfect positioning and perfect team fighting from him.
Yeah, and for those of you who have stuck around until this late night, it's getting to basically midnight right now. We have got a player interview coming up soon, so make sure not to go anywhere. Make sure to hear from the champions and how they came out with this victory in such close margins.
Yeah, that champion interview will be with Scrim, I believe, the ADC of Waterloo. So thank you so much to him for willing to doing that. But yeah, again, all the viewers, thank you so much for being here throughout this tournament and throughout this series. And again, that $500 grand prize will go to Waterloo, and it's all thanks to our amazing sponsors that we can make this happen.
Yeah, and these sponsors, they are BMO and TELUS. So why don't you tell us a little bit about these amazing sponsors that have helped us create this magical night?
Yeah, so BMO, again, they're sponsoring this to help us as students. This is a student-run event, and that's because to help you focus on what's important, BMO has checking and savings accounts, credit cards, and borrowing options specifically designed for students. So plus you get up to 12 months of Domino's Pizza, which is worth almost $200 with BMO's current student offers. And so I'm as a student, pizza is just amazing. Oh,
Oh, hello.
what is? I
We've
guess we're
got a
jumping
Zeri
straight
in the
into
chat.
okay, honestly, what is? Sorry, are we starting the interview now? Or?
Yeah, so slowly getting the interview set up here, but yeah, we'll get back to our sponsors that we're helping out so far. Stay tuned for the interview, but a little bit more about me. Our second sponsor, TELUS Arena, as well. It's the best place for Canadian gamers to play, improve their skills, to free coaching from the post, or even compete to win thousands of dollars in prizes. So whether you're a casual gamer looking to learn or a pro gamer looking to win, there's a place for you at the TELUS Arena. And they've got monthly events across a variety of games, so there's always something going on. So make sure to join the TELUS Arena Discord and stay updated on all their activities.
Yeah, so thank you so much again to BMO and TELUS Arena for sponsoring this event and being able to offer such an amazing prize pool for our winners. Again, the University of Waterloo taking in the best of 5 in the grand finals here. And yeah, an amazing showing by them all around.
Yeah, and with that, I believe our interview should be ready here. So we'll be hopping in. We've got a little cosplay coming in from them too. That Game 5 Zeri, they were able to pull out with the win, got some crucial kills at the end onto the opposing Draven.
Yeah, so sorry, not sure if the interview is ready to go just yet, but as soon as it is, we'll throw it over to that. Yeah, so again, this interview will be with UW Scrim, which is the bot laner for Waterloo. And yeah, great series from him all around.
Yeah, and here we are with the champion, the ADC of the team. We've got the Zeri himself here, UW Scrim.
Hey,
Thank you for joining us on this interview. How are you feeling after such a long and draining series?
You know, it's pretty crazy, but I'm actually feeling even more hyped up now that it's over. I think it was really fun that we won all 5 games in a fearless draft. We got to showcase so many different play styles, a lot of different champs. And yeah, I'm kind of sad that I didn't play Super Bowl in the final game, but my teammates definitely picked up the slack, so I'm lucky to be here, I guess.
I think you played
honestly,
great.
yeah. Like when you're against a Draven and you get dove like level 2, the bear keeps coming out of a bush every time you walk into one. I can relate to how you feel, but can you talk a bit about like how you're still able to stay in the game and come back from what seemed like such a doomed circumstance?
I think a lot of it is definitely just like the team's mental as a whole not being very bad. Like I remember like every time something that like went mildly wrong, like everyone else was just saying, oh, don't worry about it, we're outscaling, like someone else is winning. Like I don't think there's ever a point where I felt like we were going to lose the game even though we were down, you know. So I think definitely like the big mental helped a lot, and then like people actually like winning in the side was another thing. Like having that proof that it was winnable definitely also there, so for sure.
I see. Yeah, so the classic don't worry, we scale.
Don't worry, scale. Yep. We got Ace Soul, he's gonna hit 500 stacks. How are they gonna play the game, you know?
Yeah, so tell us a bit more about your experience going into this fearless draft. Of course, we went the full 5 games, so really testing people's champ pools here. Did you guys have to adjust your draft, or of course you had to adjust your draft strategy, but did you ever feel stressed about the fact that you had to go a full 5 games, and did you feel your champ pool pressured whatsoever?
Personally, I don't think I was that stressed out because, I mean, as an ADC, like a lot of them kind of play the same. I think it was more so like specific matchups that we were concerned about. So playing around that, and I think that definitely got showcased in the 5th game, where all 4 of the first games blue side won every time. And then in the last game, where it was like there wasn't any good prio pick, so we decided the best thing to do was to just play for counter and just like see how it went, and it ended up working out for us. So that was pretty cool. Yeah.
Yeah, excellent call. We were planning to ask you about the blue side 100% winner. You guys opted into red in the final game. Of course, you made it work. So amazing turnaround there and a great draft strategy.
Thank you.
Yeah, and with that, do you have any other shout outs as a final thing to any teammates that really pulled it across, some crazy IGLing and comms like pulled you through the finish line?
I mean, I think everyone deserves a shout out. Like Inexhaustive pretty much like 1v2ing, not even in the finals, like in the other series as well. He was like pretty much 1v2ing in the lane swaps. It was crazy. I don't think my jungler like ever made any crazy int. He was like so consistent throughout the entire series. Flex was like insane in some of these games, just like solo carrying. And then like I think, I don't know, because I'm kind of subbing in for A team. So I guess people who are watching right now, they might not know, but Callum is usually the A team ADC, and we have a different support player. But he couldn't make it, so I had to sub in as, I guess, the ADC, and then Callum role swap to support. So we had two ADCs playing, and I hoped that we were going to be like greater than the sum of our parts. You know, like two ADCs are better than one kind of thing. But I think what ended up happening for the most part was I was just kind of putting the A in ADC. And putting the damage carry part in the ADC. And of course, our manager Jess and Onat for subbing in those games. So yeah, I want to definitely give everyone else a shout out. And of course, everyone else, I know you guys are all watching the stream, typing stuff like that's my streamer and all that. And so, you know, it's all you guys, you know, I love you. Thank you all for the support. And yeah, I'm glad we came out on top today.
Awesome. Yeah. Last question before you go. Do you just keep that Zeri wig on while you play, or is like they just had it specially prepared for this occasion?
I think if you want to find that out, you should come to twitch.tv/scrim_na to just double check to see if that's true or not, you know. But yeah, sometimes I do, sometimes I don't. You have to find out.
Yeah, awesome. All right, thanks so much. I won't keep you up too late. It's past midnight. We are just students after all. So thanks again for taking part in this interview, really showing us the inner workings of what happens in a team. But we'll let you go for now. Really appreciate it.
Of course. Thank you so much for having me.
Congratulations,
Scrim. Thank you.
Yeah, and with that, thanks everyone else for watching. Thanks to sponsors for helping us organize this great tournament. And there are so many people behind the scenes. You just see these two guys yapping on screen, but there's so many people making all of this possible. We've got Acrylic, who's helping put up this amazing show. We've got 2 streams put up by such a wonderful team. So really just a shout out to everyone who's made this great tournament possible. And thanks everyone for staying past midnight to watch this amazing long series. But I hope it has been worth your while.
Again, thank you so much to BMO and TELUS Arena for sponsoring CIE, and we hope you all have an amazing night. Take care.
Bye-bye.
When I first heard about the TELUS esports series, I was like, there's no way.
I was absolutely stoked.
You don't really hear about esports at all in Canada, let alone from a big company like TELUS.
Canada does have a scene, and we do have people who are thriving towards getting us into that bigger picture.
2 versus 1, and it should be their game. The Bronze Bonobos from second now finally find first.
Simply put, the TELUS esports series is esports for everyone. It's our take of what we think the esports industry should look like and where we think it should go. It's way more fun to compete for something when there's something on the line. And the TELUS esports series gives players of all skill levels opportunities to experience that. We really want to make the gaming experience more fun for everyone, and we want to help the gaming industry evolve and grow the way that it should. And I think the time is right for it.